Natural Force Fragment 1, Progress 0-100. Can manipulate Earth elements and plant attributes. Yunjie raised an eyebrow. Controlling Earth elements and plants sounded quite impressive. He took a distant circle along the edge of the ravine, observing the green flower in the water. He didn't dare to get too close. What if another ghostly presence like last time appeared? That would be troublesome. Splash! The water surface moved. A golden-furred baby monkey rises up from under the green flowers, just like the last time. Yunjie was taken aback and stepped back a few paces nervously. Wow, wow. The baby monkey opened its mouth and cried stiffly, just like last time. Yunjie sneered coldly, thinking to himself that if he fell for it again this time, he would be a fool. The baby monkeys keep floating up and sinking down in the black water, playing the same game. Yunjie starts to wonder if there is a connection between the baby monkeys and the green flowers of the natural force fragments. Why does each force fragment have this thing? Are they symbiotic? Do they have life? Why can't the perception ability detect them? If they have no life, then why do they need to consume? A series of questions popped into Yunjie's mind, and he couldn't make sense of them. After watching for a while, the monkey's corpse in the water seemed to have exhausted its tricks. It lay face up on the surface of the water and slowly sank until it disappeared beneath the surface. Seeing this, Yunjie revealed a puzzled expression and estimated the distance between himself and the green flower, contemplating if he could spit out the spider silk from the past should be able to directly retrieve the flower. Just give it a try and you'll know. He closed one nostril, changed the angle of his head, and after adjusting, a sneeze burst out. The spider silk traced a long parabola through the air, landing precisely around the green flower. Yunjie sniffed, and the spider silk retracted, landing on the green petal. He immediately got up and circled around the sinkhole, wrapping all the spider silk around the petal before slowly pulling it back with force. It turned out to be much easier than I imagined. But doesn't seem to be much adhesion under the petals, and with a gentle pull, they floated over. Yunjie exerted a little force, and the corpse of the monkey beneath the petals was also brought to the surface. It seemed that he felt someone pulling him. The corpse of the monkey actually reached out its claw to grab the green flower on his head, which left Yunjie in disbelief. The monkey's paw grabbed the spider silk and began to pull hard. Yunjie was anxious, knowing that it wouldn't be so easy to obtain. As he stepped back while pulling, he didn't expect the corpse of the monkey in the water to have such surprising strength, making it impossible for him to retreat. Damn it, they'll show you whose strength is greater. Run forward a few steps, then retreat again. In this push and pull, the little monkey in the water couldn't take it anymore and suddenly leaped out of the water, closely followed by a splash of mud that shot up from beneath it. He pulled it. Yunjie was excited for a moment, but when he looked up at the water, his face turned pale. In the swamp, a hand made of mud reached out, tightly dragging the corpse of a little monkey. Beside the hand, water splashed and surged to the sides, and the mud seemed to come alive, gathering in the middle. Soon, a large muddy head emerged from below. Guize! Ding! The perception ability issued a warning at the same time. Yunjie thought to himself that it was not good and decided to run quickly. The black sludge surged up like a fountain as Guize's massive body slowly rose from the swamp. When he emerged, the entire swamp was left with only a pool of clear water. All the black sludge had accumulated on Guize's body. Cut it off! Hurry, cut it off! Yunjie Zhang pinched his nostrils, trying to cut the spider's silk, but the more anxious he became, the more mistakes he made, and he couldn't break the silk. Guize reached out and grabbed the spider silk, swinging his massive arm with great force. Whoosh! Yunjie took off from the spot, as if he were on a roller coaster, flying half a circle over the swamp before crashing down at the edge of the ditch on the opposite side. With a thud, Yunjie landed on the ground and surprisingly felt great. With his level 2 defense, he didn't feel any pain at all. Roaring, the ghostly figure in the center of the swamp let out a loud scream, spitting out a shower of mud. With another wave of its massive hand, Yunjie hadn't steadied himself yet when he was flung from the swamp to the opposite shore. Roar! This time it hurts a bit because he crashed in the mountainside. Just as he got back up, the ghostly swamp in the marsh began to stir again. This time it was different. The ghostly swamp didn't shake him off, but instead pulled him. It was dragging him into the swamp. Oh no, this guy's gotten smart. Yunjie's strength is not enough to compete with Guize. The sound of his hooves scraping against the ground echoed, and his body involuntarily ran towards the swamp. He panicked. If he went down any further, it would really be over. He glanced around and spotted a lava stone pillar 2 meters away. He immediately took a step to the left, wrapped the spider silk around the stone pillar, and then quickly ran around the pillar 3 times. Bang! The spider silk tightened, and Gazela couldn't move. Yu and Jia let out a sigh of relief. They were safe this time. Gui Zhe roared with all its might, but the strength of the stone pillar was far greater, and the spider silk was exceptionally tough, directly slicing through its muddy fingers. Perhaps feeling that having only one arm was inconvenient, it lifted the corpse of the little monkey and placed it on top of its head, freeing up the other hand to exert force together. Yunjie raised an eyebrow, immediately cutting the spider silk, and then shot out another strand of silk at the little monkey on Gui Ze's head. It must hit. The spider silk shot out, accurately striking the green flower on top of the monkey's head. Yunjie bit the silk and suddenly leaped back, using his body weight to launch a surprise attack. Whoosh! The spider silk, like a sharp blade, easily cut through the green flower atop the monkey's head. The flower lifted and flew over, following the silk. At the moment the green flower detached from the monkey's head, the monkey's corpse instantly rotted into sludge, and the ghostly swamp beneath it collapsed in an instant. Boom! Tens of thousands of tons of sludge fell into the swamp, and the entire sinkhole exploded, sending water splashing into the sky, making it seem like a torrential rain was falling all around. Yunjie rolled out of the sinkhole, curling up his body to hide under a stone pillar. Splash! A wave of water swept over, and the surroundings returned to calm. Is it done? Yunjie blinked his eyes and quickly retracted the spider silk. A green flower was bouncing towards him from the grass. Is this the fragment of natural force? Yunjie lowered his head and sniffed the strange green flower. It actually has a refreshing scent, somewhat like lotus leaves, but I wonder how it would taste. Opening his mouth wide, he swallowed the green flower. It's not quite what I expected. The taste of this flower is bitter and astringent. It's hard to describe in just one word. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 nature force fragment, progress 1100. You also receive 50 points of Donkey Man form reserve value. Collecting 50 nature force fragments allows you to draw a lottery once, and collecting 100 nature force fragments enables you to synthesize 1 nature stone, which can control earth elements and plant attributes. There are still 50 points of the donkey humanoid attribute. Yunjie immediately burst into laughter. Natural origin stone, it should be similar to the fire origin stone, right? The value of a natural origin stone is only a few 100,000 experience points. Keep searching, there should be quite a few of these things in here. Leaving the swamp, Yunjie was filled with excitement as he searched along the sinkhole and soon discovered a second swamp with fragments of natural elemental power. Just like the previous one, he used spider silk to stick to the green flower, and then, taking advantage of the fact that Guize hadn't emerged from it yet, he forcefully pulled out the flower. This method was not only quick, but also avoided a confrontation with Guize, making it incredibly satisfying. In just 1 hour, he collected 5 pieces of natural elemental fragments. When he opened the attribute panel to check, he couldn't help but burst into joy. Current tier 3 latest stage alloy donkey hoof 400 0100000. Self-healing level 6 40600. Perception level 5 345 6000. Bite force level 2 4 5 10200000. Wild donkey critical hit level 5 6500. Defense level 2 100 020000. Web level 1 210. Poison sting level 2. Natural primal force fragment 6100. Donkey human form reserve value 228010000. Haha, 6 fragments, not far from 100. Yunjie closed the attribute panel and continued to search for the next swamp. When he arrived at the next swamp, he immediately sensed something was wrong. In the center of the swamp, there was a mass of sludge that looked like excrement, rising above the water surface, and the flower containing fragments of natural elemental power was even more. He couldn't even see it. This scene was very familiar to him. It was formed after the natural force was taken away and the ghost marsh collapsed. In other words, someone had been here before him and had taken away that green flower. Which bastard did this? Yunjie has become famous, and immediately the image of Scarface Bear appeared in his mind. Damn bear thing, it's all yours. Thinking of Scarface Bear, Yunjie immediately lost his temper. After all, the other party was 2 ranks higher than him. He couldn't win, so he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Go to the next one. Along the ravine, I found the next swamp, which was in a state of disarray, with mud and water splatters all over the shore. Just like the previous one, the ghost swamp had already collapsed into the water, and the green flowers containing natural primal energy had long since disappeared. Damn it. Yunjie cursed under his breath and walked away reluctantly. I searched for 4 swamps in a row, but the situation was the same as before they had all been claimed by the Scarface Bear. Yunjie felt more and more frustrated and couldn't help but quicken his pace. Roar! Bang! Puff! In the distance, the angry roar of Scarface Bear could be heard, along with the voice of Ghost Zhe Chushue. They're catching up. Yunjie felt a surge of excitement and quietly ran towards the sound. The peaks ahead are crisscrossed and intertwined, while beneath them lie countless winding and interlaced sinkholes. These sinkholes converge in the middle of the peaks, forming a vast marshy lake. In the distance, Yunjie, I saw 2 massive, ghostly figures standing in the swampy lake, and on top of their heads, there were clearly 2 corpses of monkeys. 2 ghosts. Yunjie was a bit surprised, crouched down, and moved his hooves to crawl to the edge of the melting ditch. Dual-born natural force fragment, fragment value 8. Dual-born? Yunjie looked at the tops of the 2 Guiz's heads, and indeed, on the heads of the monkeys above them, there was a green twin flower on each. Wow, 1 flower is worth 2, and 4 flowers are worth 8. Opposite the ghost marsh, the scar-faced bear roared with its mouth wide open, occasionally shifting its feet to find the best moment to attack. Meanwhile, the 2 gigantic figures of the ghost marsh stood back to back, completely preventing the Scarface Bear from finding an opportunity to strike. Yunjie glanced at the battle situation. The Scarface Bear was indeed fierce in combat, but when faced with 2 ghost Zes, it seemed to have no good way to handle them, and could only keep changing positions to look for an opportunity. This battle didn't seem like it would end anytime soon. Could he take this chance to strike first in another location? Yes, let's do it this way. Yunjie secretly slipped out of the ravine and quickly left to search for another swamp. An hour later, he returned with his tail between his legs. After running dozens of miles, he only found a single shard of natural elemental force. Why? Because as he went further out, the terrain of the stone forest gradually rose. Water flows downhill, and the higher the mountains, the less water can be retained. Without water, swamps cannot form, let alone shards of natural elemental force. There's no choice but to compete with the grizzly bear for this twin flower. Over an hour has passed, and the grizzly bear is still confronting the 2 ghosts. The grizzly knows that the ghosts can't come ashore, so it is just wandering along the bank. However, the ghosts remain unfazed, waiting for the grizzly to enter the water. As soon as the grizzly takes the plunge, they can easily put it to death. The energy consumption took such a long time. Yunjie was also exasperated. This bear is really quite foolish. After observing the activity trajectories of the 2 giant ghosts and the brown bear for a while, he immediately noticed something was off. At this moment, the sun was shining brightly, and the dark body of Gui's was prone to absorbing heat. The moisture on its surface began to evaporate, showing signs of cracking. With just a slight movement, countless dried mud chunks would fall off. The brown bear seemed to be aware of this. It crouched in one place, waiting for Gui's surface to dry before it started to circle around the shore. As a result, Gui's would lose a significant number of mud chunks due to the cracking, and its size would decrease considerably. How cunning! Yunjie looked at the scar-faced bear with renewed respect. The 3-headed beast faced off for an entire afternoon as the sun gradually set, the sunlight becoming less intense, and Gui's size shrank by more than half. At that moment, the brown bear on the shore stood up. This time, it didn't continue to waste time with Gui's instead. It ran forward and leapt fiercely, aiming straight for one of Gui's heads. The brown bear's attack is very sudden and fast, while Guize, with most of his body already cracked and dry, moves a bit sluggishly. Slowly, by the time it reacted, the brown bear was already above its head. Yunjie secretly thought it was not good that pair of twin flowers was about to be taken by the brown bear. He couldn't afford to expose himself and quickly ran to the edge of the ravine, shooting out a strand of spider silk towards the twin flowers. The brown bear's massive claws were already raised, and from the corner of its eye, it saw the donkey it hated the most. Suddenly, a thread of silk flew over, a flash of green light, and the twin flowers took flight. Got it! As Yunjie saw that he hit the twin flowers, he immediately turned around and ran. While running, he was sniffing loudly. The twin flowers bounced along and followed him closely. The twin flowers were gone, and the ghostly marsh beneath the brown bear cracked apart like a parched mountain. The brown bear was momentarily stunned, but immediately realized what had happened. After crossing the ghostly marsh and landing on the shore, it let out an extremely angry roar and chased after Yunjie. Bang! A huge muddy fist came crashing down, hitting the brown bear's body squarely. The brown bear was in a furious rage, completely forgetting the existence of the ghostly figure. The remaining ghost, seeing its companion destroyed, unleashed all its anger on the brown bear. With one punch, it was nothing short of earth-shattering amidst the splashes of mud and water. The enormous body of the brown bear was sent flying. The fleeing Yunjie was startled, thinking that the brown bear had caught up with him. When he turned around, he saw the massive body of the brown bear soaring into the sky, only to plummet down vertically right after. He noticed that the bear's limbs were soft and limp, as if it were injured. With a subtle sound, Yunjie sniffed and brought the twin flowers to his lips. He glanced at the direction in which the brown bear had fallen and mused that if the bear were injured, perhaps he could return and seize the other flower as well. After all, the title of King of Bounty Hunters was not bestowed lightly. Crunch, crunch. Yunjie immediately chewed the twin flowers. Congratulations, you have acquired 4 fragments of natural force with a reserve value of 200 donkey human forms. Time to retreat. Yunjie swiftly made his way back. In the distance, he spotted the eerie creature, Guai's, standing in the water, its body enveloped in swirling mud, recoating its sun-dried surface. Subsequently, its form grew larger once again. Guai's let out a furious roar, and something even stranger occurred. The swamp behind it began to churn, and a massive head gradually emerged, slowly taking shape into another Guai's. Unlike the previous one, this Guai's bore no green flowers atop its head and no corpse of a monkey. To his dismay, Yunjie realized that it could even replicate itself. He cautiously peered over to inspect the depths of the sinkhole, hoping to catch a glimpse of the scarred-faced bear. Unfortunately, dusk had settled in, and the darkness below obscured his view entirely. The two Guaises moved simultaneously in unison towards a common direction. Yunjie squinted and looked toward their opposite side, still unable to discern anything. Activating his perception, he confirmed that the shadow of the brown bear was indeed present on the holographic display. At that moment, the brown bear was gasping for breath on the ground. That previous blow had clearly taken its toll. With a roar, the bear confronted the advancing Guaises, as if warning them to keep their distance. Unperturbed, the replicated Guai's approached the bear, raising its colossal fist to strike down. Bang! Yunjie shuddered as a thunderous roar erupted. Mud and water splashed everywhere, and the brown bear rolled away just in time to evade the lethal blow. The replicated Guai's did not relent. Its shattered fist reformed in the mud, transforming into another massive fist, claws extended, lunging towards the bear. The bear, unable to escape, was captured and lifted into the air. With a furious roar, the brown bear struggled violently, but it was futile. Guai's unique physique absorbed all force. The bear's claws penetrated Guai's fingers, yet it could not break free. Clearly dissatisfied with the bear's defiance, Guai's roared back and forcefully pushed the bear into the muddy water. Yunjie watched in horror. A powerful fifth-tier being was likely facing a dire fate. However, it might be for the best if the bear perished. He would no longer be pursued. Yunjie squinted, noting that both Guaises had their backs turned to him, albeit at a considerable distance. If he stealthily approached and launched a surprise attack with his spider silk, his chances of success were significantly heightened. After careful consideration, he slipped down the riverbank and stealthily advanced over 100 meters along the periphery of the sinkhole before resurfacing. At this point, he was less than 50 meters away from the Guai's adorned with flowers atop its head. This distance should guarantee success. He raised his nostrils, aimed at the flowers above Guai's head, and prepared to unleash his attack when an insatiable greed suddenly surged within him. What if he waited a moment longer, allowing Guai's to finish off the brown bear? Would that not yield double the reward? Indeed, such a thought crossed his mind. Yunjie chuckled to himself and withdrew his head. However, this greed would lead to unforeseen consequences. Bloop, bloop. A series of bubbles erupted from the arm of the replicated Guai's, belonging to the scarred-faced bear. After several minutes had passed, Guai's likely felt the bear had met its end. It reached down and pulled the bear out of the water. The bear was indeed motionless, covered in dark mud. Its state utterly pitiful. Guai's wiggled its fingers, releasing the bear into the water. Then, it lifted its massive foot and forcefully kicked down into the water. Boom, crash, boom, crash. Guai's foot struck down, causing the entire sinkhole to tremble. The swamp's water splashed, receding by more than half. Yunjie silently prayed for the bear, hoping its magic core remained intact, lest he miss his opportunity to reap the benefits. It was time. Convinced the scarred-faced bear was doomed, he peeked out, raised his nostrils, and prepared to launch his strike at the Guai's adorned with twin flowers. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated beneath the water. A bubble burst, and the nearly lifeless brown bear surged forth from beneath the surface, reminiscent of the moment he encountered the moonlit rhino. Yunjie was taken aback, quickly retracting his head. The bear slowly emerged from the swamp's muck, its eyes glowing with a terrifying red light. Having witnessed this spectacle before, he recalled the time the bear had been surrounded by the rebirth beasts. With a leap, the bear met Guai's descending foot with a mighty paw. Bang! Guai's foot shattered, mud flying in all directions. The destruction of its foot caused Guai's to lose balance, toppling backward into the swamp, struggling to regain its footing. The other Guai's immediately charged in, swinging its fists. Roar! The brown bear seemed to have entered a frenzied state, roaring as it charged towards Guai's. Several beams of white light emerged against Guai's dark form, and then, with explosive force, a large hole erupted from Guai's chest as the bear darted through. With a crash, Guai's body was cleaved into multiple segments, collapsing into the swamp. Yunjie was covered in goosebumps. Guai's body was composed of mud, its nature akin to water, impervious to any harm. The bear's ferocious strikes were akin to cutting through water. Was this the true strength of the fifth-tier, scarred-faced bear? The bear landed, its towering form slowly turning, resembling a harbinger of doom. The remnants of Guai's body reformed, the mud swirling upwards. Roar! The scarred-faced bear bellowed, pivoting sharply and lunging forward, its massive body as light as a feather, its claws slicing through the air, severing Guai's head from its neck. It was severed. Yunjie felt a surge of excitement as he watched Guai's head plunge into the murky water. The monkey corpse's head followed suit, slowly sinking down. It was over. They would be lost forever. The scarred-faced bear roared, diving into the muddy water. Moments later, it resurfaced, clutching the monkey's corpse in its mouth, along with the twin flowers. Yunjie furrowed his brow, secretly regretting not having acted sooner. What now? The bear had already claimed the flowers. Clutching the twin flowers, the brown bear did not hastily consume them. Instead, it exuded a wave of heat as it slowly swam toward the shore, appearing utterly exhausted. Upon reaching the bank, it collapsed onto the water grass, panting heavily. Yunjie felt a surge of boldness and cautiously approached. He was correct. The brown bear, in its rage, was akin to a berserker, now utterly fatigued. Its attack power, defense, and alertness were at their lowest. Should he seize the moment to launch a surprise attack? Undoubtedly. Yunjie had already set his plan into motion. He crept closer to the scarred-faced bear, ensuring he was sufficiently near before stealthily revealing his head. On the bank, the bear was clutching the twin flowers, gasping for breath, its previously menacing red glow now faded. Thump, thump. Yunjie's heart raced. Having witnessed the true prowess of the brown bear, he began to fear. What if he were caught? This creature would surely not spare him. Damn it. I've already shattered its eggs. Do I still care about snatching another flower? Let us do this. The brown bear, having rested enough, opened its massive jaws to consume both the monkey's corpse and the flowers. Just as it did, it noticed a nearly invisible object clinging to the petals, which seemed oddly familiar. As it realized this, the twin flowers were suddenly whisked away. It was that damn donkey. The brown bear erupted in fury, its previously fading crimson glow surging back to life. Mother, I've got it. At this moment, Yunjie was so nervous that he could hardly walk. He stumbled and fell from the bank. The brown bear came rushing through the splashing water. Run! Yunjie jumped up from the ground and fled. The enraged brown bear's speed was beyond Yunjie's imagination. After only a few steps, he felt a sharp pain on his rear as he was knocked off his feet. Confounded, Yunjie wondered how, despite having second-level defense, he could withstand the bear's claw. With a thud, he hit the ground, unable to check the wound on his rear before springing up to run again. Healing powers engaged. Splat! Just as Yunjie got up, he tumbled again, his nose sliced in two by a thread. Looking up, he saw the brown bear stepping on his thread, while the twin flowers hung precariously upon it. Roar! The bear's deep growl resonated as it bent down, picked up the thread, and seized the twin flowers, lifting its gaze towards Yunjie. Its crimson eyes filled with murderous intent. Achoo! Yunjie had forgotten fear at that moment. He flared his nostrils and unleashed a net of flames. The fiery net spiraled and illuminated the dark night sky, surrounding the brown bear. 3 beams of white light flashed, splitting the net in two. The bear, about to sneer at Yunjie, was startled when Yunjie charged at it head first. Yunjie knew his fire net posed no threat to the bear, hence, after unleashing it, he immediately activated his wild donkey charge. His wild donkey charge had reached level 5, capable of contesting with the moonlight rhino without losing ground. He believed that if he didn't injure the bear, he would at least knock it off balance. However, the outcome was unexpected. The bear reacted swiftly. parting the fire net, and, upon seeing Yunjie, its massive paw slammed down, accurately grasping his donkey head and lifting him up with great force. Roar! Roar! The bear held Yunjie before its face, its mouth roaring madly, as if cursing him ferociously. Yunjie grinned nervously, afraid to meet the bear's gaze. Ding! Perception warning. Level 1 defense activated. Yunjie's tail stood erect, sparks dancing on the tail spike as a bolt of lightning shot towards the bear's gaping mouth. The level 1 defense's lightning was weak, sufficient against swarms of minor beasts, but utterly inadequate compared to extreme hive creatures. The lightning struck the bear's lips, failing to injure it, instead igniting its fury further. It lifted Yunjie higher, its mouth wide open as it viciously bit down on his tail, severing it in one powerful snap. Gagging, Yunjie cried out in pain. Spitting out Yunjie's tail, the scarred bear revealed a sinister grin, opening its mouth to bring Yunjie's head closer, ready to take a bite. Crack! A sharp pain shot through Yunjie's face as his lips and jaw were bitten off. Healing powers engaged. Countless threads of blood spiraled from the severed wound, attempting to repair his jaw. The bear noticed this, a strange glint flashing in its eyes as it seized Yunjie by the nape, widening its mouth, intent on biting off the remaining half of his head. Perception alarm blared. The system detected the host's imminent peril. Should rampage mode be activated? Activated. Donkey Man reserve value. 2,280 points. How much to inject? 1,000. No, all of it. Hurry. Yunjie roared. Injection complete. Rampage mode activated. In an instant, Yunjie perceived the world around him illuminating as if it were daytime. On his attribute panel, the molten gold spun, and all skills health bars doubled. Healing powers surged rapidly. Facial recovery complete. Tail spike restored. Level 4 defense activated. Zing, crack. Boom. The newly grown tail spike flickered with electricity, unleashing a spherical lightning bolt that violently exploded upon the bear's face. Aru. This time, it was the bear's turn to scream in agony. The lightning sphere detonated, obliterating half of its face, while Yunjie was knocked back several dozen meters. Goodness. Is this what level 4 defense is like? It's astonishing. He flipped over and looked in the direction of the bear. The bear lay on the ground, clutching its face, while the twin flowers rested beside it. Damn it, no holding back. Yunjie dashed forward, oblivious to the transformation of his donkey hooves into a radiant golden hue, his speed rivaling that of 4 beams of light. In the blink of an eye, he reached the twin flowers, biting them down and immediately galloping away. Congratulations. You have acquired 4 fragments of natural elemental power and 200 Donkey Man form points. Current progress, 15,100. 50 fragments allow for a draw, while 100 fragments yield a natural elemental stone, granting control over earth and plant attributes. In rampage mode, his speed exceeded normal levels by more than double. The bear only saw a flash before the twin flowers vanished, and upon turning, it spotted a light racing into the dark stone forest. Enraged, it disregarded the pain in its face and stumbled after him. Yunjie sprinted through the mountains, the winding paths severely hampering his speed. In contrast, the lumbering bear faced little obstruction, as the height of the ravines posed no challenge to it. Glancing at the remaining health in rampage mode, he noted it had already halved, surrounded by swamps and ravines, with hardly any place to hide. It was only a matter of time before the bear caught him again. To the lava cave of the iron-armored beetle. The entrance was narrow enough for him to squeeze through, and with the corpses of iron-armored beetles offering protection, he could surely evade the bear's pursuit. Suddenly enlightened, Yunjie activated his perception and dashed towards the swamp where he had first obtained a natural elemental power fragment. It was the necessary route to the iron-armored beetle's lava cave. Like a gaping maw swallowing the dark sludge, the entrance to the lava cave lay within the swamp below. Yunjie raced down, and the brown bear leapt directly from the bank behind him. With mud splattering above, there was no need to look. He could already sense the pressure from the scarred bear. Super wild donkey charge. Yunjie lowered his head, his hooves kicking up a storm as he sped towards the cave entrance. The use of wild donkey charge accelerated the depletion of his remaining rampage health. Yet it was precisely through this supercharged attack that Yunjie outpaced the looming bear, successfully entering the cave first. A flash of golden light erupted, and the dark water's surface rippled as Yunjie vanished into the black cavern. The bear landed and immediately charged into the cave. The entrance was not large, but it could accommodate its crawling form. However, it could only crawl. Running like before was impossible. Through the holographic perception, Yunjie could see the bear moving away from him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Checking his attribute panel, the rampage mode was nearly depleted, and he needed to hurry into the lava cave. Minutes later, he arrived at the lava cave, resembling a flying saucer. He shot out a thread, pulling himself up the steep, glassy mountainside and into the narrow entrance. Once inside, Yuanjia collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Boom, roar. A tremendous noise reverberated, causing the entire lava cave to shake. Alarmed, Yuanjia scrambled to look towards the entrance. There, the bear's nose was pushing forcefully against the opening. But for it, the entrance was far too small. It couldn't even fit its head through. Phew. Yuanjia let out a complete sigh of relief. Just as he had anticipated. After several attempts, the bear realized it couldn't fit, and it extended its massive claws, beginning to shred the smooth mountain wall. Attempting to enlarge the entrance to squeeze through. Crack, crack. The sounds of the bear's teeth and claws attacking the mountainside echoed throughout the lava cave, sending shivers down Yuanjia's spine. He rushed towards the corpse of the iron-armored beetle. If the bear broke through the entrance, he would dive straight into the beetle's body for safety. Crack, crack, roar. Outside the cave, the figure of the scar-faced bear flickered as it gnawed for a considerable time, yet could not bite off a shard of the glass-like mountain. It roared frantically, venting its pent-up fury. At this moment, Yuanjia felt utterly reassured. He approached the cave entrance, defiantly stuck out his tongue at the scar-faced bear, and even turned his back to flaunt his posterior. Come on, come and kill me. Where are your skills? The scar-faced bear, provoked to rage, stepped back a few paces, then charged forward with its shoulder lowered, head down, and hit the cave wall with tremendous force. The brown bear, a creature of brute strength, exhibited terrifying power under its blood-rage state. A deafening crash echoed as the entire lava cave trembled violently, causing several bird nests atop to tumble down. Startled, Yuanjia hurriedly retreated, no longer daring to provoke the beast. The scar-faced bear, unwilling to concede, continued its assault on the lava cave. After dozens of strikes, it finally surrendered. The cave resembled a molten mass that had solidified, forming a cohesive whole, with peaks above and a lava mountain body below. To think that a mere bear could shatter such a structure was sheer folly. Exhausted from its consecutive blood rages, the brown bear slumped against the cave wall, panting heavily. Its bare face, shattered by the fourth-tier defense, appeared even more fearsome. Observing this scene through the holographic projection, Yuanjia felt a sense of relief as he crouched down to assess his losses. Undoubtedly, his supply of donkey form reserves had been depleted, representing all the wealth he had accumulated since entering the Twilight Forest. It felt as though he had returned to square one. A pang of heartache struck Yuanjia, yet at least he had managed to preserve his life. Suddenly, he felt an itch on his behind, turning to glance, and was taken aback. On his rear, there were 5 or 6 intersecting wounds, which had already healed but were still raised, indicating they had not completely recovered. He had previously entered a berserk state. With a self-healing ability rated at tier 6, how could he not have fully restored himself? Unable to fathom the reason, fatigue washed over him, and he leaned against the corpse of the iron-armored beetle, falling asleep. Upon awakening, he immediately checked the effects of his perception. To his astonishment, the scar-faced bear was nowhere to be seen. Had it left? Yuanjia pondered for a moment, feeling it unlikely. That bear bore a grudge, having harmed it twice. It would never let him off so easily. Thus, he decided it was best not to venture outside. After all, there was the iron beetle's corpse, which he could sustain himself with for the next 10 days or so. He resolved to remain in the cave, alternating between eating and sleeping. Days slipped by, and after 7 days had passed, the brown bear lurking outside could no longer endure. It swayed its massive body and returned to the cave's entrance, rising on tiptoe to peer inside. Hey there, old bear, have you eaten? Yuanjia lay languidly on the ground, playfully waving his donkey hoof to greet the scar-faced bear. Indeed, the bear had not left. With a furious roar, the brown bear unleashed another onslaught on the lava cave. Yet, it was in vain. Suddenly, a chilling cry echoed, causing the scar-faced bear to halt abruptly, its expression turning to one of fear as it gazed outside the cave. Yuanjia also heard the sound and sprang to his feet, activating his perception. The holographic image expanded, revealing that aside from the scar-faced bear and some low-tier bats, there was nothing else in the vicinity. Due to the obstruction of the lava mountain, his perception signal diminished significantly, allowing him to only detect the terrain around the cave entrance, while everything beyond remained hidden from view. Outside, the brown bear stood upright, its small ears twitching constantly, its gaze filled with vigilance. Yuanjia felt a surge of anxiety. From the bear's demeanor, he sensed a palpable tension in the air. Another eerie cry rang out, and the scar-faced bear immediately became alert, dropping to all fours and swiftly scuttling out of the cave, disappearing from sight. Heavens! To frighten a 5th-tier magical beast into such a state, what manner of creature must its owner be? A legendary 6th tier? Yuanjia shivered, suddenly realizing a grave concern. What creature was responsible for that cry? How large was it? Could it potentially squeeze through the cave entrance? What if it entered and devoured him? Another cry resonated, this time feeling much closer than before. The strange, eerie sound echoed through the labyrinthine lava cave, making it impossible to determine its source. Tension gripped Yunjie, compelling him to crawl to the cave entrance for a better look. Several dark openings appeared like the gaping maws of demons, sending chills down his spine. The cry sounded again, very near, almost as if it were right beside him. Straining his ear, Yunjie was startled to discover that the sound emanated from beneath the lava cave. The entire structure resembled a flying saucer, elongated in the center and shorter at the sides. Thus, as Yunjie crouched at the cave entrance, he could not see what lay below. When the cry resounded once more, he accurately deduced that the creature was directly beneath him. In a panic, Yunjie jumped down from the cave entrance and sprinted to the corpse of the iron beetle, diving inside. Once inside, he listened intently, hearing almost no sound. Nothing at all. He activated his perception to scout the area. On the holographic display, a slender figure was slowly moving outside the cave. Goodness, it was indeed small. Yunjie thought, alarmed. If this creature were to claw its way into the cave, it could easily slip inside the beetle's corpse. He held his breath, afraid to make a sound, terrified that the creature might discover him. Through the effects of his perception, the small figure seemed oblivious to his presence in the cave. Gradually, Yunjie calmed down, observing the small being's posture and shape, astonished to realize that it was likely a monkey. A monkey? His brow furrowed as he recognized something peculiar. He felt no overwhelming pressure. No, this creature appeared to be of a low tier. He immediately scanned the monkey's level with his perception and was left dumbfounded. This monkey was merely a lowly tier 3. How could it be so weak? Yunjie felt bewildered. How could such a low-level creature scare off the scar-faced bear? Hesitating briefly, he gathered his courage and crawled out from the beetle's corpse, climbing to the cave entrance for a better view. At that moment, the monkey had reached the top of the lava cave and was entering a passageway leading outside. Indeed, it was a monkey, and it appeared to be quite aged. With each step, its body swayed precariously as if about to topple over. Task prompt: Tier 3 Nightmare Beast, possessing powerful mental abilities and stealth attributes, granting 5,000 experience points. It truly was a Tier 3 magical beast. A nightmare beast? Shouldn't it be called a monkey or an ape? Yunjie scrutinized the back of the nightmare beast, finding it somewhat familiar. Suddenly, it struck him. In the swamp, the corpses of the golden ape infants bore an almost identical resemblance to the nightmare beast before him. Buzz. Yunjie's mind exploded with questions. What was the connection between the natural force fragment-bearing apes in the swamp and this nightmare beast? Why had it appeared here? He sensed a profound link between the nightmare beast and the swamp or the fragments of natural power. However, Tier 3 was undeniably too low. Mental powers? Could mental powers even attack? He remained skeptical. Yet skepticism aside, Yunjie lacked the courage to test it. The nightmare beast departed without a backward glance, showing no intention of attacking him. Phew. With the nightmare beast gone, Yunjie climbed down from the cave entrance, his mind racing with thoughts. Why had the scar-faced bear fled? Was the nightmare beast truly that formidable? Looking at its slight frame, a single kick could spell its doom. What could possibly be so threatening? If not, then perhaps the scar-faced bear was merely playing a trick on him. That cunning bear had deliberately fled to spook him, hoping he would also run away from this place. Then it could take the opportunity to kill me. What a pity. You are clever, but compared to your grandfather, you still lack experience. I want to go out. Let us see what you can do. Yunjie believed he had seen through the scar-faced bear's scheme and confidently burrowed into the corpse of the armored beetle for a good sleep. Since the day the nightmarish beast appeared, the scar-faced bear had not come back, seemingly having truly fled. The nightmarish beast, as if possessed, arrived at the same time every day, making its raucous calls. Over time, Yunjie grew accustomed to it. Neither disturbed the other, and they coexisted peacefully. Another 7 days passed, and Yunjie had nearly consumed the armored beetle's corpse, leaving only the membrane inside, which was starting to rot. He could no longer remain there. He was puzzled by the scar-faced bear's patience. It had been so long without a reappearance. Had it really departed? Just then, the nightmarish beast's calls echoed once more. Yunjie perked up his ears, a plan forming in his mind. Regardless of the truth, he decided to follow the nightmarish beast outside. After all, this creature had low attack power and might even frighten the scar-faced bear at a critical moment. With this thought, he climbed up to the cave entrance, stretching his neck to look down. A small head, golden with flecks of white fur, appeared, followed by the hunched figure of the nightmarish beast. It shuffled down the corridor, utterly oblivious to Yunjie above. To follow or not to follow? Yunjie hesitated for a moment, then decided to follow. This place was too grotesque, and without food, he couldn't last much longer. He descended from the cave entrance, trailing the nightmarish beast into the passage, his heart racing. Nothing unusual happened along the way. The nightmarish beast moved like a solitary elder, silently advancing. After navigating several tunnels, it entered an oval chamber. Inside glimmered with a greenish light, resembling another world. Outside the cave, countless root-like structures enveloped it, exuding an ancient and robust aura. Suddenly, the nightmarish beast leapt into the cave, vanishing, only to re-emerge shortly after. Cradling the lifeless body of a small monkey, Yunjie hid aside, astonished. Was this the lair of the nightmarish beast? It placed the monkey's corpse on the ground before disappearing again. When it reappeared, it held a sphere radiating a faint green light in its mouth. Grasping a tool resembling a stone axe, it raised it high and struck the monkey's head. Goodness! Like performing surgery. The nightmarish beast cleaved open the monkey's skull and inserted the green sphere inside. A wondrous event occurred. Green light emanated from the monkey's head, which then slowly fused back together. Yunjie's eyes brightened. He seemed to grasp how the fragments of natural power in the swamp were formed. But why did the nightmarish beast do this? Within the green-lit chamber, the nightmarish beast picked up the monkey's body and staggered out. Yunjie quickly retracted his head. Once the nightmarish beast had gone far, he dashed towards the green cave. As he approached the entrance, the system suddenly activated, displaying a jumble of flickering codes, as if he had been poisoned. Shaking his head, he cautiously entered the cave. It was not as he had imagined. The structure inside was peculiar. The cave was not made of lava rock, but rather the base of a massive tree root. A glass-like pathway ran beneath the root, forming a bridge over crystal-clear water, through which he could see the roots below. There was nothing beneath the water. Yunjie scrutinized the depths, finding only intertwined tree roots, no monkey corpses to be seen. How strange. He lifted his gaze to the top of the tree root. The ceiling of the cave was lined with branches, dense and layered, with no light filtering through. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed only a stone axe hanging from one root. He couldn't find anything else the nightmarish beast had carried. He approached the stone axe, sniffing it. The scent of blood was strong, with a layer of black scabs, as if remnants of years of severed monkey heads. The axe was rudimentary, made from a thick wooden shaft, split at the end to hold a flat stone, bound with vines, akin to a relic from the Stone Age. Finding nothing, Yunjie was puzzled. He exited the tree cave, and the jumble of codes in his mind vanished. The system returning to normal. Was there radiation? Yunjie clicked his tongue and glanced at the distant, shuffling nightmarish beast, then quickly followed. He wanted to see if this creature was indeed disposing of monkey corpses in the swamp, keeping a safe distance. The aged nightmarish beast resembled a flickering candle in the wind, traversing a path of impending demise, exuding desolation. Emerging from the lava cave, it entered the swamp, placing the corpse of the monkey infant on the water's surface. Indeed, it was responsible. Yunjie frowned. The monkey's body slowly sank, leaving only its head above water. At that moment, the head cracked open with numerous tiny fissures, from which tendrils extended into the depths of the swamp. A shiver ran down Yunjie's spine. As the tendrils penetrated the swamp, an astonishing sight unfolded. The monkey's corpse seemed to awaken, stretching its body as if yawning, then reverting to its previous state. The nightmarish beast displayed a look of satisfaction. With a crack, the top of the monkey infant's head fully split open, and a small green sprout emerged. The sprout grew rapidly, transforming in an instant into a swirling green flower. Fragments of natural power. Yunjie felt a surge of excitement. Once the flower blossomed, the swamp water began to churn, separating mud from water, as a massive ghostly head gradually rose from below. During this time, Yunjie had dealt with the ghostly entity frequently, believing it to be lifeless, yet now he realized his error. This dark, strange creature, upon surfacing, grinned like a baby, directed at the nightmarish beast. Goodness, this is uncanny. The nightmarish beast extended its clawed hand to pat the ghostly head, which then slowly sank back into the swamp, leaving the monkey infant's body afloat. Yunjie noticed that the monkey infant's eye sockets had turned black, showing signs of decay. What was happening here? It felt as if they were attempting to resurrect the monkey in a different manner. The nightmarish beast turned around. Yunjie quickly concealed himself. Once the nightmarish beast passed by his hiding spot, he immediately dashed forward to inspect the swamp. The monkey's corpse emitted a wailing sound, reminiscent of his first encounter with the ghostly entity. Gazing at the green flower atop the monkey's head, Yunjie deliberated but ultimately resisted the urge to steal it. A single flower bore only one fragment of natural power, far too meager. The green, glowing sphere the nightmarish beast had obtained must be the seed of natural power. Rather than risking a theft from the swamp, it would be wiser to follow the nightmarish beast and discover where it sourced the seed. Simple and swift. With that thought, He turned back into the lava cave's passage, pursuing the direction the nightmarish beast had taken for several hundred meters. To his surprise, he could not catch up. The underground lava tunnels were too numerous, and he could not ascertain where the creature had gone. Unbeknownst to Yunjie, a pair of eyes quietly opened within the glassy walls behind him. Having lost track of the nightmarish beast, Yunjie felt no urgency. After all, it would reappear in a few days, and he could track it then. For safety, he climbed back into the lava cave. It may be foul-smelling, but his life was paramount. The next day, as expected, the cacophony of calls echoed once again. Yunjie emerged from the shell of the armored beetle, swiftly crawling towards the cave entrance, poised to await the passage of the nightmarish beast below. The creature approached, moving at a measured pace. Once it had distanced itself, Yunjie stealthily followed. As before, the nightmarish beast arrived at the tree hollow, emanating a green luminescence, then nimbly leaped upwards, disappearing from sight. Before long, it descended again, clutching a glowing green orb in its mouth. A seed. Yunjie's eyes sparkled with intrigue. With a splash, the nightmarish beast plunged into the water. When it resurfaced, it bore the lifeless body of a monkey infant, slick with a layer of mucus, as though it had just been born. Furrowing his brow, Yunjie recalled his previous venture into the cave, where he had discovered nothing. Where had this nightmarish beast procured such items? The same ritual ensued. It severed the monkey's head and placed the seed within the vibrant green flower, cradling the infant's body as it exited the cave. Damn it. I refuse to believe I cannot uncover the truth. After the beast departed, Yunjie re-entered the cave. The scene remained unchanged, devoid of anything remarkable. The water was clear as crystal, not even a strand of monkey fur in sight. Looking upwards, he beheld only the brown roots of trees, devoid of any glowing green seeds. How strange. Yunjie scoured the area, yet discerned no clues. His gaze fixated on the axe. Could it conceal a mechanism? He approached, widening his eyes in scrutiny. Nothing appeared amiss until a furry hand snatched the stone axe away. Who goes there? Yunjie's realization struck him as he abruptly looked up. The nightmarish beast had returned. It was you. A sigh of relief escaped him as he surveyed the frail, elderly monkey, barely reaching his chest. Revealing a grin, he raised a hoof, striking the ground with an air of arrogance. Gesturing towards the enormous tree roots, an unspoken demand for the old monkey to hasten and procure the seeds for him, as many as possible. The nightmarish beast, unfazed, glanced at Yunjie and raised the stone axe in its grasp. Are you attempting to strike me? Huh. You must be unfamiliar with the concept of mortality. Yunjie twisted his body, delivering a swift kick with his hind legs that sent the axe flying far from the beast. Are you frightened now? He laughed triumphantly, relishing the exhilaration of such unrestrained defiance after his time in the sunset forest. As the axe soared, the nightmarish beast approached the crystalline rock wall and pressed its bony monkey paw against it. A faint sound of liquid movement echoed. What Yunjie witnessed next would haunt him for a lifetime. The beast's arm began to transform, mirroring the crystalline rock wall, as though it were sculpted from stone. Chapter 100. Captured. Before he could react, the nightmarish beast dragged him into the lava cave. The walls twisted and turned, akin to a roller coaster ride, causing Yunjie's head to collide with the rocky surface, igniting sparks in his vision. Yet, the nightmarish beast continued to traverse the mountain, never emerging. After several minutes, it returned Yunjie to the tree hollow. Dazed, Yunjie stood up, watching as the nightmarish beast slowly emerged from the mountainside. What brings me here? Yunjie shivered, sensing an ominous presence. With a sudden motion, the nightmarish beast shook its shoulders, its glassy exterior receding like the tide, revealing its frail form. It approached Yunjie, scrutinizing him from head to toe. A chill ran down Yunjie's spine as he instinctively retreated. The nightmarish beast reached for a stone axe embedded in the cave wall and slowly advanced towards him. Yunjie's breath quickened. He was uncertain of how to respond. The stone axe posed no threat to him, nor did the current incarnation of the nightmarish beast. However, he feared that should he resist, the beast might revert to its petrified state, a scenario beyond his capacity to confront. The nightmarish beast raised the stone axe and brought it down upon him. With no escape, Yunjie closed his eyes, bracing for impact. A dull thud echoed as the axe struck his front leg. The donkey hide, fortified with level 2 defense, was not easily penetrated. The nightmarish beast paused momentarily before swinging the axe with fervor. Yunjie cried out in agony, although the beast appeared weak. Its ferocity with the axe was formidable, each blow landing in the same spot. After countless strikes, Yunjie's hide finally gave way, blood spurting forth. The healing process initiated. The nightmarish beast discarded the axe and climbed atop Yunjie to inspect the wound. Paralyzed with fear, Yunjie remained still, unsure of the beast's intentions. Could it be intrigued by his healing abilities? External injuries were the simplest to mend, and under the influence of his level 6 self-healing, the wound on his front leg began to close rapidly. At this sight, a glimmer of light flickered in the ancient eyes of the nightmarish beast. It leaped from Yunjie, landing on a descending tree root in the center, continuing to ascend until it reached the top, where it inserted its finger. The moment its finger penetrated, the entire tree hollow radiated a smooth green glow, rippling outward from the root's pinnacle. A droplet of green coalesced at the tip of the root, gradually enlarging, before brown layers enveloped it, forming a seed. Yunjie suddenly understood why he had failed to find the seeds upon his previous visits. They required the nightmarish beast's finger to activate. As the seed emerged, the once clear waters beneath the bridge began to cloud, with wispy entities surfacing, seemingly alive as they swirled together, forming strands of golden hair. Within the golden strands lay something resembling a placenta or an unformed heart, pulsating rhythmically, as a network of veins extended from it, subsequently giving rise to bones, organs, and skin. Though the passage of time felt prolonged, it was fleeting. As the infant monkey took shape, an extraordinary event unfolded. Its heart ceased to beat, as if lifeless, and it floated to the surface of the water. Yunjie was astounded, perceiving the tree hollow as if it were feminine, the city as a womb, cradling them within its embrace. Yunjie then recalled the frenzied stone. The nightmarish beast placed the seed upon the bridge, then dove into the water to retrieve the monkey's lifeless body. Yunjie glanced at the green seed atop the bridge, contemplating the likelihood of seizing it and escaping. However, recalling the nightmarish beast's eerie speed within the mountain, he abandoned the notion. The nightmarish beast resurfaced, cradling the monkey's corpse, placing it beside the seed on the bridge. It then approached Yunjie, its vacant gaze fixed upon him. What was its intention? Was it mourning the deceased monkey? Faced with the dreamlike nightmarish beast, Yunjie felt utterly lost. Suddenly, he noticed a red dot igniting in the beast's eyes. The dot expanded, morphing into a vibrant crimson hue, which then split into two, swirling like a phantom light. His vision could not focus. Realizing something was amiss, Yunjie attempted to avert his gaze from the nightmarish beast's eyes, but found it impossible. His neck felt wooden, immovable, while his eyelids seemed frozen, refusing to close. Could mental power also serve as a weapon? A cold laugh echoed in his ears. Mental prowess not only could attack, but was one of the most formidable skills, capable of invisible assault from 1,000 meters away. Gradually, Yunjie felt his body becoming numb, devoid of sensation. Paradoxically, he remained acutely aware, his mind absorbing every detail while his body lay utterly still. It resembled the time he underwent hemorrhoid surgery, opting for full anesthesia out of fear, unable to feel anything, yet his mind was extraordinarily alert. The nightmarish beast flipped its claw, beckoning him with a finger. Movement. Yunjie was taken aback, for his body began to move, not by his own volition, but by the nightmarish beast's command. His body stood and walked to the beast's side, then obediently lowered itself onto all fours. What was happening? This was his first encounter with such a bizarre occurrence, sending tremors through his very soul. The nightmarish beast climbed onto his back, pacing back and forth as if measuring something. Finally, it leaped down and, extending its claw, coalesced a shard of glassy substance into a razor-sharp blade, plunging it beneath Yunjie's skin, slicing deeply. The donkey hide on his back was severed, blood gushing forth. The healing process initiated. Yunjie felt no pain, merely a cool sensation. With the healing factor in play, blood surged forth like tentacles. The nightmarish beast sliced again, this time piercing his spinal column and forcefully prying it apart. A crack echoed as Yunjie's spine fractured. An urgent alert blared in his senses. Yet, at that moment, he was powerless, utterly dominated by the nightmarish beast. The beast severed the spine, then sliced through the ribs, fully exposing his chest cavity. The nightmarish beast paused, then approached the lifeless monkey's body, bending to lift it. A chill enveloped Yunjie's mind. He sensed the beast's intent. No, please, don't. He struggled with all his might, yet his body remained firmly under the beast's control. The nightmarish beast cradled the monkey's corpse, placing it within Yunjie's open chest cavity, then rejoined his ribs and spine, observing as they gradually healed, nodding in satisfaction. Yunjie was utterly bewildered, staring blankly as the nightmarish beast picked up the stone axe and approached him with the green seed. Chapter 102. The guidance of the scarred-faced bear. Moonlight spilled across the murky water's surface, reminiscent of that fateful night when he encountered the moon-watching rhinoceros. Yunjie's gaze was clouded, uncertainty enveloping him. He was unaware if his life would still linger when the sun rose again. Though the sun had set and the verdant blossoms ceased their transfer of energy, he was still trapped with no means of escape. Above the swamp, sounds rustled through the trees, and he turned his eyes to find the scarred-faced bear's crimson gaze flickering in the dark thicket. Are you here to consume me as well? Come, grant me a swift end. It would repay the debt I owe you, Yunjie thought, silently closing his eyelids. On the bank, the scarred-faced bear approached the swamp's edge, descending from the trench. Instead of entering the murky depths, it squatted at the water's edge, quietly observing Yunjie. After a prolonged wait, Yunjie, perplexed by the bear's inaction, opened his eyes and met its gaze. The donkey and the bear exchanged a silent stare. This was their most tranquil encounter since their initial meeting. Yunjie found it strange. The usually ferocious brown bear displayed no malice in its eyes, but rather a hint of compassion. This bewildered him. Why would the bear feel pity for him? Shouldn't it revel in his misfortune? Its small eyes seemed to grasp the agony he endured. Had it perhaps experienced a similar plight? After half an hour of this silent communion, the bear stood up. Yunjie sighed, anticipating an attack. To his surprise, the bear turned and walked toward the trench, not entering the swamp. Is it leaving? Yunjie pondered, increasingly baffled. Did it not desire the natural force fragments? The bear ascended the bank, turned around, and its towering figure was silhouetted against the bright moon. It stood upright, extending its paw toward the sky, then glided like a needle of a clock, finally pausing at a third of the way across the heavens. What could this signify? Yunjie was at a loss. Once the bear completed this motion, its forelegs returned to the ground and it ambled away. Yunjie watched it depart until the massive figure vanished beyond the trench. The bear had left, and Yunjie glanced at the position it had indicated, frowning deeply. What message was it attempting to convey? As the moon hung high, the throbbing pain in Yunjie's head began to dissipate, and he could even sense a slight restoration of his bodily functions. He promptly checked his attribute panel. Tier 2 Alloy Donkey Hooves, 3500. Vitality, 49100. Spider Web Level 2, 0200. Venom Spike Level 2. Natural Force Fragments, 21100. Upon reviewing the panel, Yunjie nearly burst into tears. His perception, self-healing ability, and defense had all vanished. Only the spider web and venom spikes remained. The alloy donkey hooves had regressed to Tier 2, indicating he was now a Tier 2 beast, akin to his state upon first entering the Twilight Forest. He recalled a famous saying, "What is the most agonizing aspect of life? To exist without wealth. Of course, tomorrow may bring death alongside his lost riches." Damn it, Yunjie lamented, filled with regret. Had he not been greedy for the green seeds from the nightmarish beast, he might have already escaped the stone forest area, free to feast upon other beasts, all his skills intact. How splendid that would have been. Suddenly, within his chest, the infant monkey stirred. He could hear the heartbeat of the monkey gradually slowing. 2 hours later, a peculiar event transpired. The monkey's heartbeat abruptly ceased. Dead. Yunjie was astonished. At that moment, he received another message from his own body. His vitality gauge began to rise slowly. Though it was not comparable to when he possessed self-healing powers, it was indeed increasing. He could sense his body responding. Cells accelerated their growth, repairing the damaged body and replenishing lost energy. But it was more than that. Yunjie suddenly realized that since nightfall, his thoughts had become clearer, no longer shrouded in chaos, and he could feel his corporeal existence. With a gentle movement of his hooves, he was astonished to find a genuine response. I can move? Yunjie marveled. Had the mental assault set by the nightmarish beast faltered? The scarred-faced bear. A sudden memory struck Yunjie, and he looked up at the sky, shocked to discover that the moon now occupied the position the bear had indicated. In an instant, he grasped the bear's intent. He turned to scrutinize the sky. The moon was nearing the horizon, while the eastern sky blazed with dawn, heralding the sun's imminent rise, the moment of transition between night and day. As the moon descended and the sun ascended, his body experienced a release from some constraints. Was the scarred-faced bear signaling that this was the opportune moment to flee? Yunjie found it hard to believe. He had shattered the bear's eggs and seized its natural force fragments. Why would it assist him? How could it know that this was the time for escape? It had indeed ventured here before. Yunjie recalled the first encounter with the scarred-faced bear battling Guizhe. The bear's objective had been explicit, to claim the natural force fragments above Guizhe's head. In a flash, everything fell into place for him. Yet he remained perplexed as to why the bear would guide him. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for contemplation. While he could still move, he immediately began to scramble toward the bank. His hooves moved, but the sensation was peculiar. After a day of backlash, his strength was nearly depleted, and each movement demanded immense effort, as though he were burdened by a 1,000-pound weight. After struggling a few times, he made no progress and raised his hooves to inspect them. As his hooves lifted, Yunjie beheld the most terrifying sight of his life. His once gray hooves were now sprouting numerous roots, entangled in a mass of muck. Oh God, have I taken root in this place? Yunjie's brow furrowed deeply. At that moment, the moon hung at the edge of the earth, and the sun leaped above the horizon, casting golden rays upon the land. Above Yunjie, the green blossoms unfurled their petals, welcoming the dawn of a new day. As the petals and leaves bloomed, that buzzing sound, reminiscent of a highway rush, returned once more. Simultaneously, Yunjie sensed his control over his body gradually diminishing. First, his hooves lost coordination, akin to severed wires, followed by the loss of control over his tail spikes. And soon, his entire body. Time had elapsed. Yunjie inwardly lamented that it was too late. Thud, thud as the green blossoms unfurled and energy flowed. The heart of the monkey began to beat anew. Alloy donkey hooves extracted 2,000 vitality extraction at 1%, as the monkey stirred back to life. The backlash commenced once more. Yunjie regretted not grasping the scarred-faced bear's meaning sooner. Otherwise, he might have already escaped. The silhouette of the nightmarish beast appeared at the riverbank, glancing at Yunjie in the swamp, nodding slightly before staggering away. Chapter 103. Agony, another day dawned. Resembling the one before, as the verdant flowers incessantly absorbed energy from the sun, channeling it to the little monkey nestled within Yunjie's belly. Meanwhile, the roots siphoned vitality and evolution points from his body. By day's end, Yunjie's alloy hooves had regressed from the second tier back to the original first tier. His vitality had plummeted by 30 points, leaving him with a mere 19%. Exhaustion enveloped him more than the previous day, his entire being akin to a bungee jumper devoid of a tether. Plummeting with a whimper, unable to bounce back. The monkey within him seemed to have grown considerably, its heartbeat growing stronger, occasionally thrumming against his bones, a sensation akin to pregnancy. Torturous and unbearable. In the interminable wait, the anticipated moment finally arrived. The moon reached its zenith, and his body began to awaken. Struggling, he exerted every ounce of strength to move towards the shore. Yet, the roots beneath his hooves acted like elastic bands, relentlessly pulling him back. No matter how far he ran, after repeated attempts, his meager strength was utterly depleted as the sun rose once more. Alas, his body lost all sensation again, and Yunjie sorrowfully collapsed into the water. The cycle of purgatorial torment commenced anew, with his vitality dwindling to 9%. He could no longer lift his head, sprawled awkwardly in the muddy water. The extraction began. Yet this time it seemed to slow down. Only 2 points were drawn from his meager 9% of vitality over the entire day. Yunjie believed that should he push harder, death would be inevitable. But why the delay? Surely, it was because the little monkey had not yet matured, still needing his body as a cauldron for sustenance. As his vitality was nearly exhausted, the green flowers began to draw more energy from the outside, their roots extending deep into the mire. Suddenly, Yunjie experienced an unusual sensation of tendrils. It was a curious feeling. He could sense the contours of the terrain and the viscosity of the sludge beneath the sprawling roots, as if his limbs had elongated. He was uncertain of the phenomenon. Perhaps in death he would transform into flowers or moss, resting eternally here. Nightfall returned, and Yunjie held no hope. Even blinking felt laborious, let alone battling the encroaching roots. Resigning himself, he thought, let me die in peace. He surrendered, convinced of his impending demise. Another day emerged, after a day of backlash. His vitality plummeted from 7 to 2, nearly equivalent to death's doorstep. System protection activated. Yunjie was oblivious to the meaning of system protection. But it mattered little now. A night passed, and the sun ascended once more. Yunjie had prepared himself to embrace death, casting a final glance at the vibrant world before gently closing his eyes. After what felt like eternity, when he opened his eyes again, he was astonished to find he was still alive, his vitality lingering at 2%. Was it due to system protection? As the sun began its descent, Yunjie knew he would soon face the night again. Just then, the nightmarish beast appeared, wielding a stone axe, emerging from the lava pit, muddied and dripping. Yunjie sensed its intentions. In recent days, the little monkey's movements had grown increasingly vigorous, suggesting it was ready to survive independently. If he guessed correctly, the little monkey was about to be born, and the nightmarish beast had come to facilitate this. The creature approached Yunjie, its gaunt claws brushing against his donkey hide, a satisfied grin adorning its face. Then it flipped over, belly up, raising the stone axe. The axe glimmered ominously. Yunjie felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. And suddenly, a mass gushed forth. Gurgling sounds filled the air, and the nightmarish beast erupted with joy, bending down to retrieve the newborn monkey from the entrails, showering it with affectionate kisses. Yunjie beheld the little monkey, It had indeed survived. The beast, akin to a doting parent in its twilight years, leaped joyously in the water with the infant. After sufficient revelry, the nightmarish beast prepared to depart, but paused halfway to glance at Yunjie and the green flower atop his head. With a sinister grin, it reached out and plucked the flower from his crown. In that instant, it felt as though lightning had struck his entire being. As the green bloom was severed, Yunjie trembled, as though his very soul had been extracted. The roots within him recoiled, losing all vitality in a heartbeat. The nightmarish beast sniffed the green flower, grinning malevolently as it crushed it and sprinkled the remnants upon Yunjie's head, as if to say, "You may now perish." Nature's essence fragment increased by 1. The host may extract energy from inorganic matter. Extracting from inorganic matter? Wasn't he that merely sludge and water? Current natural essence fragments, 2100, extraction initiated. Then, Yunjie felt new buds sprouting from where the green flower had been removed, connecting him back to the roots, which regained their vigor and began transmitting energy once more. Vitality restored. 4%. Yunjie was astounded. The newly sprouted green flower was transferring all the absorbed energy to him. Not only that, with the influx of energy, he gradually regained control over his body, feeling the hooves and the enormous root system beneath him, even the entire swamp. The nightmarish beast, preparing to leave with the little monkey, sensed something amiss and turned back, scrutinizing Yunjie warily. Panic surged within him. He feared discovery. Without any healing capability, a single strike could spell doom. The nightmarish beast approached him, feeling the temperature of his body, its expression shifting dramatically upon spotting the tender sprout emerging from his forehead. Gurgling in fury, the nightmarish beast shrieked, its stone axe descending towards him. In an instinctive reaction, Yunjie ducked, and the swamp trembled as if the heavens were collapsing. The nightmarish beast shrank rapidly, while he grew exponentially. What was happening? Yunjie snapped out of his panic, looking down in astonishment to find his body had become colossal. His 4 donkey legs were as robust as small mountains, with a single hoof the size of a digger. More astonishingly, his enlarged form was composed entirely of the swamp sludge, intertwined with the myriad roots of the green flower. The realization struck him like a bolt. He had implanted a natural essence fragment, thereby birthing a swamp of his own. This swamp was uniquely his. He could feel the roots in the muck as if they were his own limbs. What a remarkable sensation. The nightmarish beast, oblivious to the fact that it had inadvertently nurtured a successor within Yunjie's body, was consumed by rage as it swung the axe down. Chapter 104. Possessing the body of the ghost marsh, the stone axe sliced through the murky water, striking at the fine, hair-like roots beneath. Yunjie winced in pain and instinctively kicked out. The massive hoof of the donkey lifted, sending the nightmare beast, as small as an ant, flying through the air. The nightmare beast could never have anticipated such a fate, hurtling through the air like a falling leaf, the monkey infant in its grip tumbling into the water below. Yunjie rose, consolidating all the muck from the swamp, mirroring the moment the ghost marsh emerged. The monkey infant plunged directly into the water, sputtering and gasping for air, its limbs flailing as it broke the surface, wailing loudly. Reacting on instinct, he lifted his foot to retrieve the little monkey, but at that moment, he heard the nightmare beast's ferocious roar. Looking up, he saw the nightmare beast's crimson eyes glaring at him from the shore, revealing its fangs as it screamed in madness. Although Yunjie could not comprehend its words, it was evident that the nightmare beast believed he intended to harm the little monkey and was attempting to intimidate him. How ridiculous! You think you can frighten me? Yunjie scowled, and with a swift motion, he pressed the little monkey back into the water. With a furious bellow, the nightmare beast charged forward. Yunjie was ready, delivering a powerful kick. With a whoosh, akin to a baseball being struck, the nightmare beast was sent flying backward. The exhilarating sensation was overwhelming. Watching the nightmare beast soar through the air, the frustrations of the past few days dissipated significantly. He lowered his gaze to the water's surface. Before long, the golden-furred monkey floated back up, surprisingly still alive. Its head had been flattened under Yunjie's hoof, resembling a deflated football. Yet in the next instant, its head rapidly restored itself. The little monkey's head reinflated as if pumped with air, and its first instinct was to cry. Such remarkable regenerative ability. Yunjie realized why the nightmare beast had coveted him. It was due to his 6th-level self-healing capability. It had grafted this regenerative power onto the little monkey using the green flower, along with sensory and defensive abilities. How infuriating. I fought tooth and nail to acquire this. He lowered his head, opening his mouth to retrieve the little monkey from the water. The only way to counter such extraordinary self-healing was to consume its head, halting the regenerative process. A roar erupted, The nightmare beast, panting heavily, returned, its face contorted with rage. Yunjie glared at the beast, his hatred unmistakable. Seemingly sensing Yunjie's fury, the nightmare beast hesitated. Then, to Yunjie's astonishment, it knelt before him. Yunjie was taken aback. What was it doing? Pleading for mercy? The nightmare beast whined pitifully, not pointing at the little monkey beneath Yunjie's foot, but crying out in despair, evoking a sense of sympathy even in Yunjie. This scene resembled that of an elderly father beseeching a tyrant to spare his son. With Yunjie cast in the role of the oppressor, had it truly come to this, Yunjie would have released the little monkey without hesitation. Yet the truth was starkly different. The nightmare beast had employed vile means to strip him of everything, merely to barter for this little creature's life. Was that fair? Unfair. Yunjie recalled the moment when the nightmare beast had showered him with flowers, its despicable gaze etched into his memory. With a decisive crunch, Yunjie bit down on the little monkey's head, swallowing it whole. Congratulations, you have gained 100 experience points, 1 point in defense, and 1 point in self-healing. Damn it, that was hardly a return on investment. On the shore, the nightmare beast howled in anguish, its appearance a portrait of misery. Yunjie laughed. A genuine and joyful laugh. Though uncertain of what lay ahead, the thrill of revenge was utterly intoxicating. With a roar, the nightmare beast, having exhausted its cries, lifted its head and emitted a roar that seemed alien to it. Yunjie was startled. The confrontation was about to escalate. The nightmare beast regained its composure, slowly descending from the shore, standing above the molten pit with its fingers slightly splayed. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The bluish-gray lava beneath it began to ripple like water, expanding in concentric circles around its feet, enveloping its entire form. In the blink of an eye, the nightmare beast transformed into a bluish-gray stone monkey. Yunjie shook his head inwardly. He had been careless. This nightmare beast could meld not only with the crystal-like substance but also with the bluish lava, truly terrifying. With a furious roar, the transformed nightmare beast leapt into the air, propelling itself toward Yunjie at great speed. Its target was clear, not Yunjie himself or his donkey-like form, but the green sprout atop his head. Yunjie understood the significance of the sprout and hastily raised his hoof to meet the impending assault. With a resounding thud, the hoof shattered, mud flying in every direction. The nightmare beast surged from the muck, its blood-red eyes ablaze. Yunjie was taken aback by the beast's swiftness. He had no time to defend himself. Closing his eyes, he crouched down. With a splat, the mud beneath him seemed to obey a command, collapsing in an instant. Yunjie plunged into the mire, narrowly evading the nightmare beast's strike. This is quite useful. Yunjie felt a surge of delight, beginning to appreciate the capabilities of his ghost marsh body. Rise, he willed, and myriad roots began to dance, the collapsing mud swirling and coalescing. Life force restored by 10%. With an indestructible body, Yunjie felt emboldened to face the nightmare beast in a fierce battle. He turned his massive form toward the snarling nightmare beast on the opposite shore, licking his lips as if savoring a delectable dish, beckoning with his hoof. The nightmare beast, having devoted its life to nurturing a progeny, was devastated to see it lost in an instant. Unable to bear the shock, it let out a hoarse scream and charged again. Achoo! Yunjie instantly unleashed a fiery net. Though its sensory and regenerative abilities were gone, his fiery net remained. Did you think I would engage you in a head-on confrontation? With a whoosh, the fiery net expanded, enveloping the advancing nightmare beast in a blaze of orange flames. For the petrified nightmare beast, the fire posed no threat. Its body now resembled lava, impervious to flame. Furthermore, its momentum was tremendous. The fiery net surged forward, dragging the nightmare beast along with it. Oh no, this is reckless, Yunjie thought, realizing the danger, and immediately crouched down. With a crash, his muddy body crumbled rapidly, and Yunjie fell toward the water's surface. The nightmare beast, resembling a monkey, was extraordinarily agile. Having learned from its previous encounter, it was prepared. As Yunjie descended, it performed a flip in midair, shredding the fiery net and tossing it aside before diving down. Yunjie hadn't anticipated the nightmare beast's aerial maneuverability. In an instant, it was perched atop his forehead, its claws grasping at the newly sprouted green seedling. Chapter 101 Backlash. The nightmarish beast raised the stone axe, and Yunjie, with a vacant gaze, watched as the axe descended upon his forehead again and again. Blood clouded his vision, yet he felt no pain. The sound of splintering bones echoed in his mind, as if emanating from an ancient world. It was so near, yet felt as though separated by countless universes. As the stone axe struck the ground, the nightmarish beast placed a green seed into Yunjie's cranial cavity. It extended its claws, closing the shattered skull, then stepped back, awaiting the natural healing process to commence. Healing powers surged within, reaching 59, 70. Completion achieved. The fractured skull mended, and Yunjie appeared dazed, as if that head were not his own. The nightmarish beast displayed a grotesque smile, bending low to grasp Yunjie's hoof, effortlessly pulling him toward the cave's exit. The cave's ceiling shimmered with glimmers of light, reminiscent of a film's transition. Flashes of light danced before Yunjie's eyes, ultimately fading into darkness. After a considerable time, the world illuminated again. The nightmarish beast led him outside the cave, directly to the largest marsh, where the twin flowers once thrived. Upon reaching the marsh, it pulled Yunjie into its depths, the mud gradually engulfing its diminutive figure, yet it continued undeterred. At the marsh's center, it climbed atop Yunjie, positioning his feet downward into the mire, then retreated to the side, observing quietly. Upon entering the marsh, Yunjie felt an immediate chill envelop him. Suddenly, the seed within his cranial cavity stirred. It began to take root. Thousands of needle-like tendrils pierced through his brain, the green seed breaking through its brown exterior, the root-like tendrils unfurling like umbrellas, encasing his mind. Though these roots appeared fragile and weak, their growth within his mind was akin to the force of thunder. Yunjie opened his mouth in agony, yet no sound escaped. Boom! Yunjie felt the world shatter around him, a bolt of lightning cleaving the sky, splitting the earth beneath him, while molten lava surged forth, consuming everything in its path. The tectonic plates trembled and fractured, pieces breaking away from the ground and soaring into the sky. All was but an illusion. The true action lay in the multitude of roots penetrating Yunjie's brain. Countless tendrils traversed his mind, advancing along his spinal cord. Upon reaching the area beneath his ribs, where the corpse of the monkey lay, the roots sprouted from the rib tips, enveloping the lifeless body and emanating a green glow. The healing process intervened, yet proved ineffective. The system faltered, extracting 1,000 experience points from the third-tier metal donkey hoof, 100 from the healing power. Reducing it to level 5, 400 experience points were siphoned, diminishing it to level 1. Healing power failed. Defense points were drained by 1,000. Then 2,000, causing a level drop, and then 10,000 experience points were extracted, rendering the defense ineffective. The third-tier metal donkey hoof was again drained of 10,000. Then 20,000 experience points. Without system alerts, Yunjie could already sense that the green seed was ravenously consuming his essence. As healing powers vanished, his body plummeted as if cast down a precipice, never to rebound. With the loss of defense, the donkey skin lost all protective capability, slackening and losing its luster. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his forehead as the seed began to sprout. Surely, one has witnessed the power of a seed. Human technology cannot entirely split a skull. Yet with the right warmth and soil, a seed can indeed cleave the sturdy cranium. Yunjie was in such a predicament, albeit with his head still alive. The sprouting seed pressed against the thin membrane beneath his forehead, gradually splitting it apart, the tip piercing through the membrane, forcing its way into the cranial fissures, applying pressure to split the bones of his head. The entire process felt interminable. Yunjie could sense the membrane cells being ruptured. A pain more agonizing than death surged in waves, relentlessly battering his consciousness. With a crack, the seed breached the cranial seams, a delicate sprout emerging. The tender shoot stretched toward the sunlight. Pale yellow leaves transformed into vibrant green through photosynthesis as a second layer of leaves unfurled. Layer upon layer, green leaves spiraled upward, revealing a delicate green bud amidst their embrace. Life essence was extracted, 1%, 2, 3. Yunjie felt an icy chill envelop him. As all his vital essence rushed toward that blooming flower, the blossom unfurled. An extraordinarily large green flower blossomed, distinct from those prior. This one was significantly grander, with a ring of blood-like droplets near its center. The nightmarish beast observed this spectacle with a satisfied grin, slowly turning away to walk from the marsh's heart to the bank of the gully, casting a final glance at the entire stone forest marsh. In a secluded corner of the stone forest marsh, the scarred-faced bear witnessed everything, its scarred visage twisting in terror. It glanced at the nightmarish beast, shock dawning as it realized the creature was staring back. The nightmarish beast extended a claw, pointing at its own face, offering a peculiar smile before staggering away. The scarred-faced bear touched the scars on its face, seemingly recalling painful memories, and with a shriek, fled in panic. A buzzing filled Yunjie's mind, as he could hear the myriad roots transmitting energy throughout his body. But where was this energy directed? The answer lay with the lifeless monkey nestled within his chest cavity. His healing powers had been entirely siphoned, seemingly transferred to the corpse of the monkey. He could feel the heart of the deceased primate begin to beat. Vitality diminished by 30%. Yunjie observed with dismay as his health bar steadily declined, and nearly all experience points on his attribute panel were depleted. It is consuming me. Yunjia's muddled mind began to clear. The extraction of healing power, the siphoning of his life essence, everything was for that dead monkey. He understood the nightmarish beast's intentions, but was he to simply resign himself to this fate? To resign, yet what recourse did he possess? Yunjia's soul trembled, seemingly accepting this outcome. The sun shone brightly, as the green flower channeled all energy to the lifeless monkey. No, it could no longer be called a lifeless monkey, for it had begun to live. As its life force restored, Yunjia's vitality plummeted. When his life essence dipped below 50%, wrinkles appeared on his skin, teeth fell out, and calcium drained from his bones, rendering him nearly incapable of maintaining his form while lying in the marsh. I am going to die, this time. It is truly the end. Within his chest, the monkey's limbs began to stir, as if eagerly anticipating escape. Night fell, and the buzzing sounds abruptly ceased. The green flower, deprived of sunlight, halted its energy supply. Simultaneously, Yunjia felt a sudden reduction in pain. Chapter 105. Utilizing the twin flower fragments, Yunjia was taken aback. Yet he found himself powerless to resist. The nightmarish beast tugged at the tender shoot, and it snapped instantly. What a sensation it was, akin to a balloon losing air, leaving a chilling void above his head, as all vitality and warmth were abruptly siphoned away. Within him, the roots beneath his hooves turned to ash in an instant, mud spreading outwards. Yunjia fell back into a perilous state, unable even to lift his head. Vitality diminished by 1%, now standing at 10%. Roar! The nightmarish beast discarded the tender shoot and unleashed a barrage of furious blows upon Yunjia's skull. Its body had become as solid as molten rock. With each punch, it shattered his cranium. After a dozen strikes, his head was utterly crushed, and had it not been for the protection of the roots, his brain would have spilled forth. The system activated protection. Currently, the available natural force fragments stood at 20 out of 100. Infuse, quickly. Twin flower infusion. Natural force fragment 2. Remaining, 18 out of 100. As the system chimed, 2 seedlings sprouted from Yunjia's forehead. Upon their emergence, the withered roots and mud instantly tightened, an overwhelming surge of energy flooding in. The new seedlings developed fresh roots, some merging with the existing ones, while others grew along the fissures of Yunjia's shattered skull. Wherever they reached, finer roots extended, piecing together the fragmented bones. In the blink of an eye, Yunjia's flattened head returned to its original form. No, not just the head. Countless roots appeared on his split abdomen, connecting the damaged areas like a web, pulling to mend the wounds. Feeling the surge of energy coursing through his body, Yunjia could not help but let out a low growl. As he focused his intent, the water churned, and a massive hand of mud erupted from beneath the surface, grabbing the enraged nightmarish beast and hurling it violently away. Whoosh! The nightmarish beast soared like a small stone, vanishing into the air. The sound of water splashed as a colossal head emerged from the depths, followed by a neck and shoulders as imposing as mountains. Yunjia paused, realizing it was another manifestation of the ghostly Jia. He was now wielding the natural force fragments of the twin flower element, thus generating this auxiliary form of ghostly Jia. Rise. With a mere thought, Yunjia propelled himself upward, still resembling a donkey. Vitality restored by 1%. 2. Having utilized 2 fragments of natural force, the roots absorbed energy at double the previous rate. Yunjia tested his control over the other ghostly Jia, and the sensation was wondrous. He felt as though there were 2 bodies, yet he distinctly sensed their shared soul. It could discern his commands and respond to his desires, far surpassing any weapon or defensive mechanism. Protect me. At this thought, the humanoid ghostly Jia immediately elevated its form, extending its arms. Yunjia felt a measure of relief, hiding his head beneath the protection of the humanoid ghostly Jia. In their struggle against the scarred bear for natural force fragments, he had learned the importance of preserving this flower. Safeguarding it meant preserving his own life. Screech! A piercing shriek echoed from afar, as the nightmarish beast glided through the obsidian stone forest like a wraith, darting from peak to peak. Yunjia shivered at the sight. The nightmarish beast returned in a peculiar manner, akin to a droplet of lava gliding silently from one stone pillar to another, its movement almost resembling slow motion, though it was indeed swift enough to leave a blur. At the nearest pillar, the silhouette of the nightmarish beast flickered momentarily. Yunjia awaited its charge, commanding the humanoid ghostly Jia to attack. However, to his utter shock, the instant he spotted the nightmarish beast, the head of the humanoid ghostly Jia exploded with a thunderous crack, and in an instant, the beast's ashen figure darted past. So fast, Yunjia gasped, instinctively retracting his head. Like a shooting star, The nightmarish beast soared across, landing on the opposite shore, rising with anger blazing in its eyes. Yunjia's heart raced. He swiftly commanded the humanoid Ghostlesia to shield him. Without any cumbersome body movements, the humanoid Ghostlesia collapsed into the water and, in a mere heartbeat, resurfaced in front of Yunjia, completing the maneuver in less than a second faster than he could move himself. Grr, the nightmarish beast growled. Now aware of Yunjia's intentions, its limbs striding along the shore in search of the optimal angle for attack. Yet Yunjia would not allow it. He pressed himself against the Ghostlesia, refusing to reveal himself. The nightmarish beast turned halfway, suddenly standing tall, a mocking smirk playing at its lips. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it charged straight for the chest of the Ghostlesia. Without Yunjia's command, the Ghostlesia acted. A fist of mud crashed toward the nightmarish beast. Which possesses greater impact, liquid or stone? The answer is undoubtedly stone. The nightmarish beast, now petrified, surged forth like a bullet, piercing through the Ghostlesia's fist, creating a vortex of force that obliterated its arm, crashing directly into its chest. The back of the Ghostlesia's chest was Yunjia's head. Yunjia felt a chill above his head and thought, this is bad. Whoosh, like a meteor streaking by. Yunjia turned to the opposite shore, where the nightmarish beast had landed, slowly turning around, its gaunt palms spread open, revealing a shattered leaf. Oh no! The nightmarish beast gently blew on the leaf, sending it fluttering away, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across its face. The scene mirrored Bruce Lee plucking the chest hair from a strongman. Yunjia shuddered. The nightmarish beast was unmistakably demonstrating that even the Ghostlesia could not protect him. What to do? The nightmarish beast, as solid as rock, was nearly invincible, unless subjected to extreme heat to melt it or frigid conditions to shatter it completely. Annihilation seemed impossible. The intangible body of the Ghostlesia was helpless against it. The nightmarish beast lowered its head slowly, its back resembling a bow drawn taut. It grinned ominously, as if to say, your life is mine. With no alternative, Yunjia had to rely on the Ghostlesia for protection, even if it seemed futile. What other options did he have? Grr. The nightmarish beast emitted a series of strange sounds, sending shivers down Yunjia's spine. It circled the shore, having pinpointed Yunjia's position, and then lunged forward with a swift motion. This time, Yunjia hesitated not, with a mental command. He and the Ghostlesia transformed into mud, collapsing into the marsh. Yunjia believed his speed was sufficient, yet the nightmarish beast was swifter. It darted past the humanoid Ghostlesia and snatched another leaf. The nightmarish beast landed and discarded the leaf in its grasp. At that moment, its eyes no longer brimmed with murderous intent. Instead, they gleamed with the delight of a predator toying with its prey. Chapter 107. Assimilation. The collapse of the venomous ghost marsh occurred with alarming speed. The black cocoon was about to touch the surface of the swamp, leaving no time for contemplation. Yunjia leaped out of the mire, his mouth seizing the silken thread above the cocoon. Damn it, I will not grant you any chance to escape. Suddenly, an unexpected scene unfolded. The cocoon began to dissolve. Claws of the nightmarish beast emerged from within. Yunjia realized the gravity of the situation. His focus had solely been on the ghost marsh, neglecting that it was controlled by shards of natural force. Once the shards entered a dormant state, the sludge would also fall out of control. Without hesitation, he kicked the nightmarish beast away with great force and quickly dove back into the muck. Thud, thud. Yunjia's heart raced. Submerged in the sludge, he could see nothing and hear nothing, devoid of sensory perception, rendering him as blind as a bat. At that moment, anxiety enveloped him, as if the nightmarish beast had already entered the swamp, looming nearby, its claws poised to strike. A system prompt alerted him that the shards of natural force were about to vanish. Yunjia paused, then comprehended that the seedling above him needed air. Prolonged submersion would suffocate it. Gathering his courage, he slowly lifted his head, peering towards the direction where the nightmarish beast had been kicked away. To his astonishment, he spotted the creature. Its ashen hue was fading, revealing its true form, a frail, white-furred old monkey. What on earth is happening? Could it be that the nightmarish beast shares similar attributes with the shards of natural force? Yunjia pondered. The nightmarish beast on shore slowly rose, appearing exceptionally weary. It glanced back at the swamp, fury igniting once more in its eyes. However, it did not descend to attack Yunjia. Instead, it turned away and limped into the lava cave. Has it retreated? Yunjia blinked, seemingly grasping the full meaning behind Scarface Bear's gestures. As the moon reached its final third in the sky, the shards of natural force entered a dormant phase, and the capabilities of the nightmarish beast would likewise begin to wane. Thus, The sole opportunity to vanquish the nightmarish beast might be now. Vanquish the nightmarish beast? A stirring arose within Yunjie, yet he shook his head. The nightmarish beast had become an insurmountable mountain in his heart. He deemed its defeat improbable. An hour later, the moon completely vanished from the sky, and the sun began to rise, casting golden rays upon the stone forest. Upon receiving sunlight, the seedling above Yunjie unfurled its branches and leaves, growing rapidly. One by one, tender green leaves spiraled protectively around a pale green bud that emerged at the center. As the sun ascended high, the bud blossomed, its green petals unfurling in the gentle breeze, waves of energy surging into Yunjie's being. Vitality accelerated, recovering 17. 18. Yunjie exhaled in relief. Although the pace was slower than his self-healing, it was still faster than his body's natural restoration. The cells within him surged, a sensation akin to countless ants gnawing at him, bringing immense comfort. 19. 20. As his vitality steadily increased, Yunjie began contemplating how to escape from this place. Just then, a sound of splashing water echoed. From the dark lava cave, the nightmarish beast emerged once more, still bearing its frail appearance. With the transformative power of the ghost marsh, Yunjie's fear of the nightmarish beast diminished slightly. Upon seeing it approach, he froze momentarily, thinking, "Are you here to meet your end? Haven't you had enough of last night's cocoon?" The nightmarish beast bore a dull expression, glancing at Yunjie before slowly submerging into the water. "Then let us fight." With a thought, Yunjie's massive form tumbled over. Simultaneously, another ghost marsh emerged from below, this time taking the form of venom. "Old chap, it's your turn to transform." Yunjie commanded the venomous ghost marsh to extend its palm towards the nightmarish beast. The nightmarish beast's gaze dulled, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of its mouth. "Dare to mock me? Attack." The venomous ghost marsh promptly released a torrent of muddy silk threads, which swiftly ensnared the nightmarish beast. This time, it did not evade or struggle, allowing itself to be enveloped in layers of sludge. Yunjie commanded the venomous ghost marsh to lift the nightmarish beast closer, gazing at it with a cold smirk, thinking, "This creature dares to engage in battle without transforming. Has it lost its mind?" The nightmarish beast also wore a sardonic smile, extending a finger to point at the sludge. The encircling muck trembled with rippling water patterns, undulating outward. Yunjie was all too familiar with this scene. Every time the nightmarish beast transformed, the sludge came alive, detaching from the control of the venomous ghost marsh. It entwined around the nightmarish beast's limbs like black worms, rapidly spreading. "My God, it can assimilate the sludge too." Yunjie gasped in astonishment, commanding the venomous ghost marsh to immediately fling the nightmarish beast away. The venomous ghost marsh acted swiftly, but it seemed too late. As the threads whipped, droplets of mud splattered, and the nightmarish beast vanished. Has it escaped? Yunjie anxiously scanned his surroundings. A black lump emerged from the water, swiftly ascending towards Yunjie's hooves like a droplet defying gravity. Yunjie sensed the impending danger and immediately disassembled his massive form, plunging back into the muck. Splash! The water erupted, and the sludge-like nightmarish beast leapt from below, its fingertips shimmering with cold light. "Stay back!" Yunjie urgently commanded the venomous ghost marsh to block the nightmarish beast. With a thunderous roar, the colossal venomous ghost marsh surged from the depths. Yet, the situation unfolded differently than Yunjie had envisioned. The nightmarish beast had fused with the sludge, effortlessly passing through the body of the venomous ghost marsh, devoid of any explosive sound or harm, just as it had traversed through the peaks before. "This is disastrous." Yunjie retreated in terror as the water beneath him churned. The nightmarish beast grinned menacingly before plunging into the swamp, disappearing from sight. Where has it gone? Suddenly, he felt a drop of foreign muck rising beneath him. He instantly recognized it was the nightmarish beast. He wanted to escape, but found himself utterly helpless. Splash! The nightmarish beast emerged from the water, soaring up and seizing Yunjie by the neck. Overwhelmed with fear, Yunjie lifted his legs, attempting to dislodge the creature, only to realize he lacked the joint flexibility to reach his own neck. The nightmarish beast climbed steadily, reaching Yunjie's jaw, then circling around to the back of his head, grasping the tuft of hair atop his head. At that moment, it was but a claw's length away from the many-petaled flower blooming above Yunjie. "Get it away!" Yunjie screamed. The venomous ghost marsh collapsed beneath the surface of the swamp, swiftly coalescing behind Yunjie, extending its massive hand to grasp the nightmarish beast. As it reached out, even the venomous ghost marsh was taken aback. The nightmarish beast, being composed of sludge, passed through its fingers as if it were nothing. The eroded lava mountain formed a glass-like substance reminiscent of melted quartz. Although its surface was uneven, akin to frozen rivers, it was remarkably smooth. At that moment, the mountain seemed to come alive, the incredibly hard lava body flowing, adhering to the nightmarish beast, transforming it into a glass-like form. Ding! Simultaneously, a red alert blared in his perception, a dire warning. On the perception map, the mountain-shaped marker abruptly vanished, replaced by a bluish-gray light point. The marker had been activated. In that instant, Yuanjie grasped that the stone marker did not indicate the mountain itself, but rather the nightmarish beast before him. This is bad. Yuanjie felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, one he had never experienced even in the face of the fifth-tier Scarface bear. The lava glass substance enveloped the nightmarish beast entirely, transforming every strand of its fur, every joint, and even its very eyes into molten glass. It released its grip on the mountain and stepped cautiously towards Yuanjie. Hey, brother monkey, nightmare beast deity, we can discuss matters. Yuanjie was consumed by extreme fear, retreating step by step until his tail brushed against the roots of a tree. Guga, the nightmare beast, already frail and decrepit, was suddenly invigorated by the glass-like essence, resembling a formidable armored warrior. It straightened its back and bared its teeth in a menacing snarl, its tiny claws reaching out. What do you want? Yuanjie stammered, glancing nervously at the nightmare beast. The creature beckoned with its finger. Blinking in confusion, Yuanjie lifted his hoof hesitantly. Guga, expecting a handshake, he was taken aback when the nightmare beast, in a furious rage, seized his hoof and forcefully slammed it down. What was that sensation? He barely felt pain. The speed of the attack was such that he didn't even notice when his hoof, along with the bone, was torn away. Healing energy began to intervene. The nightmare beast lifted one of Yuanjie's hooves, scrutinizing it, then beckoned again. Yuanjie gasped in shock, glancing at his bleeding, severed leg, instinctively shrinking back. Guga, the nightmare beast bellowed. What did it want? He had nothing to offer, not even his head. Terrified, Yuanjie tentatively placed his head in the clutches of the nightmare beast. In an instant, the creature's simian face twisted into a grotesque grimace, and its other paw came crashing down. Oh no! Yuanjie reacted swiftly, retracting his neck just in time. A resounding thud echoed as the nightmare beast's paws collided, creating a deafening impact. It wants my life. Yuanjie shielded his head with his body. The ferocious nightmare beast suddenly paused, noticing that the hoof it had grasped was slowly regenerating. Guga! It screeched, beckoning once more. This time, it sought not Yuanjie's head, but rather the regrowing hoof. However, Yuanjie, now a frightened bird, could no longer analyze the situation. Seeing the nightmare beast beckon again, his instinct for survival kicked in, and he propelled himself upward, leaping over the creature's head, and swiftly escaped the bizarre hollow. The nightmare beast did not pursue. Instead, it gazed indifferently at Yuanjie's retreating form, extending its finger towards the glassy mountain wall and gently beckoning. To his astonishment, the rock, harder than iron, rippled like mud in a swamp. Then, it leaped towards the wall, merging its entire being with the mountain's essence. Yuanjie felt a wave of relief for having evaded the nightmare beast's pursuit. After sprinting several hundred meters through the lava cave and switching between multiple exits, he believed he had finally shaken off the creature. He paused, glancing back, and indeed, the nightmare beast had not followed. Relieved, he stood still, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a claw emerged from the mountainside, seizing his hoof. Yuanjie was taken aback and leaped instinctively. Yet his hoof felt as if it were stuck in the mountain itself, immobilized. Looking down, he was horrified to find the nightmare beast's claw grasping his rear hoof from within the mountain. God, how is it in the rock? Panic surged through him as he struggled futilely against the claw, which matched the hardness of the stone. Raising his other hoof, he kicked fiercely at the nightmare beast's claw. Clang! Sparks flew, but the glassy claw remained unscathed, leaving no mark, while the edge of Yuanjie's hoof began to crack and splinter. I'll fight back. Yuanjie turned and bit down hard on his own ankle. The hoof fell away, granting him freedom, and he immediately hopped towards the exit. With a 6th-level healing ability, he feared not the loss of his hoof, merely the pain and brutality of it. He sprinted for hundreds of meters, glancing back to see that the nightmare beast had still not caught up. He opened his senses, checking the map for any sign of the creature, but it was absent. Had he truly evaded it? Doubt crept in as he remembered the claw that had emerged from the mountain. Slowly, he turned to look at the shimmering rock. The nightmare beast's ferocious expression was etched within the stone, resembling a mural. Guga! It howled, baring its teeth. Oh my god! Yuanjie disregarded the fact that his hoof had yet to regenerate and bolted away. The nightmare beast immediately pursued, racing through the mountain. Its speed surpassed Yuanjie's by more than double, moving through the stone with the grace of a fish in water, fluid and unhindered. Yunjie was bewildered. Nothing in this world could traverse solid matter like that. How was the nightmare beast achieving this? A monkey-like head trailed closely behind him, and the sensation of the mountain's undulating surface was more terrifying than death itself. Scanning his surroundings, he concluded that his only chance to escape the nightmare beast lay in exiting the cave. Once outside, devoid of the mountain's glassy essence, he believed the creature would find no leverage. He dashed towards the exit. After nearly a month of living in the lava cave, he had grown quite familiar with its layout, descending mint entering, while ascending mint exiting. Spotting an upward sloping passage, he dove in. The light of the exit was already visible. Yunjie limped up the incline, but the nightmare beast vanished in an instant. Bursting out of the cave and into the sunlight, Yunjie felt a wave of salvation wash over him. He glanced back at the dark lava cave, where shadows seemed to linger, echoing the urgency he had just experienced. Phew, he sighed, finally comprehending the fear that the scarred bear had expressed. Suddenly, the ground beneath him cracked, and the nightmare beast's claw erupted from the fissure, seizing his rear hoof. Chapter 109, Super Assimilation. Gazing upon the nightmarish beast's visage, Yunjie could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Why forsake its natural form as a monkey to become this grotesque creature? Moreover, he was currently at an advantage, 2 against 1. Defeating it would be a mere formality. The nightmarish beast exhibited a peculiar grin, placing its muddy foot upon the mouth of the lava cave, slowly directing its gaze towards Yunjie. Yunjie widened his eyes, an ominous premonition crashing into his mind. As if encased in ice, the nightmarish beast's foot made contact with the lava's surface, transforming into a hue identical to that of the translucent glass-like substance, pale green. It utilized the vastness of its ghastly form to initiate a super assimilation. Cursed creature. Yunjie was utterly astonished. A corporeal manifestation of the ghastly essence, equal to his height, was akin to a mobile mountain. Who could possibly contend with a mountain? In the blink of an eye, the ghastly essence controlled by the nightmarish beast completed its assimilation, morphing into an immensely oversized glass-like entity. It regarded Yunjie with a chilling smile. Run. Yunjie immediately pivoted, but to where could he flee? Exiting the swamp was not an option. Toxic ghastly essence, attack. Yunjie commanded. The toxic ghastly essence extended its palms, launching strands of silk upward. To the gargantuan nightmarish beast, impervious in its glass-like form, these threads were inconsequential. It swayed its massive body, swiftly closing the gap. Yunjie retreated several steps, casting a glance back at the nightmarish beast, and noticed the green flower atop its head. A spark of inspiration igniting within him, he ordered the toxic, ghastly essence to shoot at the flower. If that flower fell, the nightmarish beast would be rendered powerless, regardless of its strength. Upon receiving the command, the toxic, ghastly essence acted promptly, the silk accurately striking the flower atop the nightmarish beast's head. Alas, the flower had already petrified, proving immovable. Roar! The nightmarish beast bellowed, bending down to grasp the toxic, ghastly essence and violently hurling it into the swamp. Boom! Mud erupted into the air, and the toxic, ghastly essence collapsed instantly. Get up! With a splash, as the essence fell, it quickly reformed. The nightmarish beast smirked coldly, raising a colossal claw to crush the toxic, ghastly essence's head. Go, topple it! Yunjie commanded without hesitation. The headless toxic, ghastly essence lunged forward, grasping the nightmarish beast in an attempt to lift it. Yet, the nightmarish beast remained unperturbed, allowing the essence to hoist its body. In terms of equal mass, the intangible was at a disadvantage. Despite exhausting all its strength, even the mud of its legs contorted, it could not lift the nightmarish beast. With a derisive chuckle, the nightmarish beast extended a claw downward, severing the toxic, ghastly essence's arm. A large column of mud cascading into the water. Too powerful. Yunjie trembled at the sight, as if he were the one being cleaved. After severing one arm, the nightmarish beast lifted its other arm, cutting off the last remaining limb. Then, it clasped its hands together, lifting the toxic, ghastly essence's body and tossing it ashore. With hands spanning 5 to 6 meters, it continued to remove the essence, and within minutes, all the mud had vacated, leaving the toxic, ghastly essence non-existent. Without its mud, it was nothing more than a puddle, devoid of any offensive capability. God, intervene! Yunjie retreated anxiously, unable to fathom that the nightmarish beast had annihilated the toxic, ghastly essence in such a manner. The nightmarish beast commanded the ghastly essence to advance. It is the end. Yunjie attempted to maneuver the essence's hooves towards the bank. Strangely, once removed from the swamp, the essence's body would rapidly collapse, rendering escape impossible. Gruh! The nightmarish beast surged forward, striking beneath Yunjia's donkey leg. Mud splattered as he lost footing, plunging into the mire. Before he could reform his body, the nightmarish beast's massive hand descended, seizing him and violently shaking him. The mud was intangible and fluid. Under the powerful centrifugal force, the mud from his legs was flung away, revealing delicate roots. As the muck was expelled, the nightmarish beast lifted him high, grasping a root beneath one of his hooves, and yanked with ferocity. The roots were interconnected with his body. The nightmarish beast's tug caused blood to spurt from Yunjia's hooves, eliciting an involuntary scream. The beast's eyes glimmered with a vengeful delight, clutching another root and tearing it asunder. "Grant me a swift end." Yunjia was in such agony that he could not utter a sound. One by one, the nightmarish beast removed all the roots from his hooves. The flower atop his head withered instantly upon losing its roots. Life force stagnation detected. Recommend increasing natural elemental fragments. Increasing is futile now. After plucking the roots from Yunjia's hooves, the nightmarish beast found immense solace in its vengeance. It had no intention of killing Yunjia so easily. That would be too merciful. It lifted Yunjia's tail and gently tugged. With a snap, the tail severed. Yunjia realized the gravity of the situation. He currently lacked self-healing abilities, and losing his tail equated to forfeiting his secondary venomous stinger. But what could he do? It seemed certain that the next action would involve tearing off his donkey leg. And indeed, the nightmarish beast grinned at the sight of blood gushing from Yunjia's severed tail. In a moment of clarity, Yunjia abruptly lifted his head, tensing his entire body before letting it droop downwards. The nightmarish beast ceased its laughter, shaking Yunjia's body, and upon discovering his limbs were limp, its eyes widened in astonishment. Had he truly succumbed? The beast, unwilling to accept this, vigorously shook Yunjia, even biting him in its frustration. Enduring the pain, Yunjia remained motionless. This was his sole opportunity for survival. After a prolonged period of gnashing, the nightmarish beast finally believed that Yunjia was genuinely lifeless. However, its rage remained unquenched, a suffocating sensation in its chest. With a furious roar, it hurled Yunjia into the water. Saved. Utilizing the momentum, Yunjia dove downwards, vanishing into the inky depths of the mire. The nightmarish beast remained oblivious, consumed by its own fury. After a series of heart-wrenching roars, it felt insufficiently satisfied. It yearned to crush Yunjia's corpse, a tribute to its hard-won progeny. It bent low, extending its massive hand to probe the area where Yunjia had fallen, relentlessly searching. Could it reach him? No, it could not. Holding its breath, Yunjia swiftly maneuvered along the swamp's bottom towards the lava cave's entrance. One claw missed, then another, both swiping through empty air. The nightmarish beast's expression shifted from rage to madness as its colossal claws flailed, sending water from the swamp skyward. Yunjia cautiously emerged, taking a deep breath as he observed the nightmarish beast's back, then glanced at the towering edge of the lava gorge. He decisively opted to enter the lava cave. The bank was too high to scale in an instant. If the nightmarish beast detected him, his demise would be inevitable. Chapter 106. Venomous nightmare floating on the water's surface. Yunjia felt utterly powerless as the diminutive figure of the nightmare beast loomed before him. Akin to a devil seeking his soul, he found himself devoid of any means to conquer it, sensing instead that he was merely a plaything in the creature's grasp. The nightmare beast lowered its head, aligning itself with Yunjia in the water, revealing a sinister grin. Alarmed, he immediately submerged. In the instant he plunged into the depths, he glimpsed the claws of the nightmare beast slicing through the water's surface. Fortunately, Yunjia emerged on the opposite shore just in time, only to see the nightmare beast, claws at the ready, wearing a mocking expression. Cursing under his breath, he suddenly noticed the water surface parting as if cleaved. Yet the nightmare beast remained still. He swiftly realized the danger and dove back beneath the surface. The water split apart like ice under a blade, remaining separated for an unsettling duration. The speed of the nightmare beast intensified with each encounter. Yunjia could feel its claws poised at his forehead, ready to deal a fatal blow at the slightest pressure. As he surfaced once more, his regenerative abilities utterly depleted. He knew he could not linger in the water for long without succumbing to suffocation. Gasping for breath, he gazed at the increasingly relaxed nightmare beast, feeling as though a mountain of pressure bore down upon him. Suddenly, a memory struck him. During the assault by the ghostly marsh, the brown bear, a creature of brute strength, had been incapacitated by the intangible muck that drained its power and ensnared it within the swamp. What of the nightmare beast? Its body was petrified and possessed considerable strength. If he could ensnare it within isolated muck, would it not lose its potency? With this revelation, a spark ignited in Yunjia's mind. In this world, Only softness could conquer hardness. Yet how to capture the nightmare beast was another dilemma. Its impact was formidable, capable of easily piercing through the body of the ghostly marsh. How could he manage to confine it within the muck? It seemed there was no feasible method. Suddenly, the nightmare beast launched an attack from the shore, cleaving the water's surface with a strike aimed directly at him. Instinctively, Yunjie attempted to scoop up a hefty chunk of muck to hurl at it. Just as he did, a shadowy figure emerged, having already taken action. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the ghostly marsh executed a massive scoop of muck and flung it toward the nightmare beast. Caught off guard, the nightmare beast collided with the muck, veering off course and crashing against the embankment on the opposite shore. An epiphany struck Yunjie. He had found his solution. He swayed his body, intertwining roots with the muck, sending splashes of water soaring upwards. The nightmare beast screeched, clearly struck in its eyes by the muck, which had disrupted its attack trajectory. Now it was time for retaliation. Ghostly marsh, dig up the muck and smother this wretched creature, he commanded, complying. The ghostly marsh plunged its massive hand into the swamp, lifting heaps of sludge to hurl at the nightmare beast on the shore. Thud, thud, thud. The ghostly marsh's hand, spanning several meters, dropped the muck with resounding force upon the opposite shore. The nightmare beast, still reeling from the previous strike, was soon overwhelmed by another mound of muck, completely burying it. Furious, the nightmare beast erupted from the sludge, ready to retaliate, only to be met by yet another barrage of muck, which sent it back into the mire. Yunjie reveled in the spectacle. If only he had a whip made of muck, he would relish in punishing this insufferable creature. Suddenly, the muck in the ghostly marsh's hand morphed into a whip of mud. Astounded, Yunjie marveled at the versatility of the ghostly marsh, capable of transforming into anything. With a resounding crack, the mud whip lashed out at the nightmare beast, which had just emerged from the muck, leaving it disoriented and struggling to regain its footing. Inspiration struck Yunjie. The venom was the closest replica of the ghostly marsh, capable of morphing into any form and emitting webs. Transform, he commanded. The muck swirled around the ghostly marsh, coalescing into shiny black lumps that melded into a fearsome maw, resulting in a creature identical to venom. Huh, take that, you pretentious beast. Eliminate this wretched monkey, he cried as the venomous ghostly marsh launched its assault. Drawing from Yunjie's essence and cinematic knowledge, it executed the abilities of venom flawlessly without requiring any training. 2 strands of muck, shaped like webs, shot forth from the venomous ghostly marsh, swiftly ensnaring the disoriented nightmare beast and encasing it within a black cocoon. Pull, Yunjie commanded, and with a wave of his hand, the cocoon sped through the air toward him. In comparison to the colossal form of the ghostly marsh, the cocoon containing the nightmare beast resembled a mere pendant on a necklace. It thrashed violently within its confines, attempting futilely to escape the sticky embrace of the muck. Understanding the nature of monkeys well, Yunjie anticipated that the nightmare beast would soon exhaust itself. After a brief struggle, it began to weaken, its frantic movements gradually subsiding into stillness. As dawn broke, the nightmare beast had completely surrendered. Yunjie looked down at the cocoon, taunting, "Where's your prowess now? Whereunto you the mighty one? Come on, kill me if you can, you coward." Just as he prepared to continue taunting the nightmare beast, the system's voice interrupted. Life force restored by 13%. Natural elemental fragments are about to enter a dormant phase. Yunjie felt the energy transmission through his roots cease, as the immense form of the ghostly marsh began to collapse into a puddle of muck, sinking slowly into the swamp. Panic surged through him. If the cocoon dissolved into the muck, the nightmare beast would surely escape. He glanced up at the sky. The moon hung at a third phase, nearing the horizon. A sudden realization dawned upon him. The critical moment had arrived. What to do? Chapter 108. Utilizing the second twin bloom fragment, the venomous mire ghoul was taken aback. Staring at its own palm, the nightmare beast turned its head, revealing a sinister grin. Grasp it again. You must dislodge it, Yunjie urged. The venomous mire ghoul immediately sprang into action, employing every tactic imaginable, biting, picking, flicking, like a primate grooming its young. Yet, nothing availed. The mire seemed to offer no impediment or resistance. The nightmare beast remained perched above Yunjie. Yunjie could tarry no longer. He plunged headfirst into the mire, hoping to thwart the nightmare beast from tearing away his twin bloom. To no avail. The nightmare beast followed him into the sludge, seizing the bloom atop his head and wrenching it off with force. The venomous mire ghoul collapsed with a resounding thud. The restoration of vitality ceased. Yunjie felt a chill on his forehead, and his body slumped, sinking into the mire. Available natural essence fragments. 18,100. Yunjie dared not inject any more, for the nightmare beast had not yet departed. To inject again would only result in the bloom being snatched away before it could even sprout. With a splash, The nightmare beast, having stolen the twin bloom, seized Yunjie's donkey-like hair and hauled him out of the water. Tui. Yunjie spat out a mouthful of filthy water, glaring at the grotesque nightmare beast. The nightmare beast raised its claw, forming a fist, and brought it down with savage force. Yunjie's heart sank. This is it, he thought. Thud. Muddy water splattered. Yunjie felt a sharp pain on his forehead, then opened his eyes, momentarily stunned. He couldn't help but chuckle. The nightmare beast possessed formidable assimilation abilities, true, but it had overlooked its own size. The monkey-sized creature, now in a mire state, possessed negligible striking power. Of course, if it were in a petrified state, that would be a different matter entirely. Fear morphed into elation in an instant. He berated himself for his timidity. Had he known this, he would have kicked the wretched thing away. The nightmare beast was equally taken aback, realizing its present condition. Then, it caught sight of Yunjie's cavernous nostrils. Gawa! The nightmare beast shrieked in fury as Yunjie bared his donkey maw. Take that, you fiend. Yunjie clamped his jaws down, crushing the nightmare beast's head. Splash! The nightmare beast's head shattered, and Yunjie's mouth filled with mire, bitter and foul. The shattered nightmare beast plunged back into the swamp, fleeing beneath the sludge towards the shore. Emerging from the water's edge, it turned to glare at Yunjie. The mire cascading down its body, revealing matted fur. Humph! Yunjie injected the second twin bloom. A tender bud emerged, rapidly sprouting and growing. Soon, the second twin bloom took shape, channeling energy to invigorate his entire being. He, too, glared at the nightmare beast, pointing at the bloom on his forehead with a donkey hoof, baring his teeth in defiance. Ooh! Ga! Ga! The nightmare beast's throat emitted a rhythmic roar. It glared daggers at Yunjie, then reluctantly retreated back into the lava cave. Come back any time, Yunjie sneered. He turned away, inwardly chastising himself for his timidity, having wasted a twin bloom. Now, only one remained. Vitality restoration, 21. 22. Vitality gradually returned. Yunjie sighed in relief. At this rate, he would be fully restored in 3 or 4 days. However, he had nothing left. A wave of melancholy washed over him. He could only console himself with an old adage, as long as you're alive, you can always earn it back. As for the nightmare beast, he no longer worried about it. The creature had assimilated stone and mire, and he had defeated it both times. What else could it assimilate? Organic matter was surely beyond its capabilities, and the inorganic materials were limited. Assimilate wood? That would be even less effective than assimilating stone. But, come to think of it, the assimilation skill was truly remarkable. Yunjie's throat emitted a low rumble, a protest from his stomach. He hadn't eaten in 2 days. The pangs of hunger surged through him. He felt that if the nightmare beast were to appear now, even in a petrified state, he would be tempted to nibble on it. Of course, that's all he could do, nibble. The assimilated nightmare beast was virtually indestructible, except, perhaps, during the transition from lunar setting to solar rising. Lunar setting to solar rising. I could slay it then. Yunjie suddenly understood, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. Slay the nightmare beast and seize its assimilation ability. Time trickled by, 1 second at a time. A day later, Yunjie's vitality had reached 31, but the nightmare beast had not reappeared. It seemed to have been cowed into hiding. Another day passed, and the nightmare beast remained absent. Yunjie's vitality had reached 50, and he could safely say his life was no longer in danger. He lay quietly in the swamp, basking in the energy of the sunlight, contemplating how to eliminate the nightmare beast during that crucial window of opportunity. He failed to notice a twin bloom drifting into the swamp near the lava cave entrance. It nestled quietly beneath the cover of moss, rapidly unfurling its branches and leaves, blossoming into a verdant flower. Yunjie, enjoying his sunbath, felt an unsettling sensation. The mire beneath his hooves seemed to be flowing gently. He focused his senses. Indeed, it was flowing towards his back. He couldn't help but wonder. He controlled all the mire in this swamp without his command. The mire shouldn't be able to move on its own. He rose and turned to face the source. A patch of moss swayed with the ripples of the water, but nothing seemed amiss. The mire was accelerating. Yunjie sensed an imminent danger. He immediately rose to his feet, and the mire churned as the mire ghoul body rose. All around was eerily quiet. Nothing seemed to be happening, yet it felt as if a blade was already pressed against his throat. He followed the flow of the mire, and after several dozen paces, he discovered the verdant flower in the water. How can there be a verdant flower here? Logically, he should be the only natural essence fragment here. The verdant flower stirred, and beneath it slowly emerged a head with gold and white mottled fur. It was the nightmare beast. Yunjie was aghast. The nightmare beast slowly rose. On its head was the wound from the stone axe, and the verdant flower's roots had penetrated its brain and its body. Madman! Yunjie recoiled several steps. He now understood what the nightmare beast had done. It had cleaved open its own skull and inserted the verdant seed into its brain. It would commit such a gruesome act simply to slay him. What a terrifying creature. The nightmare beast rose to its feet, its eyes blackened, matching the color of the mire. It grinned, a sight of horror and wickedness. Madman, do you think becoming like this will allow you to kill me? I still have the venomous mire ghoul. With a thought, Yunjie summoned the venomous mire ghoul from the mire. This time, however, it was markedly different from previous instances. The venomous mire ghoul was now half its former size. No doubt, the nightmare beast had commandeered most of the mire. With a splash, the nightmare beast emerged from the mire. As expected, it, too, possessed a mire ghoul body beneath it. Chapter 110. The cat and mouse game. The water in the swamp was almost depleted. If he did not enter the cave soon, the nightmarish beast would surely spot him. Yunjie dove into the lava cave, fully aware that this was his only option left, akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Should the nightmarish beast remove the green flower atop its head and revert to its original form within the cave, his demise would be inevitable. Yet, this was a preferable fate to immediate death. Upon entering the cave, after traversing several hundred meters, he rose and sprinted in a singular direction. At this moment, he had lost all sense of perception, relying solely on his innate sense of direction. He estimated that if he continued running in one direction, he would undoubtedly escape the entire stone forest area and evade the nightmarish beast's pursuit. Whether the creature was weakest during dawn or dusk was of no concern to him. Its assimilation ability was far too formidable for him to contend with. The lava caves beneath the stone forest were, in essence, a labyrinth. There is a saying that the expanse of the stone forest is matched only by the vastness of the lava tunnels below. After eons of erosion, the rock layers beneath had become hollowed out. Initially, Yunjie chose a north-south oriented entrance, remembering that the perceptual map indicated the stone forest layout was east-west. Thus, the north-south passage was the narrowest, allowing for a swift exit from the stone forest. However, in reality, devoid of perceptual navigation, he could not discern the direction of the tunnels behind him. This posed a significant problem. None of the passages were straight. What had appeared to be a northward entrance twisted westward after a few hundred meters. With each step, Yunjie felt increasingly lost, yet he dared not retreat. Pushing forward with determination, he reasoned that once he exited this tunnel, he could find an eastern passage to regain his lost bearings. But what was the reality? The stone forest's eastern side was elevated, while the western side sloped downwards, causing water to flow from high to low. Over millions of years, the erosive waters had sculpted the east-west landscape of the stone forest. Consequently, the tunnels inside followed this pattern. North-south passages were nearly non-existent, and those that did exist veered westward, with few leading to the outskirts of the stone forest, some even being dead ends. Yunjie ran in circles, the number of turns multiplying geometrically. He could no longer recall which direction to take. Ultimately, he was utterly lost. Being lost in the lava cave was a perilous predicament. With no sense of direction left, Yunjie resorted to following a waterway upwards, hoping to eventually exit the lava cave and ascertain his location. After navigating through several narrow passages, he spotted a small opening glowing with white light. He had found the exit. He dashed towards it, but upon emerging, he immediately regretted it. At this moment, he found himself atop the highest peak of the stone forest region with the vast swamp, where the nightmarish beast pursued him. Lying directly beneath him, from this vantage point, he could clearly see the nightmarish beast in the swamp below. To his dismay, he realized he had circled around the swamp entirely. Gazing into the distance, he recognized an even graver mistake. The nearest edge of the stone forest was directly opposite the swamp where the nightmarish beast resided, and he had run in the wrong direction. He turned to see the endless expanse of the stone forest behind him. Undoubtedly, the path behind him was the longest. What to do? Just then, the nightmarish beast had completely drained the swamp, leaving it devoid of mud. It surveyed the barren expanse, finally convinced that its prey had fled. In a fit of rage, it pounded its fists against the ravine, venting its fury. Boom, boom, boom. The seemingly indestructible ravine shattered under the nightmarish beast's onslaught. Yunjie watched in horror from above. The lava's material, eroded over millions of years, had left behind a core harder than metal. The nightmarish beast's assimilation of the lava material suggested its attack power was unimaginable. Once it had vented its anger, the nightmarish beast scanned the swamp. Yunjie grew anxious, fearing that the creature would discover traces of his escape. The beast turned and, spotting a series of hoof prints at the cave's entrance, its excitement surged. With a triumphant roar, the nightmarish beast leapt towards the lava cave. The scene was surreal. At that moment, its form was several times larger than the cave's entrance. However, upon impact, Instead of the anticipated violent collision, it resembled a blob of green bubblegum sealing the entrance. The once indestructible lava material swiftly melting into sludge that flowed into the swamp. It was inside. A sense of foreboding washed over Yunjie. The nightmarish beast could traverse the mountains with ease. Locating him would be a mere blink of an eye. Which direction should he flee? He glanced back at the vast peak expanse, then at the boundary just a few kilometers ahead, ultimately opting for the latter. At this moment, perhaps the most dangerous place was the safest. He leapt down the mountainside, racing towards the swamp's edge. His vitality had recovered to 51%. Although he could not match his previous speed, reaching the boundary within minutes seemed feasible. Finally reaching the swamp, Yunjie looked back at the dark cave he had just exited. It felt as though the nightmarish beast was bouncing around within. A shiver ran down his spine as he hurried along the embankment ravine, quickly nearing the boundary. 2 minutes later, he was just over a mile from the edge, on the verge of exiting the stone forest. As he approached the boundary, the terrain gradually flattened, the rocky outcrops diminished, and the ravine widened, resembling a meticulously paved asphalt road. Due to prolonged exposure to the peaks, the flat terrain held little water, remaining remarkably clean. Yunjie quickened his pace, the sound of his alloy hooves echoing against the ground. The sound traveled through vibrations. The stone forest was devoid of magical beasts, save for birds. Why? Because they had all been slain by the nightmarish beast. As Yunjie's cries resonated through the ground and into the underground lava cave, the sound amplified exponentially. The nightmarish beast, searching for his whereabouts within the cave, instantly detected the source of the noise. It leapt up, burrowing into the lava mountain in pursuit. Only a few dozen meters remained. Yunjie could see the verdant grassland beyond the gray mountain range. "I am about to be saved." An exhilarating rush surged through him as he quickened his stride. Suddenly, the gray ravine ahead began to ripple like water, and a monkey-like head slowly emerged from below. Yikes! Yunjie immediately halted, terror coursing through him as the nightmarish beast sprang from the ravine. Gurgle! The nightmarish beast revealed a bloodthirsty grin, its chest heaving with excitement from the chase. Chapter 111. Unexpected Vitality. Yunjie glanced at the nightmarish beast, then at the grassy expanse just a few dozen meters away, feeling as though he were gazing across two worlds. To him, that distance was the closest yet the most distant. The nightmarish beast grinned wickedly, its gaunt claws moving as if beckoning Yunjie to approach. Habitually, he swished his tail, only to realize it was no longer there. The beast had severed it, leaving only a stub. He took several steps back, begrudgingly eyeing the path to freedom that lay before him. The nightmarish beast leaned closer, its presence an ominous shadow. Hope was lost. The meadow ahead felt like a closed door. Resolute, Yunjie turned and fled. The beast's throat emitted a rhythmic sound, seemingly mocking Yunjie for his cowardice. He ran, dashing through the ravines beneath the peaks, and upon cresting the ridge, he glanced back. There was no trace of the nightmarish beast. Anxiety surged within him as he scanned the surroundings, finally spotting the beast lounging atop a rocky outcrop. A chill enveloped his mind. He knew escape was futile. Within this rocky forest, the beast reigned supreme. But what was he to do? Stand still and await death? Aware he was being toyed with, he felt he had no other choice. This was undoubtedly the most excruciating predicament. Descending the ridge, he pressed onward to the north, convinced that once he reached the borders of the stone forest, the nightmarish beast would drive him back once more. As predicted, upon reaching the boundary, the beast once again blocked his path, gesturing with its claws for him to retreat. Yunjie regarded the creature with disdainful laughter. Did it truly believe him to be a fool? Even in the face of his demise, it sought to mock him? No way. Come on, he would not retreat. If it wished to strike, let it come. Ignoring the beast's intent, he squatted defiantly on the ground. Seeing Yunjie refuse to budge, the nightmarish beast bared its teeth and approached, seizing his ear with its claws and tugging fiercely. Yunjie had long endured the beast's torment and chose not to resist, allowing it to tear at him without granting it the satisfaction of a reaction. The assault intensified, and soon Yunjie was battered and bruised, yet he remained silent. He understood that if he cried out, the beast would only strike with greater fervor. As anticipated, the nightmarish beast grew increasingly bored with its pastime. Suddenly, a glimmer sparked in its glassy eyes, and it dragged Yunjie toward a lava cave. Yunjie sensed impending doom and attempted to struggle, but he was no match for the petrified beast's strength. Upon entering the cave, the nightmarish beast leapt into the molten core, gripping Yunjie tightly, initiating a frenzied traversal. For the first time, Yunjie witnessed the beast's speed within the cavern. It was akin to flight, with him being dragged like a magnetized object, soaring through the tunnels as if traversing the intestines of a colossal beast. In an instant, the nightmarish beast brought him back to the glowing tree hollow. Back to this place. Yunjie immediately grasped the creature's intent. It desired for him to hatch another monkey infant. As expected, the beast tossed Yunjie to the ground and ascended to the tree roots, inserting its fingers into a crevice. A faint green luminescence began to emanate from the brown roots. The green light gradually coalesced, enveloping the entire hollow in a verdant glow. A sight most pleasing to the eye. Beneath the roots, a pool of azure water began to sizzle, the surface trembling as if electrified. Wisps of steam spiraled upward along the curved roots, finally swirling around the root apex. The condensation of steam into droplets was a natural phenomenon. At the apex hung an inverted root, from which the droplets flowed downward, forming a luminous green droplet at the tip. As the droplet slowly rotated, the brown substance at its base began to coalesce, a green seed on the verge of formation. This was the first time Yunjie had closely observed the birth of a green seed, and a bold idea struck him as he glanced at the nightmarish beast perched on the roots. "You want me to hatch a little monkey for you? Huh, dream on. I'll make you hatch." With a sudden leap, he raised his hoof and forcefully kicked the central root. The root quaked violently, and the nearly formed seed trembled, detaching from the tip and tumbling toward the pool below. Roar! The nightmarish beast atop the tree paused, stunned for a moment before erupting in furious rage. "Huh." Yunjie grinned, baring his teeth. "Angry? Come on, give me a swift end." Suddenly, the water below surged, bursting forth and ascending toward the apex of the roots as if defying gravity, spiraling upward. It felt as though they had encountered something terrifying. Yunjie stood frozen. Was the water suspended? He glanced at the bottom of the pool, where a black fissure suddenly appeared. The sound of grinding stones echoed as the crack widened, gradually forming a black hole about 2 square meters in size. The emergence of the black hole sent the nightmarish beast into a frenzy, howling at the cave below. A glimmer of hope ignited in Yunjie. Whatever lay beneath could be his best chance to escape the nightmarish beast's grasp. Without hesitation, he leaped from the bridge into the chasm. Roar! The nightmarish beast, infuriated, followed suit, both vanishing into the dark maw. As the beast's form disappeared, the opening at the pool's bottom began to close slowly. Inside the cavern, nothing was visible. Yunjie plunged in, his body twisting and tumbling downward. The pursuing nightmarish beast, unable to control its size, rolled like a ball in the darkness of the passage. Suddenly, it extended its paw, igniting the stones below, and with a powerful leap, burrowed into the stone layers. Once within the layers, its movements quickened significantly. It navigated the stone, pursuing Yunjie's every sound. Amidst the tumult, Yunjie felt claws emerging from the depths, frantically grasping at his hide, attempting to halt his escape. In that instant, he realized the nightmarish beast was hot on his trail. Utilizing the downward momentum, he forcefully broke free from its grip and surged forward. Minutes later, the descent began to slow, and he heard the sound of flowing water. Meanwhile, the nightmarish beast's attacks intensified, as if fearing his advance. "What you fear is my path to freedom." With a mighty pull, Yunjie freed himself from the beast's grasp and raced ahead. Before him, the terrain opened up, revealing an underground river. The water was shallow, merely submerging his hooves, and the surface glimmered with scattered lights. He plunged into the water, instantly sensing a difference. The stones beneath shattered upon contact, resembling wood long past its prime. Chapter 112. The erosion of water, what is happening? Yunjie retreated a few steps, the ground beneath him crackling as pebbles shattered, and the dust mingled with the water, releasing bubbles that resembled carbonated soda. Suddenly, the nightmarish beast emerged from the mountainside, baring its teeth at him and beckoning with its claws. Yunjie smirked coldly. This scene felt all too familiar, reminiscent of the scarred face bear's antics. "You want me to come up? That just proves you dare not come down. If you're too afraid to descend, why should I ascend? Just wait." He lifted his hoof and stamped firmly on the ground beneath the water. It was not soft, but rather crisp. With a slight exertion, the submerged stone layer crumbled, akin to stepping on a puffed snack. Why is this happening? A glance around made everything clear. The water beneath him must possess acidic, erosive properties. This place is undoubtedly the lowest point in the entire stone forest region. After millions of years of corrosion by acidic water, it has formed a unique karst landscape. Where has all that acidic water gone? The answer is simple. It is stored underground. Why does the nightmarish beast hesitate to approach? Because it knows that if it enters the erosive water, the stones it assimilates will become extremely brittle, devoid of any offensive capability. Who would have thought that the very thing capable of subduing the nightmarish beast lay beneath the tree hollow? Yunjie grinned widely, waving his hoof to beckon the nightmarish beast down. Infuriated, the beast paced anxiously at the cave entrance, refusing to enter the water. "You're scared, aren't you?" Yunjie raised his head, laughing mockingly at the creature. He felt no fear. Should it dare enter and assimilate the stones, a single stomp would suffice to eliminate it. If it refrains from transforming, then victory is assured. Although he had fallen to the first tier, his level 2 web remained intact, and his wild donkey-esque critical strike was still at level 6. Defeating a tier 3 beast was well within reach. Come down. Where is your bravado? Yunjie taunted from the river. Gradually, the nightmarish beast's face contorted in rage, unable to contain its temper in the face of Yunjie's provocation. It stepped out of the cave and into the river. Yunjie was taken aback, suddenly recalling that the corrosive acidic water also required time to erode the stones. He immediately dashed into the river to buy himself some time. The nightmarish beast followed closely behind. Unlike Yunjie, upon entering the water, it was engulfed in steam. The rocks it had assimilated in the passage were soluble, dissolving at an astonishing rate. After just a few steps, its feet were reduced to mere phalanges. With a shriek, the nightmarish beast retreated, crouching at the cave entrance, frantically patting its feet, its body quickly reverting from its petrified state. Hearing the commotion, Yunjie turned around. His spirits lifted. He rushed back to taunt the nightmarish beast once more. Come on, where's your courage? The nightmarish beast, furious, shook the water off its feet and charged at Yunjie. This was exactly what Yunjie had hoped for. If it remained in its original form, he would give it a fair fight. Wild donkey critical strike. Yunjie lowered his head and collided with the nightmarish beast. Being a monkey by nature, the nightmarish beast was exceptionally agile. As it saw Yunjie charging, it deftly used its claws to push off his head and leaped over him. Thanks to his past experiences battling monkeys, Yunjie was well aware of its tactics. He anticipated the move and abruptly halted his front hooves, raising his rear hooves to kick upward. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the nightmarish beast, attempting to leap off Yunjie's back, met the full force of his metallic donkey hooves, letting out a wail as it crashed into the water. What a thrill! Yunjie turned around and lifted his front hooves to stomp down again. Squeak! The nightmarish beast, panic-stricken, dodged away. Fire net! Yunjie unleashed a fiery web, ensnaring the fleeing nightmarish beast. The speed at which the fire net expanded was rapid, enveloping the creature completely. The level 2 web, having evolved from the fire essence, was more than capable of handling a tier 3 nightmarish beast. The flames ignited and rapidly scorched its fur, accompanied by anguished cries as smoke billowed upward, the web embedding itself beneath its skin, beginning to incinerate its very bones. In agony, the nightmarish beast rolled about, plunging into the water with the fire net still clinging to it. Sizzle! The flames extinguished, yet the nightmarish beast remained trapped within the net. It's time for revenge. Yunjie rushed forward, furiously kicking the nightmarish beast with all his might. While the first-tier metallic donkey hooves lacked significant offensive strength against the nearly defenseless nightmarish beast, it proved rather effective. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Yunjie stomped down, eliciting desperate cries from the creature. Seizing the opportunity, Yunjie pressed on, but suddenly, he felt emptiness beneath his hooves. He looked down to find the nightmarish beast had vanished from the fire net. Not far away, a ripple resembling a water spear surged rapidly toward the cave entrance. It can assimilate water? Yunjie gasped in shock and immediately dashed forward to stomp. The assimilated nightmarish beast swam swiftly, almost merging with the water. In a flash, it reached the cave entrance, splashing as it surged upward. As the water settled, its golden white fur emerged, marred with black scorch marks left by the fire net. Gasping for breath, it struggled to rise, numerous wounds visible. One arm seemingly broken from Yunjie's stomp, flailing helplessly. With a ferocious roar, the nightmarish beast expressed its fury. Yunjie quickly halted, realizing that to approach again would be tantamount to suicide. The nightmarish beast leaned against the cave wall, the grayish mud cracking ominously as it effortlessly restored its petrified bones. Once revived, it shed its stone form and perched at the cave entrance, coldly gazing at Yunjie. Yunjie sensed impending danger. This creature would not descend again. Observing the river's flow, he decided to head upstream, convinced it would lead him to an escape route. Stay here. Your donkey grandpa won't be returning. Yunjie turned and waded into the river, advancing upstream. The nightmarish beast, squatting at the cave entrance, wore a disdainful smirk. Having lived in the stone forest region for centuries, none knew it better. The underground erosive waterways had no exits. Moreover, it had no intention of waiting. It would pursue Yunjie until he perished in the corrosive waters. Surrounded by water, how would the nightmarish beast follow Yunjie? The answer was simple. From the cave's apex, merging with the mountainside, it swam upward to the cave's ceiling, right above Yunjie's head. Yunjie sensed the presence but found himself powerless to counter, carefully evading. After more than an hour of travel, he realized with dread that the river was coming to an end. Chapter 113. The bone-through snake fished the water had reached its peak. Yet no exit was in sight, causing Yunjie to furrow his brows in concern. Contrary to his expectations, the water's source was neither a cave nor a passageway, but rather a fracture in the lava layer. Water surged forth from the fault, coalescing into a river. This was troubling. Yunjie inwardly lamented his predicament. The vibrations of stones overhead signaled the mockery of the nightmarish beast. Laughing at me, you're far too premature. Since the water flows downward, it must indicate the presence of a lake or a deeper underground river below. As long as I can escape the stone forest confines, I would gladly burrow underground. Yunjie promptly turned back, retracing his steps for over an hour until he returned to his original starting point. Something felt amiss, not due to his judgment, but because prolonged exposure to the corrosive, acidic water had begun to calcify his alloyed hooves, causing his skin to itch and flake. At this rate, he surmised he had at most another hour before his hooves would shatter and his skin would be eroded. In that moment, he yearned for his former self-healing abilities. With such powers, corrosion would be trivial. What to do? Glancing at the nightmarish beast above, Yunjie quietly inched closer to the riverbank, where the water was shallower. Some areas even not deep enough to submerge his hoofs. The nightmarish beast did not hinder him, but continued to follow silently. The length of the downstream exceeded Yunjie's expectations, stretching over 10 kilometers. By all accounts, he should have already left the stone forest region. Further ahead, the river coalesced into a lake, with a mottled ridge on the opposite bank. The river had reached its end. Another dead end. A wave of despair washed over Yunjie. The nightmarish beast peeked from above, emitting a bizarre cackle. Yunjie glared at the nightmarish beast, thinking that perhaps fate conspired against him. Trapped with no way out, would he truly meet his end here? Suddenly, a faint, white light flickered beneath the water's surface, vanishing into the depths. He paused, gazing at the still water, which displayed no ripples, seemingly devoid of motion. Scanning his surroundings for any floating objects, he found only stones. The nightmarish beast stared at him in confusion, unclear of his intentions. Unable to find anything to float on, Yunjie glanced at the fur on his back, and an idea sparked within him. He bit off a few tufts of fur, kneading them into clumps with his hooves before tossing them into the water. The nightmarish beast looked on, even more perplexed. Yunjie anxiously monitored the clump of fur, which floated toward the ridge, and he felt a surge of hope. Indeed, there were undercurrents. The presence of undercurrents indicated a passage. The fur circled beneath the ridge before suddenly shooting through. There was a river channel beneath the ridge. Overjoyed, Yunjie dashed forward and plunged into the water. The nightmarish beast, startled, positioned itself above the cave's ceiling to observe the water's surface. Below, Yunjie swam with all his might towards the ridge, blood seeping from his hooves. Upon reaching beneath the ridge, he opened his eyes, the intense acidity stinging them. Yet he indeed saw a crescent-shaped opening in the water. Swimming through. Seizing the moment while his hooves still functioned, he swam through the opening, entering a relatively enclosed water cave. The karst topography encompassed not only the surface peaks of the stone forest and dissolution channels, but also the subterranean lava cave systems, blind valleys, and underground rivers. The underground lava formations had been shaped by the inflow of river water, creating a series of gourd-shaped passages. Yunjie had entered one such water cave. Emerging from the water, he was astounded by the scale and structure of the lava cave. Half the cave was filled with water, while the other half was composed of lava rock, with stalagmite-like formations resembling dripping candles extending from the ceiling to the floor. The sight was akin to the jagged teeth of a monstrous beast, sending shivers down his spine. This terrain indicated that the cave had once been filled with corrosive acidic water, which had eroded the soluble lava, leaving behind only the quartz component, known as glassy body. Climbing onto the shore, blood seeped from his hooves and ankles. He could no longer afford to enter the water. Further immersion could spell his demise. He ventured into the forest of stalagmites, progressing forward and discovering that the waterway narrowed to merely half a meter in width. After advancing several dozen meters, the river once again coalesced ahead, forming a small circular lake. Behind the lake loomed a glassy mountain, resembling something frozen in time. Another dead end? At this moment, Yunjie remained oblivious to the impending danger. The entire lava cave was composed of glassy material capable of resisting corrosive acidic water, namely, quartz. The nightmarish beast traversed down from the ceiling, momentarily taken aback upon entering, only to break into laughter. It rested its arm on the glassy surface, gliding smoothly, assimilating the glassy material before leaping down from the ceiling. Thud! It landed heavily on the glassy ground, revealing a sinister grin. Hearing the commotion, Yunjie turned, suddenly realizing that he had unwittingly dug his own grave. This was bad. Snap! The nightmarish beast flicked its finger, breaking off a stalagmite. Approaching Yunjie with a menacing smile, Yunjie cursed his misfortune, glancing at the water pool to the right. At present, it seemed that only by entering the water could he escape. Suddenly, a white light flickered in the greenish water. Yunjie gasped in surprise. It was indeed a light. White in color, seemingly revealing a wick within. Task notification. 3rd tier bone through snake fish, 3,000 experience points, possessing extraordinary corrosive attributes. The bone through snake fish? It dawned on Yunjie that such a resilient creature could thrive within the corrosive waters. How remarkable. An extraordinary corrosive ability? Could it corrode quartz? Splash. The bone through snake fish leapt from beneath the water's surface. Yunjie finally discerned its appearance. It was indeed bone through. Its flesh was translucent, revealing the grayish-white skull and fish spines within. The brilliant white light emanated from its cranial shell. Its head was sharply pointed, adorned with fish-like fangs, and its elongated body resembled that of a serpent, featuring a dorsal fin and wing-like fins on either side of its abdomen. After breaching the surface, its slender body lashed the water like a whip before it vanished beneath the surface. Yunjie blinked, pondering whether he should still attempt to escape from this place. The creature appeared quite fearsome. He turned to observe the nightmarish beast, noticing with curiosity that it seemed somewhat off. It had halted, its expression shifting between fear and uncertainty, as though it had been startled. What could frighten the nightmarish beast? A fish? Yunjie raised an eyebrow, contemplating the possibility that the highly corrosive attributes of the fish could pose a threat to the nightmarish beast. The nightmarish beast glanced between Yunjie and the water's surface, wrestling with its inner turmoil before retreating, slipping beneath a bamboo shoot, and swiftly escaping. There was no doubt about it. The nightmarish beast's flight only reinforced Yunjie's belief that the creature in the water was its nemesis. Chapter 114. Fishing. Damn it, catching fish. As the old saying goes, within 10 steps, there must be something to counter it. Yunjie never imagined that the creature capable of subduing the nightmare beast would turn out to be a mere fish. Instantly, he felt invigorated, lowering his head to the water's surface in search of the elusive fish. The small lake appeared unassuming, yet its depths were shrouded in mystery, obscured by the greenish hue of the acidic water, making the task of spotting a transparent fish exceedingly challenging. After a prolonged search, he failed to find any trace of the fish, but unexpectedly noticed clusters of white crystalline formations beneath the surface. These crystals emitted a faint glow, barely perceptible, their grayish-white appearance reminiscent of the bones of the translucent bone snake fish. Could they be the remnants of deceased bone snake fish? As he pondered this, a transparent ribbon glided past. It was the fish. Yunjie felt a surge of excitement, nearly leaping into the water to seize it. The bone snake fish, having spotted Yunjie above, startled and swiftly ascended. Seeing this, Yunjie thought, "You're courting death." He stepped back, stretching his neck and opening his mouth wide, waiting for the fish to leap from the water. Whoosh! Whack! The bone snake fish surged forth with astonishing speed, its serpentine body whipping violently, its tail striking Yunjie squarely on the head, creating a splash as it dove back into the depths. Damn it! Yunjie cursed, feeling a sharp sting on his face. He stood up, ready to plunge into the water to exact revenge on the foul fish. However, upon standing and glimpsing his bleeding hoof, he immediately abandoned the idea. Entering the water again would surely leave him as vulnerable as the fish, reduced to mere bones. But without entering the water, how could he catch the fish? Yunjie found himself in a quandary, scanning his surroundings for tree roots or similar materials to fashion into a fishing line. Yet, all he could see were quartz stalagmites, devoid of any plant life. Moreover, even if he had a fishing line, what bait could he use? This peculiar fish thrived in an acidic environment devoid of other life forms. Who knew what it consumed to grow? Sighing in frustration, Yunjie realized he might simply have to resign himself to watching the fish swim by. Suddenly, the underwater light flickered on again, prompting Yunjie to look down. The bone snake fish was now circling the crystalline formations, seemingly feeding on them. The light atop its head appeared to emanate from a magical core within, feeding on the acidic crystalline deposits. It truly was a creature of formidable corrosive attributes. Yunjie mused. He glanced back at the crystals, contemplating that if he could retrieve them all, the fish would meet its end. Unbeknownst to him, a finger seemed to prod his forehead, chiding him, "You foolish donkey, where's your web?" A sudden realization struck him. He had a web. Yunjie sprang to his feet, recalling he possessed both spider silk and the web itself. Who needed a fishing line or bait? He quickly found a wider area, opened his nostrils, and expelled a fiery web. The flames erupted, and once they subsided, he released several strands of silk, securing the corners of the web to the stalagmites on the lake's edge. Grasping the other end of the web, he lowered it into the water, ensuring it covered the crystalline formations perfectly. After waiting for over half an hour, the bone snake fish finally approached. Yunjie, having grown weary of waiting, saw the creature reach the center of the web and immediately tugged on it as he ran backward. To his dismay, the web felt surprisingly light. He feared he hadn't caught the bone snake fish at all. Daring not to release his grip, he bit down on the silk and dashed backward, only to trip and fall. Rising quickly, he rushed to the lake's edge and was struck by a sudden realization. The acidic water had destroyed the web. He hadn't even caught a scale. With the web rendered useless, what could he do? Squatting down, Yunjie pondered deeply. All his skills were on cooldown, and the only resources at his disposal were the web and the wild donkey's critical strike, both of which were nearly futile against a fish dwelling in water. I still have 15 natural force fragments, he thought, but would they withstand the corrosive acid? After contemplating for a moment, he decided to test their efficacy. He activated one natural force fragment. Success. Remaining fragments, 14,100. A sharp pain shot through his forehead as a sprout emerged, and the roots within him sprang back to life, extending from beneath his hooves. Life energy restored by 52%. Please enter the water, or the natural force fragments will be rendered ineffective. Glancing at the lake, Yunjie closed his eyes and leaped in. As the water purified, his life energy restored by 52%. Could it also purify the water? Yunjie was taken aback. The roots extended from his hoofs, spiraling downwards like in a marsh, rapidly growing dozens of meters, entwining the lake's bottom. A humming sound resonated as the natural force fragments began extracting energy from the corrosive water to nourish his body. As the roots delved deeper, the lake water transformed, shimmering like a battery charged with electricity, rippling with scales resembling fish. With the fragment's progression, Yunjie felt the corrosive properties of the water gradually lessen, and the sting of the acid on his hooves and torn skin diminished significantly. Breathless, Yunjie calmed himself and awaited patiently. As the lake water was purified, the acidic crystalline formations at the bottom diluted, shattering into dust and vanishing. The bone snake fish, reliant on the corrosive water for sustenance, became agitated, swimming frantically as it searched for the cause of the water's change. Then it spotted the root-covered hoof of Yunjie. Whoosh! The bone snake fish surged upwards, its mouth agape, latching onto Yunjie's hoof and biting down ferociously. Acidic erosion ensued, purification in progress. Yunjie screamed in agony as the fish dragged him down into the depths. Once submerged, the fish revealed its vicious nature, exposing its razor-sharp teeth, darting around Yunjie like a sword in the water. With each pass, it inflicted wounds upon his skin, causing blood to spatter. If it were merely superficial damage, it would be manageable, but the fish's teeth harbored potent corrosive properties. Once they breached his skin, the strong acid seeped in, causing Yunjie's body to begin rotting. While the natural force fragments possessed purifying abilities, they paled in comparison to the fish's relentless assault, and the purification process seemed agonizingly slow. With the damage spreading, Yunjie's body began to swell, as if stung by a hornet. He couldn't afford to remain entangled with the bone snake fish any longer. He broke the surface, gasping for air. Acidic erosion at 40%, purification in progress. The pain was unbearable, and Yunjie immediately activated another natural force fragment. Success. Remaining fragments, 13,100. A second green sprout emerged from his forehead, rapidly merging with the roots. Acidic erosion at 41%, purification power doubled. Utilizing two natural force fragments finally yielded some results. As purification advanced, the swelling in his body began to subside. Just then, the bone snake fish swam back into view, this time aiming for his fifth leg. Chapter 116. Return for Vengeance. Return. Seek vengeance upon the nightmarish beast, acquire its assimilation abilities, and see who dares to provoke me again. Yunjie leaped into the water, emerging downstream from the ridge, hastening towards the solitary exit. In the distance, he spotted a shadow crouching beneath the cave entrance. So it awaits my return? Perfect. Yunjie slowed his pace, sauntering towards the cave's mouth. The creature perched at the entrance was indeed the nightmarish beast. Upon seeing Yunjie return, its small eyes glimmered with surprise. Suddenly, it sensed something amiss. This donkey seemed to be smiling. Yunjie was indeed smiling, as if he envisioned the magical core within the nightmarish beast's head, imagining consuming it to gain its assimilation power, thus becoming invincible. The nightmarish beast, perceiving the provocation in Yunjie's gaze, rose, baring its teeth and roaring. Yunjie approached step by step, The beast's ears twitched, sensing a hint of danger. It raised its head and sniffed the air, its expression suddenly stiffening. It was the scent of something sour. It let out a low whimper and took a step back. Sensing trouble, Yunjie realized that this crafty creature had caught on and intended to strike first. He surged forward, opening his mouth wide to bite at the nightmarish beast's head. With a squeak, Yunjie lunged, confirming the beast's suspicions. Swiftly, it performed a backflip, leaping to the cave's summit, and then plunged into the stone, vanishing from sight. This is bad. Yunjie was taken aback, consumed by thoughts of revenge, only to have scared it away. Where could he find it now? He observed the still cave walls for a while. There was no sign of disturbance, as if the nightmarish beast had already burrowed through the rock. Troublesome indeed. Yunjie began to trace the path of the nightmarish beast, circling endlessly. This wretched creature had completely vanished. There were no hollow trees, nor the molten cave of the iron-armored beetle. A day passed, and Yunjie was thoroughly exhausted, having seen not a hair of the nightmarish beast. The stone forest was vast. If the beast found any place to burrow into the rocks, how could he possibly find it? Perhaps as he left, the nightmarish beast would emerge. Couldn't he possibly devour the entire stone forest in search of it? That would be utterly exhausting. Give up? Yunjie scoffed coldly. That was inconceivable. If he couldn't capture it, he would lure it out. He pondered for a moment and decided that at dawn, he would feign departure from the stone forest. Moving towards its boundary, he believed the nightmarish beast bore a grudge and would never allow him to leave the area. Thus, he executed his plan. Yet the outcome was not as he had anticipated. As he approached the grassy expanse beyond the stone forest, Yunjie felt a surge of emotion. Just days ago, he had nearly failed to arrive here. He walked forward, ever vigilant of his surroundings, sensing that the beast should soon emerge. Yet, until he stepped onto the grass and disappeared on the other side of the mountain, the nightmarish beast never appeared. It seemed this creature was genuinely afraid. Yunjie observed the stone forest for an entire day without a trace of the nightmarish beast. With no other option, he returned once more to the forest. Inside, all was silent, devoid of any sign of the beast. He patrolled the ravines among the peaks and stumbled upon something intriguing. Days prior, he had competed with the scarred-faced bear for fragments of natural force in the swamp, nearly exhausting all in that area. However, he now noticed that several larger swamps had yielded more fragments of natural force. What did this signify? It indicated that the nightmarish beast had resumed its old methods of reviving the little monkeys. Since it was evading him, he would consume its hard-earned fruits and see if it would show itself. Yunjie began collecting fragments of natural force along the ravine. He had grown quite adept at this task. A strand of silk shot forth, and before the ghostly swamp could react, a green flower was in his grasp. In half a day's time, he had obliterated the fruits of the nightmarish beast's labor, amassing 17 fragments of natural force. After completing this task, he concealed himself, patiently awaiting the nightmarish beast's return. After a day and night of waiting, as the moon set and the sun rose, the elusive nightmarish beast finally emerged from the molten cave, cradling a lifeless monkey. The fragments of natural force had already been embedded in the monkey's head, and it approached the center of the swamp, depositing the dead creature into the murky waters. Yunjie furrowed his brow. The nightmarish beast had evidently known of his mischief all along and exhibited remarkable patience. The beast straightened up, casting a cold smile towards his hiding place. I can't wait any longer. Yunjie leapt from the bank into the swamp, charging towards the nightmarish beast. The freshly planted fragments of natural force immediately sensed the disturbance, and the ghostly swamp began to rise. Yunjie cursed under his breath. He had forgotten to account for the ghostly swamp. With a roar, the swamp unleashed its fury, swinging its massive hand down. Yunjie swiftly dodged towards the bank. But this action provided the nightmarish beast the opportunity to dart into the molten cave, disappearing from view. By the time Yunjie burst into the cave, the nightmarish beast was nowhere to be found. Panting heavily, Yunjie saw the beast's head peek out from above, emitting mocking laughter. How dare it mock me? Yunjie charged forward, but the nightmarish beast dove back into the stone, vanishing once more. Frustrated, he spun around in place, suddenly struck with clarity. He had been so foolish. Waiting outside for the nightmarish beast. Why not strike directly at its heart and destroy the tree hole to thwart its efforts at hatching the little monkeys? Surely, it would emerge to stop him then. Thus resolved, Yunjie made his way towards the tree hole. Upon entering, he found the pool brimming with water, and the opening at the bottom had long since sealed. He glanced at the drooping roots and, on tiptoe, opened his mouth to bite down. Crack! He severed the dripping root at its center, causing fragments of natural force to accumulate. Yunjie was taken aback. This too was a fragment of natural force. Without hesitation, he began to feast. He voraciously gnawed at the roots within the tree hole. due to the strong acid in his saliva and sharp teeth. Each bite caused the green sap to mix with his saliva, triggering a chemical reaction that resulted in deep brown, blood-like wounds. Fragment of natural force +1. 2:16. As Yunjie indulged in his feast, the nightmarish beast erupted from behind a rock, roaring in fury. Huh, you finally arrived. Yunjie turned around, spitting out the tree bark. With a splash, the lucent body beneath the nightmarish beast began to ripple, and soon its feet were soaked. Then its entire body, transforming in an instant back into its formidable sculpted form. It crouched low, leaping forward with a fist raised to strike at Yunjie. Yunjie had been anticipating this moment. He aimed for the nightmarish beast's fist and opened his mouth to bite down. Crack! He clamped down accurately on the beast's fist, feeling a tingling sensation in his jaw as potent acid seeped from his sharp teeth. With a fierce bite. Chapter 115. Gaining erosive power. The pain was not merely excruciating, it was heart-wrenching. The translucent boned snakefish sought refuge, and Yunjie felt as though his head was about to explode from the intense, tearing agony that compelled him to dive deeper, following the creature's movements. Terrified it would snap him in half with a single bite, the snakefish clamped onto Yunjie and dragged him into the depths of the water. The interior of the small lake was shaped like a gourd, leading to countless interconnected caverns. The intention of the snakefish was unmistakable. It aimed to drown him. After traversing the first water tunnel, it led him through several more openings, arriving at a dark blind hole. A blind hole is a unique structure of karst topography, where during the rainy season, acidic water fills all the lava caves, eroding lower-lying areas to form isolated lakes that do not connect to the outside world. These lakes are referred to as blind holes. When the dry season arrives, the water in other caves recedes along the riverbeds, but blind holes remain perpetually full. Inside the blind hole, Yunjie was pulled along by long tendrils, having already spent 2 minutes submerged, with the oxygen in his lungs nearly depleted. He had to swim back quickly, or he would truly drown at the hands of the snakefish. Kicking backward proved futile. In the water, a 2-meter fish could attack land animals twice its size, let alone the 4 or 5-meter-long bone snakefish. Moreover, being held by the creature rendered him immobile. Crack! The snakefish bit off half of his 5th leg, shaking its head as it consumed the severed piece. This was it. Pain surged through Yunjie's mind like a tidal wave, and he couldn't help but scream, expelling the last remnants of air from his lungs as water rushed in, causing him to cough violently. Each cough only exacerbated the situation, forcing more water into his lungs, and he struggled to swim upward, only to discover that the lake was entirely beneath the lava. A sensation of impending death washed over him, and this time, his self-healing abilities had vanished. He truly felt he would die. Buzz! The tendrils beneath his hooves tightened as if electrified, and in that instant, Yunjie sensed the first opening above, the tips of the tendrils floating just beneath the water's surface. Instinctively, he grasped the tendrils and pulled with all his might. They sprang to life, emerging from the water to latch onto a stone pillar at the shore, pulling him out of the blind hole. With a splash, he broke the surface, gasping for air and coughing up water from his lungs. Glancing down, he noticed the tendrils, resembling snakes, releasing their grip on the stone pillar and retreating underwater. Suddenly, he recalled that in the marshes, these tendrils controlled the silt, capable of autonomous movement based on their own will. A glimmer of light shot up from the depths. The bone snakefish had followed him out. Yunjie glanced back, waving the tendrils on his hooves, which obediently spread apart. There was an opening. As the snakefish swam closer, mouth agape to attack, Yunjie gathered all the tendrils together. It formed a massive net, and before the snakefish could reach him, it was ensnared by layers of tendrils. Got you. The snakefish thrashed violently, attempting to bite through the tendrils before it could escape. Yet, with tens of thousands of tendrils, even if some were severed, others quickly filled the gaps, wrapping around it in layers. After several rounds of struggle, it was utterly subdued. Have you surrendered? Yunjie flung several tendrils to ensnare a stone pillar at the shore, hoisting the water-drenched snakefish onto dry land like a crane. It appeared even larger out of the water. Its nearly 5-meter-long body lay on the ground like a colossal jelly. The oxygen-deprived snakefish thrashed desperately, eager to return to the water, but Yunjie held the tendrils tightly as it slammed its tail against the ground with a resounding thud. After nearly 10 minutes, the snakefish finally lay still. Yunjie released the tendrils and leaned down to wipe the green moss from his head, watching as the tendrils fell away of their own accord. He approached the snakefish, wanting to ensure it wasn't merely feigning death, and stomped down hard on its bones. Gurgle. It had been so long since he had eaten fish. Yunjie's mouth watered as he parted the tendrils and bit into the snakefish, cracking open its cranial cover. The back cover was like a piece of agate, sitting atop a small cranial cavity. And prying it open revealed a magic core the size of a pigeon egg. He sniffed it. The scent was fishy with an acrid tang. Frowning, he sensed that the substance would be far from palatable. Inedible or not, he had to consume it. He opened his mouth and crushed the snakefish's brain along with the magic core. The acrid flavor filled his nostrils. It was sour and intensely spicy, akin to swallowing a shot of 90-proof industrial alcohol, burning all the way down to his stomach. Gagging, Yunjie nearly retched. This was merely the beginning. The magic core's erosive power contained strong acid, which combined with gastric acid to create a fiery reaction. In less than a second, he felt as if his stomach was ablaze, flames roaring forth, and he could no longer endure it, wishing to expel the contents, but it was too late. The flames spread from his stomach throughout his body. His blood felt as though it was boiling. His vision turned from red to black, and he fainted. Time passed, and when he awoke, the system had rebooted. Congratulations, you have gained 3,000 experience points. Current first-tier alloy donkey hoof, 3,000. Webbing level 2. Wild donkey charge, 6,500. Natural power fragments, 14,100. Erosive power level 1. Donkey human transformation reserve value, 900. That was all. Yunjie shook his head and gazed at the empty attribute panel. Sighing helplessly, such was fate. Fortunately, he still had 900 points of donkey human transformation reserve value, which could be crucial for survival. As he smacked his lips, he suddenly noticed something amiss. His teeth had sharpened, his incisors resembling those of a carnivorous animal, interlocking, and a strong acidic taste lingered in his mouth, particularly when he salivated. Erosive power acquired. Yunjie looked at his attribute panel once more, secretly delighted. He stood up and glanced at the remaining body of the boned snakefish entangled in the tendrils, instantly losing interest in consuming it. It was far too sour. With a kick, he sent it back into the water and approached a nearby stone pillar, saliva beginning to drip. Eating a stone pillar? The thought crossed his mind, and even he found it astonishing. He tried biting into it. Surprisingly, the flavor was quite acceptable. The key was that this stone pillar was composed of quartz glass, possessing remarkable hardness. When he bit into it, it felt akin to sinking his teeth into ice cream that had been frozen for an extended period. The tips of his teeth seemed to secrete some substance, rapidly softening the surface of the quartz glass, and with a little more force, the entire tip of the pillar broke off. Ah, just what I needed. Yunjie spat out the piece of stone pillar, and with such formidable erosive power, he no longer had to fear the nightmare beast. Regardless of whether it transformed into glass or lava, he could bite right through it. Chapter 117. Fierce battle. The sensation was reminiscent of biting into a stalagmite. The surface was somewhat hard, yet once the teeth secreted corrosive acid, the tips swiftly penetrated the skin of the nightmare beast, slicing into its flesh. Yunjie was astonished to discover that the nightmare beast's assimilation was merely superficial. While its outer glaze had been destroyed, its true form remained intact within. With a piercing shriek, the nightmare beast leapt up, using its 2 feet to grip Yunjie's massive maw, forcefully extracting its claws and thrashing them about. Yunjie noticed that the creature's claws were already bleeding. With a series of shakes, the nightmare beast glanced down at its claws, revealing several deep gashes on the back. Where the glaze had been corroded, it let out an enraged growl, placing its claws upon the glistening ground beneath, attempting to restore its injuries. Realizing the peril, Yunjie inwardly lamented, having forgotten that the beast possessed this ability. Suddenly, as its claws submerged into the glaze, a billow of green smoke erupted. The nightmare beast hastily withdrew, inspecting its wound. Perhaps due to the corrosive acid, its claws failed to regenerate. Instead, the injury expanded further. Yunjie grinned. Realizing the exceptional potency of the corrosive force, now, he was eager to see how the creature would contend with him. With a wild cry, he lunged forward. The nightmare beast, taken aback, leaped to grasp a tree root, soaring to the canopy above. Yunjie missed his target, looking up and muttering to himself. You choose to flee? I shall gnaw at the roots until there's nothing left. And then where will you escape to? The roots were vital to the nightmare beast, essential for sustaining its lineage. Seeing Yunjie gnawing at the roots, it pounced down once more. Yunjie opened his mouth to bite down. This time, the nightmare beast acted wisely, evading Yunjie's gaping maw and targeting his vulnerable body instead. Small and agile, it clung to his form like a serpent, striking from all angles while Yunjie could only reach its hindquarters. Minutes ticked by, and Yunjie realized the dire situation. If this continued, he would be thoroughly overwhelmed. The nightmare beast had crawled from beneath his belly to one side of his back. Wild donkey charge. Yunjie summoned all his strength and slammed into the protruding root. Crack. Whether the nightmare beast felt pain was uncertain, for Yunjie nearly lost his breath. The creature's body was as tough as the glaze. The impact shattered his ribs. A contemptuous cry escaped the nightmare beast. Come again. Yunjie shifted a few steps to charge once more. The monkey's reflexes were far quicker than Yunjie's. Having learned from its previous misstep, it swiftly dove beneath Yunjie's belly, avoiding the collision. Unfortunately for Yunjie, lacking restraint, he crashed headlong into the root again. Crack! The root splintered. Upon realizing the root had been broken, the nightmare beast was instantly enraged, sinking its teeth into the fur on Yunjie's belly. Infuriated, he could not reach the creature and transformed his pain into force, fiercely slamming against the roots. In a flurry of attacks, he shattered several of them within the tree hollow. Green sap dripped from the broken roots, staining the pool below. Yunjie could destroy the roots without hesitation, but the nightmare beast could not. It leaped from Yunjie, rushing to the entrance of the tree hollow, baring its teeth and screeching. Raising an eyebrow, Yunjie understood its intent. Did it wish to battle outside? Not a chance. Leaving this place, he had no means to contend with it. He continued to ram against the roots. In a frenzy, the nightmare beast lunged at him. Claws and teeth aimed at his donkey-like head. Yunjie, feeling pain from the claws, lowered his head and pinned the nightmare beast to the ground, gnashing his teeth wildly. The two beasts engaged in a frenzied struggle, and after several minutes, the nightmare beast screeched, escaping from beneath Yunjie's head, panting heavily on the ground. Blood flowed profusely from its wounds, and the glaze on its exterior bore numerous deep gashes from Yunjie's bites, due to the corrosive acid. These injuries not only failed to heal, but continued to worsen. Yunjie was not in any better condition. His head had been severely mauled, with his upper lip hanging by a thread, and his nostrils completely torn, revealing a gaping, skeletal hole that resembled a zombie donkey. The nightmare beast glanced fearfully at Yunjie, touching its wounds, only to find its claws corroded. Wisps of smoke rising from the tips as droplets of blood fell to the ground, bubbling and rolling, directly eroding the glazed surface beneath. With a thud, a piece of glaze fell from the nightmare beast, splattering onto the ground and instantly transforming into a pool of pale green liquid. The loss of assimilated glaze was akin to shedding skin, exposing a vibrant red body beneath. The nightmare beast was taken aback, looking down at itself. If one piece had fallen due to the recent fierce battle, what followed filled it with dread. Piece after piece of glaze peeled away, leaving its body mottled, resembling a skinned monkey. Yunjie gasped for breath, equally astonished at the transformation of the nightmare beast, realizing he hadn't bitten so many areas. In the blink of an eye, the nightmare beast lost all its glaze, revealing a gruesome mass of flesh akin to a red skeleton. It screamed in terror, clawing at the liquid on the ground, desperately trying to restore its skin. Yet, the corrosive liquid only further devoured its muscles and nerves. The nightmare beast's plight was harrowing. Yunjie shook his head, watching as a mere strand of flesh tethered to his lip fell onto the ground. Like placing a hot iron on foam, the smoke surged, the once steel-like glaze bubbled and churned. That fragment of flesh slowly sank beneath the glaze, forming a dark, gaping hole. My blood. Yunjie realized. It was not his lip that eroded the glaze but the blood upon it. The blood seemed to possess a corrosiveness even stronger than his teeth, melting through the glaze, including the glaze covering the nightmare beast. He recalled the peculiar reactions when consuming the bone-piercing snake fish. My blood also possesses strong acid. He looked up at the nightmare beast, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Now, let us see how you will contend with me. The nightmare beast's eyes were filled with terror as it staggered back, grasping a protruding root for support. Suddenly, a cunning smile crossed its features as it looked at the root. Its fingertips pierced beneath the surface, sending ripples across the root's surface. Soon, the brown outer layer of the root soaked into its claws, then its entire body. The nightmare beast had begun to assimilate the root. In that fleeting moment of assimilation, the natural energy of the root neutralized the potent acid coursing through its body. Chapter 118. Acquiring half of the assimilation power, natural primal force possesses the remarkable ability to purify potent acids. A fact that Yunjie had already comprehended while capturing the bone-piercing snake fish. However, he was utterly astonished to discover that the nightmarish beast managed to neutralize the acid afflicting it by utilizing the roots of the assimilation tree. Once the acid was neutralized, the surface of the nightmarish beast transformed into a bark-like appearance, freeing its body from the torment of corrosion. It grinned menacingly and beckoned Yunjie with its claws. How premature was its sense of triumph. You are now but a mere wooden figure. Without hesitation, Yunjie unleashed a fiery net. The net soared forth, striking the nightmarish beast with pinpoint accuracy. As it enveloped the creature, vivid red burn marks crisscrossed its body, yet it did not emit a cry of pain. Instead, it stood resolutely within the net, a sinister grin plastered across its face. Yunjie was taken aback. Could it truly be unafraid of flames? The nightmarish beast plunged its fingertips into the tree roots, which suddenly glowed a translucent green, channeling waves of verdant energy toward its arms and body. Swiftly mending its scorched skin, it tore apart the fiery net and stepped forth unscathed. The restorative prowess of natural primal force. Yunjie furrowed his brow and charged forward. The nightmarish beast raised its claw into a fist and swung it toward Yunjie's forehead. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Yunjie's head felt as if it had collided with a mountain, his limbs collapsing beneath him. The nightmarish beast, with a malicious grin, seized Yunjie by the front teeth, lifting his head to face it, and swung its fist down once more. Bang! Darkness enveloped Yunjie as his head drooped limply. The nightmarish beast emitted a chilling, cackling laugh, as if relishing a long-awaited vengeance. It gripped the fissures on Yunjie's forehead and, with a violent tug, attempted to rend his skull apart. Suddenly, it noticed roots seeping from the cracks in Yunjie's forehead, tightly binding it together. The roots of natural primal force. The nightmarish beast paused momentarily, then intensified its efforts to tear apart Yunjie's forehead. The roots, assimilated with the natural primal force, behaved like opposing polarities. The harder the nightmarish beast pulled, the tighter the roots became. Moreover, its assimilated body restrained it from attacking the roots. After several futile attempts, it ultimately conceded, raising its fist once again to strike Yunjie's head. In a daze, Yunjie felt as though he were ensnared in a pitch-black void, with sounds of impact echoing from outside. He yearned to discern the source of the sounds, yet his vision was obscured, rendering him blind. Suddenly, a crack appeared, allowing light to penetrate, revealing the nightmarish beast's grotesque, twisted visage, reminiscent of a wooden carving. Get away! Yunjie's spirit surged, and he lunged forward, crashing into the creature. The wild donkey's critical strike was achieved. The taken-aback nightmarish beast was knocked over by Yunjie's forceful charge. Gasping for breath, Yunjie felt an utter numbness in his forehead. Though he could not see, a deep fissure marred his forehead, revealing a web of blood-stained brain matter. The rolling nightmarish beast sprang back, seizing Yunjie's head and savagely biting down. Yet it was merely a bite. Yunjie flung his head, smashing it against the roots, using his skull to pin the creature down before unleashing a relentless barrage of kicks. Like a whirlwind, Yunjie's hooves struck the nightmarish beast's body with tremendous force. How much impact resistance could an exterior of wood truly possess? Minutes later, its body lay battered and broken beneath Yunjie's onslaught. It screeched in terror as it clawed at the roots, hoping to restore its damaged form through natural primal force. Yet Yunjie offered no quarter as it extended its claws. He swiftly seized it from the roots and slammed it to the ground, continuing his fervent assault. In a near frenzy, Yunjie unleashed his wrath upon the nightmarish beast, which shrieked in fright, its body crushed and battered. If it did not flee now, its life was forfeit. It extended its fingers to the ground, waves of glassy energy pulsating as droplets of liquid glass seeped into its damaged body. Bang! A hoof descended, sending sparks flying. As Yunjie attacked furiously, he glanced down to see the nightmarish beast attempting to assimilate the glassy substance. Without a hint of defense, it let out a blood-curdling scream as Yunjie bit off half of its head. Assimilation in progress. Assimilation failed, a voice that Yunjie had never heard echoed within his mind. Momentarily stunned, the nightmarish beast escaped beneath him, clutching its half-mangled head in agony. Assimilation? Yunjie smacked his lips, sensing a slick, greasy taste, reminiscent of lard. Within the lard was a hint of sweetness, possibly derived from the magic core. Had he just consumed half of the nightmarish beast's magic core? He immediately turned to the wailing creature, witnessing the exposed, bloody brain matter, the loss of half its brain resulting in a semicircular object where the flesh had been torn away. For the first time, he had devoured half of a magic core. It was also the first instance he had witnessed a magical beast survive after losing half its head and magic core. The nightmarish beast was utterly petrified, unwilling to continue its confrontation with Yunjie. It turned and fled from the tree hollow, burrowing swiftly into the mountainside, its damaged head unable to follow. The corrosive power repelled its assimilation. Yunjie pursued, but the nightmarish beast continued to burrow vigorously into the mountainside. PFF. Yunjie spat out another mouthful of blood. Dig, you wretch. Splat. The blood sprayed onto the nightmarish beast's head, causing it to emit a wail as smoke began to swirl around it. It dashed out from the mountainside, frantically heading toward the tree hollow. Was it attempting to assimilate the roots once more? Yunjie hurried after it, but he was too late. The nightmarish beast had already grasped the roots and commenced its assimilation. This is dire contrary to Yunjia's expectations. The nightmarish beast's current assimilation was far from seamless. Its body flickered erratically between the glassy state and the root state, as though something had gone awry. Yunjia's brow furrowed as he comprehended the situation. Having consumed half of the nightmarish beast's magic core, he had acquired half of its assimilation power. Thus, the nightmarish beast was left with only half of its assimilation capability, rendering it unable to assimilate the roots normally. Heaven helps me. With a sinister grin, Yunjia advanced toward the creature. The nightmarish beast was filled with dread, retreating as it gazed at Yunjia. Within a few steps, it found itself at the edge of a stone bridge, pressed against the protruding roots. There was nowhere left to flee. Yunjia slowly approached the nightmarish beast, poised to consume the remainder of its magic core. Suddenly, the roots began to tremble, producing a rustling sound. Green light surged from the pool at the root's base, flickering as the descending root began to retract until it vanished from sight. Once it disappeared, the roots surrounding the tree hollow stirred, coiling like giant serpents as they ascended toward the dome above. Seeing the nightmarish beast's eyes light up at this turn of events, it leaped and grasped a root, climbing upward to the dome. Yunjia cursed under his breath, realizing that it was too late to pursue. Due to his size, he could not scale the tree. As the nightmarish beast approached the dome, he raised his head and unleashed a thread of silk. The silk shot upward with remarkable speed. Chapter 120. Venomous Earthworm, First Tier Viper. 100 experience points. Grants 10 evolution points for venomous fangs. Third Tier Venomous Earthworm. For 1,000 experience points. Provides 120 self-healing evolution points. Self-healing level 1. It can repair damage from third-tier creatures and below, restoring 90% of the body, excluding the brain. Brain death renders it ineffective. Yunjia did not catch much of the conversation, but the phrase self-healing resonated with him. It was akin to a bachelor longing for a bride, only for the bride to arrive unexpectedly. He cast a glance at the immense venomous earthworm, pondering a curious thought. It seemed that magical beasts possessing self-healing abilities were all pink in hue, from the axolotl to the regenerative beast, and now to the colossal venomous earthworm before him. This appeared to be a natural law. The venomous earthworm oozed crimson blood, and the layers of vipers, like frenzied beasts, lunged at it. Observing the earthworm on the verge of succumbing to the viper assault, Yunjia resolved to intervene. However, his intervention would not be in vain. The outcome would be akin to the vipers dispatching the earthworm. Excitedly, he rushed forward, casting his gaze upon the wriggling vipers, unleashing a web of flames. The fiery net unfurled in the air, enveloping the serpentine horde. Sizzle! A plume of smoke erupted. A nauseating stench pervaded the air. The flames scorched the viper's skin and scales, eliciting their shrill cries as they writhed in agony, the entire trench seeming to come alive. The scene was reminiscent of a summer rural latrine, where a fresh pile of excrement fell into a pit, causing the maggots to explode in chaos. One after another, Yunjia unleashed a dozen fiery nets, ensnaring the serpents. The corrosive power of the flames was intense. As the last vestiges of fire dissipated, the vipers had been severed into segments. The trench was now littered with dismembered limbs, jumping like fish gasping for air. Gurgle. Yunjia's throat began to secrete mucus. After days without sustenance, he found the prospect of consuming these first-tier serpents tantalizing. The sheer quantity was significant, and with the added experience points, it was a splendid opportunity to satiate his hunger and gain levels. However, in comparison to the vipers, the venomous earthworm was of utmost importance. Yunjia commenced his search for the earthworm's head, darting from one end to the other, feeling perplexed. Where could this creature's head possibly be? Both ends were pointed, devoid of eyes or nostrils, rendering it impossible to discern head from tail. Never mind, he thought. He would attack whichever end he found first. Selecting one end, he observed the creature's massive form, its oval-shaped head measuring 1.5 meters in diameter. Clearly, a direct confrontation was not a wise choice. Moreover, the extent of its self-healing ability remained unknown. He decided to first launch a fire net for reconnaissance. Whoosh! The fire net soared, enveloping the venomous earthworm's head. Hiss! A cloud of smoke rose, branding the earthworm's head with a brown, grid-like scar. Eek! A sharp, faint sound echoed as the earthworm's head twitched, the fire net failing to adhere and sliding off effortlessly. In less than 2 seconds, the grid-like burn mark vanished. The self-healing ability was indeed rapid. Though not as impressive as that of the regenerative beast, it was still noteworthy. Given its self-healing prowess, conventional attacks would be futile. The strategy of capturing the king before the thieves would apply here. He needed to breach the creature's head to extract the self-healing magic core to slay the venomous earthworm. Yuan Jie took a deep breath. The only viable approach was to enter the creature's body and procure the magic core from within. He approached the trench's edge, stretching his mouth wide, then retreated a step before launching himself into the air. Bang! Like a ball being struck. Yuan Jie barely grasped the situation before the earthworm reared its head and flung him away. He soared several meters before crashing onto the grass outside the rainforest, dazed for quite some time before regaining his footing. What the hell? Was that earthworm attacking me? Fuming, Yuan Jie sprinted back. Upon reaching the side of the venomous earthworm once more, his rage could no longer be contained. He opened his mouth wide and charged forward, leaping high before diving down. This time, he would unleash a powerful strike. Whoosh smack. As expected, the earthworm's body whipped around again, and Yuan Jie was engulfed in darkness as he was sent flying once more. This time, the force was even greater. He lay on the ground for a long while before managing to rise. Once more, Yuan Jie charged back, but this time he refrained from rushing in blindly. Instead, he observed from the side. Through this observation, he recognized his folly. Initially, he thought the vipers were attacking the earthworm, but upon closer inspection, he realized the opposite was true. The earthworm was consuming the vipers. The venomous earthworm was a mutated form of the common earthworm. Everyone knew that fishing bait was often made from earthworms due to their blood's irresistible allure to fish. However, there was another creature that could not resist the earthworm's blood, the snake. Snakes preferred earthworms even more than fish did. The venomous earthworm, now a magical beast, could release its blood to lure the vipers. Its blood contained hallucinogenic properties, causing any snake that ingested it to enter a state of oblivion, completely relinquishing its instinct to resist. How did Yuan Jie realize that the earthworm was consuming the vipers? It was simple. The other end of the earthworm was moving vigorously, while the snake horde fluctuated, gradually diminishing, akin to a stone crusher at work. What else could it be but consumption? This also confirmed that the true head of the earthworm was at the opposite end, while the part that attacked him was merely its tail. Perhaps the allure of the earthworm's released blood was too potent, as countless vipers crawled from afar, one by one, resembling cables sprawled across the rainforest, joining the feast in a frenzied blood-sucking spree. Naturally, their fate would be to be consumed. Yuan Jie suddenly felt exceedingly foolish. He had intended to offer assistance, but ended up sabotaging the earthworm's feast. He contemplated calmly, considering the earthworm's earlier attack power. It would be quite a challenge to subdue it in one fell swoop. Therefore, he resolved to wait until this gluttonous earthworm had consumed enough to become sluggish. Its attack power diminished before making his move. Yuan Jie's reasoning was sound, but in the sunset forest, no magical beast would feast excessively, for they were well aware of the fatal consequences. As evening approached, the snake horde continued to arrive, and he noticed the earthworm's belly had swollen beyond the trench's edge. At that moment, the earthworm suddenly stirred, shaking off the vipers, arching its body like a maggot as it burrowed toward the tunnel at the trench's end. It's trying to escape. Yuan Jie could not afford to wait any longer. He dashed forward swiftly. Hiss! A chilling wind swept through the clearing, carrying a faint, foul odor. Yuan Jie paused. The scent felt strangely familiar yet alien. Rustle. Rustle. It sounded like leaves rustling or perhaps the movement of a large creature traversing the grass. Yuan Jie's back bristled, a chill coursing through him. It seemed a terrifying entity was drawing near. Chapter 119. Departure from the stone forest. The webbing pierced the nightmarish beast, but it merely grazed its target. The spiraling roots coalesced at the apex, effortlessly severing the strands, and the nightmarish beast vanished amidst the rolling roots. Yuan Jie stood transfixed, gazing at the intertwining roots above. A creeping sense of dread enveloping his heart. The roots twirled, then seemed to be straightened by some unseen force, leaving behind a bowl-sized black void where one root had disappeared. Surrounding this void were thousands of roots, resembling the constricting muscles of a pupil, while the hollowed opening resembled an eye's iris. A shiver coursed through Yuan Jie as the roots ceased their rotation. At that moment, it truly resembled an eye. Suddenly, the eye moved, its pupil contracting and shifting up and down. Yuan Jie felt as if he were under the gaze of a deity, a mix of terror and reverence filling him. The pupil rotated and ultimately fixated on him, sending chills down his spine, rendering him motionless. He remained ensnared in that gaze for several minutes until, from some unknown source, something like an eyelid obscured the eye, and the dome returned to its brown state, concealing any trace of what had transpired. With a sigh of relief, Yuan Jie surveyed his surroundings. With the roots withdrawn, the shimmering walls of the mountain were revealed, and the entire tree hollow had vanished, transforming into an open space. He looked up at the dome, still preoccupied with the fragment of the magic core nestled within the nightmarish beast's head. Suddenly, the eye reopened, the pupil swirling as a beam of green light descended. Unlike before, this time the pupil was unmistakably tinged with wrath. Startled, Yunjie comprehended the eye's intent and hastily departed. After exiting the tree hollow, he did not venture far, but concealed himself to observe quietly. Minutes passed, and indeed, something transpired. The eye opened once more, and the central root extended outward from the pupil, reaching above the water's surface. The roots encircling the pupil began to twist, akin to serpents emerging from their layers. Slowly descending from the dome, like an umbrella unfurling, the tree hollow gradually reverted to its original form. In no more than 20 minutes, this sequence reminded Yunjie of the fleeting dormancy of natural elemental fragments during the transition from night to day. Another day passed without the nightmarish beast's appearance. However, he noted a pattern. Within each day, the tree hollow would retract once, the timing akin to the previous occurrence. On the third day, the nightmarish beast remained elusive. Yunjie was still fervently anticipating the other half of the magic core, believing that its assimilation ability far surpassed any skills he had encountered. After enduring 7 days of waiting, nearly starving, the nightmarish beast seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Unable to wait any longer, Yunjie resolved to abandon his pursuit. He staggered to his feet and exited the lava cave. Under the sun's warm embrace, he glanced back at the dark entrance, mentally concluding his time there. His months spent in the stone forest had aged him by years. His senses had dulled, his venomous spikes had vanished, and his defenses had crumbled. As if he had suffered a catastrophic defeat, too painful to reflect upon. Upon reaching the boundary of the stone forest, he examined his attribute panel. Current first-level alloy donkey hoof, 3000. Spider web level 2. Wild donkey charge, 6500. Natural elemental fragments, 35100. Venomous fangs level 1. Donkey human form reserve, 2400. The absence of an assimilation ability weighed heavily on him. With a sigh, he gazed at his meager attribute panel, a wave of despair washing over him. Fortunately, the reserve for his donkey human form had returned to its previous state, and his corrosive power had transformed into venomous fangs, providing him with a new survival skill. He kicked at the molten channel beneath him. Assimilation commencing. Assimilation failed. That voice echoed once more. If it is not meant to be, then cease your lamentation. Frustrated, Yunjie crossed the molten channel and exited the stone forest. Atop the highest peak, the nightmarish beast revealed itself. Now missing half of its head, gazing at Yunjie's retreating figure, emitting a mournful whimper. Upon leaving the stone forest, Yunjie entered the vast grasslands. He traversed over 100 miles, encountering only birds. No other creatures graced his path. He urgently needed to find a magical beast with self-healing abilities to obtain its healing magic core. Although the natural elemental fragments possessed some healing properties, they merely accelerated the closure of wounds, starkly contrasting the true self-healing ability he once had. For instance, his face lacked lips, and the bone of his nostrils was exposed. Though the wounds had healed, they did not revert to their original state. Such was the distinction of self-healing power. Most critically, his fifth leg had been partially severed by a bone-piercing snake fish. Although the wound had healed, its length had diminished, now encased within his flesh, resulting in a fan-shaped appearance whenever he relieved himself, a source of great distress. If only I had my senses, Yunjie lamented. They would guide me to a magical beast endowed with self-healing capabilities. As dusk fell, he spotted a patch of rainforest and hastened towards it, deciding to spend the night within. Once inside the darkness of the rainforest, he adapted to the shadows, discovering a river that shimmered under the moonlight. He chose a massive tree by the riverbank to rest, curling his body up, only to realize that his tail was long gone. I must find a magical beast with self-healing abilities soon, he sighed, closing his eyes. With the dawn, he opened his eyes, yawning while surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, his jaw dropped. The river he had seen last night was not a river at all, but a trench teeming with venomous snakes. The moonlight had reflected off the scales of these serpents. Good heavens, I spent the night among this horde of snakes. Yunjie felt an icy shiver run down his spine as he sprang to his feet, staring into the undulating trench. After a moment of observation, he sensed something peculiar. None of the snakes were paying him any heed, all frantically scrambling downward. What could captivate their attention so thoroughly? Intrigued, Yunjie edged closer. As he approached the trench, he realized he was mistaken again. This was not merely a trench, but a massive chasm excavated by an enormous pink creature. Within the chasm, a colossal pink mollusk writhed, its body adorned with ring-like segments, glistening with mucus. It was swarmed by a multitude of venomous snakes, a sight both shocking and grotesque. Chapter 122. The wormhole. The winding tunnel resembled a spiral staircase, descending in circular motions. Its walls were exceedingly smooth and somewhat damp. At the bottom of the cavern lay a mixture of red and green liquid, the scent of which permeated the air, unpleasant and acrid. The spiraling corridor was more spacious than the previous cave, allowing Yunjie to navigate with his head bowed. However, upon reaching the entrance of the spiral passage, he lost his footing due to the slickness and slid downwards. Those who have excavated for worms are undoubtedly familiar with the appearance of a wormhole. It is exceptionally smooth, its surface refined to a remarkable degree. The hole of a venomous worm, akin to that of a common worm, is similarly coated, crafted from a combination of its own mucus and excretion, facilitating its movement. The foul odor in the air was not blood, but rather emanated from this source. As Yunjie tumbled down, he collided with something soft before he could discern what lay beneath. It was sticky and bore a metallic tang. As he lifted his head, allowing his eyes to adjust to the darkness, he realized he was obstructed by the very essence of the venomous worm. Its body had returned to its original state, yet the wound Yunjie had inflicted remained unhealed, oozing a greenish pus, clearly indicating poisoning from a potent acid. Recognizing his handiwork, Yunjie noted that the venomous worm was convulsing, as if succumbing to its own venom. Its form filled the entire tunnel's entrance, compelling Yunjie to traverse through its body to reach its head. While this posed a challenge, it also meant the creature could not attack him. Saliva dripped from Yunjie's mouth as he opened wide and bit down. The earthy taste was overwhelming. With one bite, he nearly retched. The worm's flesh was not only earthy, but also repugnantly slimy. He had to eat to harness healing properties. Closing his eyes, he mechanically swallowed. Although the worm could not retaliate, its regenerative abilities meant that every bite he took was quickly compensated for, and after more than an hour, he found himself unable to continue. The worm was growing too rapidly. At his rate of consumption, he would never reach its head. The venom in its fangs was somewhat effective, yet far too meager for such a large creature. By the time the worm decayed, he would likely perish from hunger himself. A solution was imperative. Belching contentedly, Yunjie stepped back to observe the massive body of the worm. If only he had a knife. A single cut would suffice to carve a path through it, regardless of how quickly it might regenerate. Reluctantly, he resolved to burrow through the walls instead. After careful contemplation, he began to dig. Having lived among the bullet ants for so long and having spent months navigating the lava caves, tunneling was not an insurmountable task for him. He began to scrape at the walls with his hooves. Fortunately, the earth within the tunnel was soft, allowing for swift excavation. After an hour, Yunjie had successfully carved a path alongside the venomous worm's body, reaching its head. To his astonishment, he discovered that the head bore no distinction from its rear. It lacked eyes or ears, completely bare. The sole difference was a protruding lump beneath its head, serving as its mouth, utilized solely for feeding and burrowing. Yunjie approached and lowered his nose to the worm's head, a habitual action he wished to change but found impossible. Apart from the earthy scent, he detected nothing else. Very well, it was time to feast. He reasoned that the venomous worm, despite its strength, possessed little offensive capability. He clamped his jaws onto the tip of the worm's head. A hissing sound, incongruent with its size, erupted as the worm jerked its head upward in pain, causing Yunjie to crash against the tunnel's ceiling. My, what strength it possessed! Startled, the worm resumed its forward movement. Its slithering was reminiscent of a snake, and Yunjie felt as though a freight train was barreling towards him. He quickly leaped back. The massive worm, proportionally faster than him, knocked him down, and it immediately advanced, sensing him through its skin. Then, it opened its gaping maw. Yunjie learned in that instant that the venomous worm had teeth. Terrified, he attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The worm's jaws clamped down on his rear half. Its fine teeth sliced into his flesh, and he was engulfed in excruciating pain. Struggling to escape proved futile. In the next moment, the suction from the worm's mouth drew him inside. Compared to the throat of the sky-swallowing python, the worm's esophagus was considerably narrower. Yunjie attempted to stand, but the pulling force was relentless. Panic set in. Without his healing abilities, he was at risk of suffocation should the air diminish. He could not be drawn further in, gripping the mucus lining beneath him with his teeth. He utilized his limbs to push himself upward. As he bit down, corrosive smoke began to swirl, the acidic properties taking effect. The worm's diameter was only about 1.5 meters, while Yunjie stood nearly 2 meters tall. Rising, he exerted pressure on the worm, which was not well received. Moreover, once the mucus began to corrode, the pain would be unbearable. The creature thrashed violently, its throat secreting fluids to wash away the areas Yunjie had latched onto. Dig! He urged himself forward with all his might. The liquid engulfed his nose, forcing him to release his grip, but he kicked forward, biting down on the mucus once more. Though his progress was limited to mere centimeters, he refused to relent. Each advance brought him closer to freedom. Unable to swallow, the worm began to expel him, and Yunjie felt the mucus behind him surge like waves, propelling him outward. With a rush of air, he tumbled out of the worm's body. Thud! The venomous worm expelled him, feeling considerably relieved. Shaking off the residue, he glanced at the worm's head and charged forward once again. I am desperate for healing, and the divine has placed you before me. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Leaping, he opened wide, indiscriminately biting into any flesh he could find. After biting, he tore at it, launching a frenzied assault. Blood gushed from the worm's head, while the greenish corrosive fluid seeped into the wound. The corrosive properties, being a potent acid, effectively stifled the worm's regenerative capabilities, and the agony of being actively corroded was beyond measure. The venomous worm writhed violently, throwing Yunjie off once more. After a moment's pause, he bit into his own tongue, allowing his blood to flow onto the creature. His blood bore corrosive properties too. With a hiss, the worm cried out in pain, retreating. Normally, it could maneuver its head and tail interchangeably with ease, but now, with its tail bitten and not yet healed, it struggled to navigate, nearly forgetting how to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Yunjie pressed forward, biting into the wound at the worm's head. Lacking a skeletal structure, the worm offered little resistance to his assault. After a vigorous attack, he finally glimpsed a pink magical core, resembling that of a salamander. Chapter 123. Regaining the power of self-healing. Yunjie was enveloped in a world painted in shades of pink, as if all the beauty of existence had materialized before his eyes. A profound sense of happiness washed over him until he noticed the flesh on the pink magic core beginning to regenerate, engulfing the core itself. Stop daydreaming. The magic core is at stake. Yunjie felt as though he had been jolted from a trance. He lunged forward, once more biting into the body of the venomous worm. The worm was making its final desperate attempts to escape, its oval head thrashing violently. The force of its movements was so great that Yunjie found it difficult to maintain his grip, as he witnessed the core being gradually concealed by the flesh. Panic surged within him. He pounced, clamping his jaws around the worm's head, refusing to let go despite its frantic thrashing. Minutes passed, and eventually, the worm ceased its struggles, lowering its head in defeat. This surrender, however, was not due to Yunjie's relentless determination, but rather because the corrosive venom had penetrated the worm's skull, creating a gaping hole. Green blood began to seep from beneath the worm, and with a soft thud, the pink magic core fell from the cavity of its head. At last, it was within his grasp. Yunjie exerted all his strength to lift the worm's head, using his hooves to carefully extract the pink magic core. The core was modest in size, comparable to an egg, radiating a gentle, warm light. He had encountered such magic cores twice before in salamanders and regenerative beasts, but never had he felt such an intimate connection as he did now. Overwhelmed with excitement, he felt a tremor coursing through his body, longing to kneel and savor the core slowly. Level 1 self-healing. I have arrived. Just wait, I shall ascend to level 6, and all that I have lost will be restored. With a sense of satisfaction, Yunjie opened his mouth and consumed the magic core in one decisive bite. A burst of pink light erupted, and a warm, sweet sensation flowed down his throat, bringing immense comfort. Congratulations. You have gained 4,000 experience points and 120 evolution points in self-healing. Level 1 self-healing achieved. Establishing self-healing system. 1. 2. Wait, I must establish the self-healing system again. This is different from before. Yunjie observed the sluggish progress with mild frustration, but could only wait patiently. He squatted before the worm's head, intently watching the progress bar on his attribute panel inch forward. It was undeniable that the self-healing ability of this worm was vastly inferior to that of the salamanders of the same tier, and even more so compared to regenerative beasts. He calculated silently. With self-healing restored to level 1, his next task was to seek out perception abilities and, of course, defensive capabilities. At the very least, he needed to restore everything he had lost to level 1, ensuring his survival in this perilous forest, and then fill his human form value to evolve into a true human. Coincidentally, outside the cave lurked a sky-devouring python boasting an impressive defensive power of 1,100 points. Leveling up once in defense should not pose a problem, though it would certainly be a challenge. Thank you, dear God, for your generosity towards me. Haha. Suddenly, a series of dull thuds echoed from behind the worm, pulling Yunjie from his reverie. He immediately stood, ears perked to catch the sounds ahead. Due to the worm's massive size, the noises were somewhat muffled. However, that familiar thud resonated in his memory. It was the sound of something falling from above. Could it be that the sky-devouring python has entered? Yunjie shivered and quickly reasoned that this was unlikely. The python was enormous, its length sufficient to traverse the gap of the cave's entrance, making a landing sound improbable. Moreover, the continuous thuds indicated that whatever had entered was not singular. Oh no, I spoke too soon. Yunjie resolved to flee, turning to exit through the other side of the cave. After a fruitless search, he returned to find his path blocked once more. The only escape lay before him, the very tunnel obstructed by the venomous worm. Yikes! Yunjie anxiously glanced at the progress of his self-healing system. It was still under 20%. Suddenly, the worm's colossal body began to convulse, as if animated. Yunjie was taken aback, straining to observe closely. No, it was not the worm moving of its own volition, but rather something was invading its body, voraciously consuming it. The worm's form quivered like a lump of fat. Within moments, the worm's head jerked to life, and to Yunjie's shock, a furry head emerged from its mouth with a sudden pop. It was a wolf. Quest alert. Level 2 Frenzied Wolf. 300 experience points. 10 evolution points for Super Bite Force. Frenzied Wolf. Yunjie was transported back to the day he first entered the Twilight Forest, when he had encountered a frenzied wolf while pursuing a salamander with self-healing abilities. Coincidentally, he had also been at level 1 then. Such serendipity felt almost predestined. The wolf shook the blood from its fur, and upon opening its eyes, it beheld the strange creature before it, barking in fright. Yunjie was startled. Wolves were pack animals, and it was improbable for just one to enter. Confronting a pack with his current level 1 strength would be tantamount to suicide. He had to strike first. He charged forward, raising his front hooves to stomp down with force. According to his calculations, he anticipated a critical hit, if not a complete penetration of the wolf's skull. However, the outcome was far from what he had envisioned. The wolf's head made a resounding thud, neither shattering nor bleeding. It dawned on him that as a level 1, he was incapable of crushing the skull of a level 2 frenzied wolf. A woo. The frenzied wolf yelped in pain, attempting to escape from the worm's mouth. Damn it. Hold on. Yunjie snapped his jaws shut. Much like the fate of his level 1 donkey hooves, his bite force was nearly ineffective against the level 2 wolf's head. Yet, he possessed venomous fangs. With ease, his fangs pierced the wolf's skin, releasing a potent corrosive toxin that seeped into its skull. A woo. A woo. The concentrated acid was lethal to any organic being. Though it lacked temperature, it was exponentially hotter than lava, inflicting pain beyond the reach of ordinary attacks. The bitten wolf howled in agony, thrashing its head wildly. Its skull visibly swelled, green pus oozing from its ears and eyes. Do you now understand my might? Yunjie sneered. The wolf, now fully aware of the danger, retreated back into the worm's body, and the enormous form of the worm convulsed violently, as if it were a tent. At that moment, the frenzied wolf had consumed the worm's flesh, leaving only a layer of rosy skin. Amid the tumult, silhouettes of wolves could be seen, with a series of hisses. Dozens of claws tore through the worm's skin like knives. As if the tent had collapsed, a pack of frenzied wolves emerged. Among them, one wolf, distinguished by a silver mane encircling its neck and a lion-like stature, strode forth with regal authority. Chapter 124, Narrow Paths of Enmity in the late stage of the 3rd tier. The King of Savage Wolves possesses 5,000 experience points and 150 biting power evolution points, with no defensive value. It can acquire the special skill of Blood Fury, temporarily enhancing its combat prowess by 1 tier. What a twist of fate. Yunjie lamented his misfortune. This king of savage wolves was the very beast he had encountered upon entering the Sunset Forest. Back then, it had merely been a low-level 3rd-tier creature. Yet now it had ascended to the late 3rd tier. In comparison, Yunjie felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, perhaps due to Yunjie's fearsome appearance. The Wolf King did not recognize him as the assailant who had once competed with it for the salamander's magic core. With regal strides, it emerged from its pack, extending its forepaws to reveal sharp claws, lowering its head to emit a deep, ominous growl, a warning to its prey to relinquish any thoughts of resistance, lest they suffer a most gruesome demise. As the Wolf King roared, the pack behind it joined in a chorus of threatening howls. This was a tactic employed by wolves to intimidate their prey, launching a psychological assault before executing a swift strike aimed at taking down their quarry. Though Yunjie had fallen to the 1st tier, he had previously battled a 5th-tier scarred bear and faced the invincible nightmarish beast. A late-stage 3rd-tier wolf? Huh. He no longer considered this creature a genuine threat. Ready for confrontation? Bring it on. Although he had lost his defensive capabilities, he still wielded a 2nd-tier fire web and poison fangs, sufficient to vanquish this foe. After a series of low growls, the Wolf King, noticing that Yunjie remained undaunted, felt its dignity deeply affronted. Before its subordinates, it could not permit the slightest loss of face. With a furious roar, it lunged forward. The confines of the cave were too narrow for the Wolf King to leap as it would on open ground. It extended its forepaws, pouncing like a cheetah. Unfazed, Yunjie took a step back and calmly unleashed a web of flames. Whoosh! Flames danced, illuminating the dark earthen tunnel with a fiery orange glow. The advancing Wolf King was taken aback, realizing too late that evasion was impossible. To avoid losing face before its pack, it braced itself and charged directly into the fire web. Sizzle! The Wolf King's fur ignited instantly, particularly the mane around its neck, an emblem of its status and dignity. The flames roared to life, causing the Wolf King to yelp in pain, bounding chaotically in place. Serves you right. Did you think I was still that naive donkey from before? Ah, how ambiguous that sounds. The Wolf King writhed in agony within the fiery net, which continued to scorch its skin and penetrate into its subcutaneous fat. The foul stench of burning flesh filled the air, making Yunjie feel somewhat nauseous. The other savage wolves, witnessing their king under siege, rushed in recklessly, seizing the edges of the fire web to rescue their leader. Awoo! Awoo! With a pitiful cry, the Wolf King pressed its body against the damp cave wall. The other wolves hastily began to claw at the earth, tossing dirt onto their burning leader. Yunjie was awestruck by the seamless coordination within the pack. He refrained from launching another attack, choosing instead to maintain composure. Having once commanded an army of ants, he understood the significance of knowing which factions to avoid. Wolves were among the formidable groups. Merely intimidating them was sufficient, for provoking them could lead to dire consequences. The Wolf King's anguished cries gradually subsided, and it began to recover from the searing pain. At this moment, it had entirely lost the majesty and authority of a king. Its body was charred, mottled black and white, resembling a mangy dog. Awoo! The other savage wolves, seeing their leader's state, began to retreat, their heads bowed, suppressing the urge to laugh. Enraged by their mockery, the Wolf King let out a furious roar. Stepping out from the pack to confront Yunjie, its eyes now tinged with a faint red hue. Yunjie sensed the shift as the Wolf King's eyes darkened. Its power subtly surged. He felt an ominous threat, one vastly different from the previous late-stage third-tier king. It appeared to be entering a heightened state of strength. Could this be the blood fury of the savage wolves? Fourth-tier initiation. Yunjie stepped back, realizing that his fire web might not be sufficient for this level. And with a pack of second-tier wolves still present, caution was paramount. Suddenly, a resounding explosion startled the Wolf King. It turned to see that the earlier wolf, which Yunjie had bitten on the head, had succumbed to the corrosive acid, its head swollen beyond measure before bursting. Green ichor splattered against the walls, revealing a ghastly visage of exposed bone and teeth, resembling a zombie wolf. Awoo! The unfortunate wolf did not perish instantly, letting out a mournful cry. This sound sent the Wolf King into a panic, causing it to leap to the cave's ceiling. Thud! The savage wolf collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. The Wolf King, fearfully glancing at its fallen comrade, watched as its once red eyes gradually returned to their original hue. It was afraid. As the color faded from the wolf's eyes, its power slowly reverted to the late third tier. Yunjie felt the oppressive weight lift, his body relaxing. In the world of magical beasts, it was a constant ebb and flow, one advances while the other retreats. Noticing the fear in the Wolf King's expression, Yunjie cautiously approached, occasionally baring his teeth to create a menacing sound, attempting to intimidate the beast further. The Wolf King, genuinely frightened, feared it might share the same fate as the fallen wolf. Wolves are astute creatures. When faced with insurmountable odds, they retreat strategically, unashamed to do so. It growled lowly, its steps beginning to back away. The other savage wolves, understanding their leader's intent, also bowed their heads and slowly retreated. Yunjie exhaled in relief. Scaring them away was the best outcome. Congratulations. The self-healing system's progress has accelerated, currently at 67%, 72. Installation complete. Self-healing is now active. Good news continued to flow in. The self-healing system had been successfully installed. A smile spread across Yunjie's face. Unbeknownst to him, his grin appeared devilish to the Wolf King, who was now terrified and hastened its retreat. With the self-healing process underway, his body was recovering at 81%. 91. As the self-healing intervened, the familiar sensations returned. Yunjie could feel a tingling in his nostrils, his lips regenerating. And even the tail he had lost for days was beginning to emerge. Elated, Yunjie quickened his pace in pursuit. Yet, unexpectedly, the Wolf King halted, its eyes filled with confusion, its expression subtly shifting. Yunjie was unaware that although his features had returned, it was a most inopportune moment. Previously, his terrifying visage had prevented the Wolf King from recognizing him. Now, with his restoration, The Wolf King suddenly recalled the assailant who had once competed with it for the salamander's magic core. Roar! The Wolf King abruptly raised its head, unleashing an enraged howl, its eyes once again glowing red. Chapter 126. Come, bite me. Howl. The Wolf King jumped aside, startled, distancing itself from Yunjia. It was bewildered by the inexplicable power it had just unleashed, transforming the donkey's head into mere mud. The other wolves, witnessing this, were equally frightened and retreated, seeking refuge behind their leader. Yunjia, although feeling a heaviness in his head, detected no other anomalies. His self-healing had halted. Puzzled. Yunjia pondered why his self-recovery, which had never faltered before, would suddenly cease. Was he fully healed? No. If that were the case, the progress would indicate completion. However, he had no time to ruminate on such matters. The frenzied wolves before him remained unvanquished, and survival was paramount. He cautiously stepped back, his gaze fixated on the pack. Yunjia's movement startled the Wolf King and its cohort, causing them to retreat a step. What was the matter with these beasts appearing so terrified? Had they seen a ghost? Adhering to the principle of advancing while the enemy retreats, he took a step forward, determined that if the Wolf King lunged at him, he would flee for his life. To his surprise, the Wolf King and its pack immediately retreated, resembling a swarm of frightened pups. How peculiar. With another step forward, the Wolf King continued to back away, panic flickering in its eyes. As Yunjia twitched his donkey ears, a thought crossed his mind. Were they truly afraid of him? If so, he would pursue them, eager to witness their antics. He raised his hooves and charged towards the wolves. With no hesitation, the Wolf King led its pack in a swift escape. Amused, Yunjia thought, what else with the madness? I was about to be overwhelmed, and now you're terrified? He pursued them vigorously, racing past the corpse of the venomous worm and through the winding passageway until he reached the vertical hole below. The wolf pack could ascend no further, halting to form a circle, their fearful gazes locked onto Yunjia. There was no retreat now. Yunjia also came to a halt, recalling the old adage, do not pursue a desperate foe. Wolves, in particular, are cornered creatures. Once they are pushed to the edge, they may fight fiercely, endangering him in the process. Shaking his head, he prepared to withdraw, allowing the Wolf King and its pack a chance to escape. However, as he moved, chunks of mud began to fall away, and he noticed a peculiar sensation as if his head had lost its bone structure, causing a significant delay in his movements. Instinctively, he rubbed his head against the mountainside, astonished to discover that wherever his head made contact, rippling water patterns appeared on the wall. Yunjia was taken aback, frozen in place for over a minute. This sight was all too familiar. After battling the nightmare beast for so long, he recalled how it had escaped by merging with the mountain. Assimilating. The voice echoed in his mind once more. Could it be that he had successfully assimilated? Lifting his donkey hoof, he wiped his chin with the mud. Sticky, wet, akin to clay. I have assimilated the mud. Overjoyed, Yunjia plunged his head into the mud pit on the wall, circling around it effortlessly. No hindrance. His head felt as if it had always belonged there. With a plop, he withdrew his head, excitement dancing in his eyes as he glanced at the Wolf King. The Wolf King tucked its tail, whimpering softly. Humph, this time I am no longer afraid of your desperate measures. Wolf King. Surrender your frenzied wolf core to grant me the frenzied blood rage skill. Yunjia grinned menacingly, advancing towards it. The Wolf King, utterly petrified, was witnessing something unprecedented, a creature capable of thrusting its head into a wall at will. As Yunjia approached, it bared its teeth, growling a warning for him to halt. Yet, emboldened by his newfound assimilation ability, Yunjia felt invincible. Even if the Wolf King were to crush his head, he would merely need to burrow into the earth to regenerate. Bite all you want, I only need one bite in return. Seeing Yunjia unyielding, the Wolf King realized its intimidation had failed. It roared and lunged at Yunjia, its claws aiming for his head while its jaws snapped down. Smack! It was as if someone struck a clay sculpture with a baseball bat, mud splattering as a chunk was taken from Yunjia's donkey face. He felt no pain. Moments later, the Wolf King's jaws opened wide, biting down again. A large piece of mud was torn away, but Yunjia felt neither blood nor pain. Cough, cough, cough. The mud tasted sour and unpleasant, prompting the Wolf King to shake its head violently, expelling the remnants from its mouth. Yunjia plunged into the adjacent wall, and when he emerged, his head had fully restored itself. Come, don't stop, keep biting. He stretched his head toward the Wolf King. The Wolf King whimpered in retreat. Why have you stopped biting? Then it must be my turn. The phrase copperhead, iron tail, tofu waste aptly describes wolves. Among magical beasts, the head is the hardest part, while the most vulnerable area is the waist. Canine magical beasts share a common trait. They rely on their waist for power, whether in hunting or running. The waist holds immense significance for them. Thus, when battling, wolves instinctively protect their waists. Once their waists are compromised, their demise is imminent. Having battled wolves before, Yunjie was well aware of their weaknesses. He did not directly target the Wolf King's waist. Instead, he unleashed a fiery net to compel the Wolf King to retreat, with the pack behind it. If the Wolf King's tail brushed against them, it would realize it had no escape and would instinctively arch its back. That would be Yunjie's opportunity. Whoosh! The fire net soared forth. Given the narrow confines of the cave, the net was not extensive but sufficient to force the Wolf King back. Unbeknownst to it, it had stepped into Yunjie's trap, retracting its head and arching its back to evade the flames. More smoothly than anticipated, Yunjie unleashed another fiery net to capture the Wolf King's attention. Then, with a leap, he lunged at the Wolf King's arched waist, sinking his teeth into it. Howl! The Wolf King screeched, instantly spinning to bite at Yunjie's belly. Yunjie shuddered but did not cease his bite. His biting prowess was still too weak. His teeth barely penetrated the Wolf King's fur, failing to sever its spine. Corrosion. Yunjie furrowed his brow as corrosive venom seeped from his fangs, piercing the Wolf King's skin. Ah! The corrosive effect surged through, and the Wolf King felt an unbearable heat, frantically gnawing at Yunjie's belly and roaring in agony. Sensing it was time, Yunjie released his grip on the Wolf King's waist, swiftly retreating. Self-healing initiated. The Wolf King immediately inspected its waist, finding it intact, the bones unharmed. Yet several green holes marred its back, and a sharp pain throbbed beneath its spine. It glared furiously at Yunjie, growling lowly. Yunjie grinned, offering it a brief respite. Your end is nigh. He cautiously retreated a dozen steps, wary of the Wolf King's possible retaliation as the venom took effect. Humph! Seeing Yunjie's withdrawal, the Wolf King sneezed, momentarily relaxing. It paced before its pack, seemingly deliberating on how to deal with Yunjie. Suddenly, its waist collapsed, akin to a bridge caving in, its hind legs dragging uselessly along the ground. The Wolf King screamed in terror, dragging itself toward its kin, seeking solace and support. However, upon witnessing their leader's broken waist, its subjects looked upon it as if it were a corpse. Chapter 125. The Fury of the Wild Wolf. What is happening? Is it my striking appearance that incites your jealousy? Before Yunjie could fully comprehend the situation, he noticed the Wolf King's eyes turning crimson once more. This is bad. What on earth has transpired? Yunjie silently cursed, cautiously taking a step back. The Wolf King appeared exceedingly enraged, its eyes shifting from red to a deep scarlet, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. Lowering its head, it aligned itself parallel to the ground, its gaze brimming with murderous intent. The other wild wolves, sensing their leader's fury, raised their heads to look at Yunjie, instantly recognizing him as the one who had previously snatched the salamander's magical core. In an instant, all the wild wolves were also filled with rage, lowering their heads in unison and slowly advancing with their front paws. A classic display of determination. Yunjie was taken aback by this formidable sight, nervously swallowing hard. While he could boast of his fire net and venomous fangs to ward off the wolf pack, he understood the limitations of his situation. The confined underground cave allowed only a third of the fire net to deploy, incapable of reaching all the wild wolves. The venomous fangs could indeed slay a wild wolf, but the challenge lay in achieving a swift kill. Wolves are recklessly courageous creatures. Should they survive a single attack, they would fight to the bitter end. Step by step, Yunjie retreated, his mind a blank slate, utterly unsure of his next move. With a thunderous roar, the Wolf King lunged forward, exuding the murderous aura of a fourth-tier novice. Fire net. Yunjie quickly unleashed a fire net, which spiraled out from his nostrils and opened rapidly. An old hunter once advised that one must never rely solely on a single tactic against wolves. Wolves are incredibly agile beings, and at the Wolf King's tier, they are even more nimble, especially at the fourth-tier novice level, akin to a swift arrow. It propelled itself off a corner of the cave, using all four paws to launch itself forward. The fire net soared past the Wolf King's back, singeing only a few strands of fur. Yunjie was taken aback, immediately lifting his head to unleash another fire net. The Wolf King was now directly above him, so close that it seemed certain to ensnare it. The Wolf King indeed became ensnared, yet its fury, heightened by blood rage, allowed it to endure the fire net's scorching. With its powerful claws, it seized the net and, with a fierce tug, tore it apart with a resounding hiss. Yunjie barely registered the sight before a massive form crashed down upon him, followed by an iron grip around his neck, propelling him through the air. The Wolf King's movements were precise and efficient. Upon landing, Its jaws clamped down on Yuanjie's neck, using its weight to flip him over and pin him beneath. Seeing the Wolf King's success, the other wild wolves quickly descended upon him, their jaws tearing savagely. Regeneration initiated. Yuanjie struggled to breathe, the pain raining down upon him like a downpour. He could not see, only thrashing his hooves against the encroaching wolves. Fortunately, the tunnel was not wide enough for the entire pack to surge forth. Otherwise, he would have already been torn to shreds. The first tier regeneration could not keep pace with the sixth tier's recovery speed, and in the blink of an eye, Yuanjie was left bloodied and mangled. His metallic hooves posed no threat to the wolves, and pinned beneath the Wolf King, he found himself unable to lift his head, seemingly awaiting his demise. Congratulations. You have gained 4,000 experience points. First tier regeneration established, experience points accumulated, can upgrade to second tier. Shall we begin? Begin. Upon hearing this, Yuanjie nearly shouted in exhilaration. Upgrading. 1, 2, 99, upgrade complete. Current second tier novice metallic hooves, 0, spider web level 2. Regeneration level 1. Wild donkey charge 6500. Natural force fragments 35100. Venomous fangs level 1. Donkey human form reserve value 2400. Upon reaching the second tier, Yuanjie felt a profound transformation in his hooves. Since dropping to the first tier, his metallic hooves had taken on a gray hue, indistinguishable from ordinary donkey hooves. Now, restored to the second tier, the golden sheen returned, rendering his hooves lighter and harder. He immediately extended his hooves to retaliate against the wolves. Bang! Bang! Though not as powerful as during his peak at the third tier, the second tier hooves proved effective, sending the wild wolves reeling and diminishing their assault. With the intensity of the attacks lessening, Yuanjie seized the opportunity to struggle, aiming to adjust his angle and strike the Wolf King with his venomous fangs. The Wolf King, seasoned from years of battle, seemed to anticipate his intentions. After seizing his neck, it pressed down mercilessly, rendering him immovable. It felt like being crushed beneath a mountain. With no other options, Yuanjie unleashed several fire nets. Thinking to himself, if you want to release me, I shall incinerate you. The fire nets emerged but failed to expand, transforming into strands of orange-red flames. The flames immediately scorched the Wolf King's rear paws, prompting it to leap to the other side of Yuanjie, jaws snapping down with force. Crack! A chill coursed through Yuanjie as he realized the grim reality. His cervical vertebrae had fractured again. The first tier regeneration was sluggish in healing bones, merely preserving his life after the break. With the vertebrae fractured, his limbs lost control, akin to a high-level paralysis. As his limbs slowly spread out, he found himself utterly helpless. The wolf pack surged forward in an instant. Regeneration initiated. Bodily loss is excessive, progress slow. Yuanjie had relinquished all hope. His berserk form had vanished, the donkey human form value was depleted, and it seemed no force could save his life. Assimilation in progress. That irritating voice echoed once more. Cry out. Shout as much as you can. Otherwise, you shall have no chance left. Yuanjie sighed, feeling no pain at that moment, yet sensing his body tremble beneath the relentless assault of the wolves. The Wolf King seized the moment to feast, its massive claws pinning his neck as it bit down, tearing away a bloody chunk of flesh adorned with donkey mane. Suddenly, Yuanjie felt the ground beneath his lips begin to soften. No, not merely soft. It turned sticky, almost liquid-like. His head sank halfway into it, and as he attempted to lift it, the Wolf King pressed down with ferocity, forcing his entire head, along with the fractured neck, into the mire. A peculiar sensation flooded his mind. His head felt soft, as if it were liquid, while his broken spine also transformed, becoming malleable like mud. The fractured area rapidly knitted together, reconnecting the spinal nerves throughout his body. Run! His body obeyed his brain's command, feeling a lightness in his neck. Yuanjie sprang to his feet, abruptly lifting his head. The Wolf King roared in an attempt to stop him, swiping a paw at Yuanjie's head. Mud splattered as the paw struck nothing but air, causing the Wolf King to freeze, turning to gaze at Yuanjie's donkey head, astonished to find it coated in flowing mud, resembling a clay sculpture. Chapter 127. The Death of the Wolf King in an Instant. The Wolf King experienced the harsh realities of human emotions, lamenting sorrowfully, yearning for a semblance of solace. Yet, all the wolves recoiled as if confronted by a monstrous entity, none willing to stand beside their leader. Such is the nature of the wolf pack. They revere the spirit of the warrior. If one falls in battle, the subjects may approach to pay their respects, circling around in mourning. However, if one is incapacitated, they are deemed utterly useless, a burden to the pack, and are urged to distance themselves as far as possible. As the Wolf King observed its subjects retreating further away, it comprehended its grim fate. Dragging its broken hind leg, it crawled to a corner of the den, facing the wall, awaiting the end of its life. Yunjia, witnessing this scene, suddenly felt a pang of cruelty within himself. Yet, this is the world of beasts. Wounds and afflictions spare none, unless one possesses the gift of self-healing. Self-healing? Suddenly, Yunjia recalled that his encounters with the Wolf King had both involved competing for creatures with self-healing abilities. Could it be that this creature was aware of evolution? A mournful howl escaped the Wolf King from the corner, while Yunjia's venomous fangs, though slower against the massive venomous earthworm, were quite effective against a wolf of comparable size. The corrosive power was remarkably swift. The Wolf King's back swelled ominously, the bulge growing larger like a balloon until the fur became sparse, revealing the thin layers of skin and the blood vessels beneath. The other wolves, witnessing this, quickly scuttled away. With a thunderous bang, the Wolf King's back erupted, splattering a myriad of pale green pus across the walls. The rear half of the Wolf King was left nearly devoid of flesh, the potent corrosive force having dissolved its skin and muscle, leaving behind only stark white bones and decaying intestines, a truly pitiful sight. Though its rear was obliterated, the Wolf King did not succumb to death immediately. Its gaze fell upon its mutilated body, filled with fear and sorrow, before it turned to Yunjia, its mouth quivering slightly. Despite the language barrier, Yunjia grasped the Wolf King's intention. It was pleading for him to end its life. Sighing heavily, Yunjia approached the Wolf King, and not a single wolf dared to attack him. Upon reaching the Wolf King, it had bowed its head, exposing its neck, a gesture signifying a request for death in the realm of beasts. A tear escaped from the corner of Yunjia's eye, falling to the ground. May your next life be free from encounters with me. Yunjia opened his mouth and bit down. His fangs pierced through the wolf's skin, injecting corrosive venom. Before he slowly withdrew to the side, the Wolf King seemed to express gratitude with a fleeting glance towards Yunjia, then its head gradually lowered, crashing to the ground. It was dead. However, Yunjia understood that the Wolf King had taken its own life, for his venom would not act so swiftly. After a moment of silence, he approached once more. Compassion aside, he still required the magical core. With familiarity, he located the Wolf King's skull and, with a forceful tear, peeled back its fur to reveal a crimson magical core. The core glowed with a translucent red, emanating a heart-stirring elemental pulse. For the first time, he beheld a pure red magical core, akin to a flawless ruby. Thank you, Wolf King. Yunjia crushed the magical core with his teeth, releasing the essence within. Congratulations. You have gained 5,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill frenzy of the wild wolf, with 150 evolution points for bite force. Current tier 2 beginner alloy donkey hoof, 5,000. You need 25,000 experience points to reach the mid-tier of the second level. Web level 2. Self-healing level 1. Wild donkey charge, 6,500. Venomous fong level 1. Frenzy of the wild wolf level 1. Natural force fragments, 35,100. Donkey human form reserve, 2,400. Yunjia glanced at his attribute panel. Indeed, the frenzy of the wild wolf had manifested, yet the assimilation ability was still absent. With just 25,000 points, he could ascend to the mid-tier of the second level, a trivial task for him. 1,000 experience points were sufficient to advance to the second tier, which is divided into 3 stages: early, mid, and late. Upon reaching the third tier, everything would change, subdivided into 9 stars, each star requiring tens of thousands of experience points to achieve. Above the fourth tier lies the realm of true strength, where the progression becomes even slower, requiring 10 stars. The road ahead is long. Yunjia turned a glance at the wolf pack, which showed no reaction to his consumption of the Wolf King's magical core. They had lost their leader, gathering together in confusion, unsure of their next move. It was time to ascend and depart from this place. Seeking magical beasts and items to facilitate his evolution, he eyed the upward passage, crawling in, but anticipated little success. He would have to carve steps with his hooves instead. With vigorous effort, he began to excavate the staircase step by step, and to his astonishment, the wolves that had been silently observing joined him in the endeavor. Yunjia found himself unexpectedly fond of these creatures. They were intelligent and perceptive. After several minutes, an opening leading upwards was formed. Yunjia was the first to emerge, feeling a newfound trust in the wolves behind him, knowing they would not seize the opportunity to attack. Upon reaching the top of the straight tunnel, he wasted no time and dashed out. Behind him, the wolves seemed to regard him as their alpha, following closely. As he emerged from the tunnel, Yunjia gasped in horror. There lay a multitude of corpses, most of which belonged to the wild wolves. Not a single body was intact, Either heads were severed, or only 2 legs remained. The sight was devastatingly grim. Who had the wild wolves clashed with before entering the den? The casualties were staggering. Who would dare provoke one of the 3 formidable clans? Turning back to the wild wolves, they licked their lips and glanced at Yunjie, seemingly aggrieved. Suddenly, an unsettling sound pierced the air as dust and debris swirled around, a massive body akin to a city wall rapidly encroaching. It was the sky-swallowing python. Yunjie immediately recognized who had angered the wolf pack. He swiftly turned to retreat into the tunnel, only to find that the sky-swallowing python had blocked the entrance with its tail, preventing his escape. This was a disaster. He had completely forgotten about this colossal creature. As he turned around, the wolves instinctively took their place behind him. A massive triangular head rose above the wall. There it was, the black sky-swallowing python. In its current state, the python appeared rather disheveled, missing several scales from its head, with fresh wounds adorning its eyes and similar injuries sprawling along its vast body. It was evident that only the wolf pack could have inflicted such damage upon the sky-swallowing python. With a hiss, the enraged python roared, "Farewell, wolves." Yunjie shuddered, realizing that misfortune was about to befall him as well. Chapter 128. The battle with the devouring sky python. Wolves and pythons are fundamentally disparate species. Wolves do not prey on pythons, nor can pythons capture wolves, and they are generally reluctant to engage with wolf packs. How they became adversaries was something Yunjie had long anticipated. The devouring sky python lay in wait at the mouth of a cave, eager to devour the venomous worm, while the wolf king, for reasons unknown, had been searching for magical beasts endowed with self-healing abilities. Thus, the 2 species encountered one another. The wolf king dispatched a portion of his frenzied wolves to distract the python, while he and a segment of his pack plunged into the cave, where he met his own fate. Little did the wolf king know that his life would be forfeited within the venomous worm's lair. The corpses of the frenzied wolves strewn across the ground were the aftermath of their attack on the devouring sky python. The python seemed to harbor a profound enmity towards the frenzied wolves, oblivious to Yunjie, whose muddy visage remained unnoticed. With its vertical pupils fixed on the wolves, it swung its massive head in search of an angle for its assault. The wolf pack, bereft of their leader, was gripped by terror, tails tucked between their legs, circling Yunjie in a desperate attempt to evade the python's focus. Yunjie was frantic. This was not his affair. He wished to shake off the pursuing wolves and flee, but they clung to him relentlessly. The python sought various angles for its attack, but failed to pinpoint the target until it finally noticed the troublesome creature before it. What in the world is this? The python raised its head slightly, astonished as it scrutinized Yunjie. Feeling the oppressive gaze of the python, Yunjie despaired, thinking, "This is not my concern." He wished to communicate, but given the python's demeanor, even if he spoke the serpent's tongue, it would be futile. With a menacing hiss, the python issued a threat. A glimmer of realization struck Yunjie. Was it signaling him to move aside? Very well, he complied, shifting to the side. However, the wolf pack immediately followed suit, hiding behind him. This was unfortunate. He had become a scapegoat. In a flash, the python could no longer contain itself and launched its attack, with Yunjie as its primary target. "Oh no!" Yunjie exclaimed, sprinting away. Despite its massive size, the python moved with astonishing speed. In an instant, its great head was alongside Yunjie, its jaws agape, clamping down on his head before violently tossing him aside, as one would do with a candied sweet potato. Yunjie's neck was stretched to an alarming length, his head caught in the python's maw while his body remained on the ground. The python, upon catching sight of Yunjie's elongated form, was taken aback and released him from its grasp. With a whoosh and a thud, Yunjie's head was propelled back, wobbling like jelly upon colliding with his neck. This was the first time the python had encountered a magical beast with such an extraordinary neck length, and it regarded Yunjie with suspicion and trepidation. Yunjie's vision swayed violently before stabilizing. He smacked his lips in realization. This assimilation ability was indeed advantageous, rendering him impervious to physical destruction. However, he was still at a loss as to how to revert to his normal appearance. The python, coiling its body, emitted a series of low growls, signaling its impending assault. It glanced at the oddly shaped Yunjie, narrowed its pupils, and suddenly withdrew its head, its colossal tail sweeping towards him. With a resounding crack, the tail struck Yunjie, sending him flying. "Thank you," Yunjie muttered, using the momentum to catapult himself from the python's body. However, due to excessive inertia, his head lagged behind his body. Another thud echoed as his head caught up, crashing to the ground and fracturing his ribs. The self-healing ability activated, and disregarding the pain, he scrambled to his feet and fled. Behind him, The anguished cries of the frenzied wolves resounded. The combat effectiveness of a wolf pack is contingent upon the leadership of the Wolf King. Without their leader, the pack was akin to scattered sand, incapable of mounting any effective resistance. As the python advanced, the frenzied wolves merely let out a couple of yelps before fleeing for their lives. Consequently, the python easily corralled them, opening its jaws wide to consume them. In moments of extreme fear, wolves' cries resemble those of dogs. The howls echoed as Yunjia, fond of dogs, clamped his ears shut, silently repeating, "I cannot hear, I cannot hear." The sounds diminished. Yet the image of the Wolf King's dying gaze resurfaced in his mind. "I see nothing, I see nothing." Yunjia resolutely closed his eyes. However, the vision from his mind persisted, rendering the act of closing his eyes futile. With a thud, Yunjia collided with a tree, rebounding and landing in a crouch. A howl of agony reached his ears as he instinctively turned to look. A frenzied wolf was hurled into the air, its body uncontrollably tumbling. The python's massive head lunged forward, devouring the creature in one swift bite. Yunjia furrowed his brow. Should he return to save the wolves? Had he lost his sanity? Another frenzied wolf was launched skyward, and Yunjia could no longer contain himself. He sprang into action, racing back, perhaps to ease the Wolf King's departure. Sprinting to the rear of the python, Yunjia raised his head and shot a strand of silk towards the airborne wolf. The silk struck true, and he immediately retreated, pulling forcefully. With a snap, the python's jaws lunged forward, but they missed their target. Turning its head, it noticed the frenzied wolf spiraling away behind it. As it turned again, it discovered the peculiar creature attempting to steal its prey. The frenzied wolf crashed to the ground, rebounding several times before yelping and sprinting toward Yunjia. The python was enraged, thinking, "I spared you, and yet you dare to steal my food. You seek death." It twisted its massive body and lunged at Yunjia. Panic surged within him. Recalling a previous encounter, he lamented that had it not been for his unwarranted compassion, all his skills would still be intact. And now, once again, he found himself in peril. The python slithered with alarming speed, quickly closing the distance to Yunjia. Its tail swept towards him. The frenzied wolf behind Yunjia was struck and sent soaring into the sky, followed closely by him as he too was caught in the sweep, tracing a parabolic arc beneath the sun before crashing into the treetop canopy. With a rustle, the frenzied wolves, initially encircled by the python, seized the opportunity to flee, racing towards Yunjia instead of escaping. The python crashed through several massive trees, emerging before Yunjia, raising its head and gazing at him from beneath the tree canopy, its red tongue flicking in and out. The wolves surrounded Yunjia at the base of the tree, barking fiercely as if to intimidate the python, warning it not to harm him. Yunjia was quite moved. He had not anticipated that this pack of wolves would not seize the opportunity to escape. With a hiss, the python opened its jaws and bit down. To the python, the tree canopy appeared as mere grass. Yunjia felt as if the very heavens were being swallowed by the python, and he desperately scrambled down from the tree. With a thunderous snap, the python's jaws clamped onto the tree canopy, tearing it asunder. When one looked again, only a branch remained. No, there was still a donkey atop that branch. Chapter 129. A combined escape. With a gulp, Yunjia gazed into the cavernous maw of the devouring python, unable to suppress his instinctive reaction. Even on the brink of death, thoughts of sustenance lingered in his mind. This was not entirely his fault. It was the system's doing. With a staggering 100 points of defensive evolution, he could attain a level of protection akin to that of the moonlit rhinoceros. The devouring python emitted a hissing sound, its neck contorting into a serpentine shape, a clear sign of impending attack. Without hesitation, Yunjia leaped down from the tree branch, barely touching the ground. A thunderous crash erupted behind him as the colossal tree was uprooted, soil raining down like droplets. As he landed, a pack of wolves immediately surrounded him. "Get away. I am not the Wolf King. Do not lead me to my doom." Yunjia leaped, attempting to bound through the throng of wolves. But the frenzied beasts were nearly his size, rendering his escape futile. With a grinding sound, the earth beneath him shifted as the wolves pressed closer, immobilizing him. Alarmed, he turned to see that the devouring python had ensnared both the wolves and himself within its massive body, its nearly 2-meter height compressing them like an ever-tightening wall. The wolves yelped in distress, and Yunjia felt an inexplicable frustration. "Stunned, are we? If you had only fled, I wouldn't be suffering alongside you." The devouring python continued to exert its strength, pinning the wolves firmly against its body, leaving no space to maneuver. It then lowered its enormous head above the pack and targeted one of the wolves for a meal. One wolf swallowed was merely a light snack for the python. It devoured them with the same ease as a chick pecking at grains, each wolf disappearing into its gaping maw. As the number of wolves dwindled, the python constricted further, preventing any escape for the remaining wolves and Yunjia. Perhaps it was the instinct of the pack, but the wolves faced their fate without fear. They turned their heads toward Yunjia, emitting mournful whines. Yunjia sensed a bond of trust forming, reminiscent of his command over the bullet ant army, stirring within him a profound sense of responsibility. He could not remain idle. He glanced up at the devouring python, pondering whether his fire net would prove effective. Nevertheless, it was the only option he had. Estimating the distance, he resolved to launch his fire net when the python retracted its head, ensuring the net would expand sufficiently to envelop its massive head. The moment arrived. As the python consumed another wolf and withdrew its head, Yunjia unleashed his fire net from his nostrils. The python's head hovered over 20 meters above the ground, a height allowing the net to fully unfurl. The fire net billowed outward, descending upon the python's head. Success! Yunjia felt a rush of excitement. The fire net enveloped the python's head, and the searing heat met the cold-blooded creature's scales, releasing billows of acrid smoke. Yet, the python felt no pain as its scales offered formidable protection. Yunjia sensed trouble. The python opened its jaws once more, but an unexpected turn of events occurred. As it gaped wide, the fire net shifted direction, snagging a scaled wound on its head. With a sizzling sound, the fire net ignited the fat beneath the python's skin, sending acrid smoke spiraling upward as flames erupted. This time, the python experienced genuine pain. It thrashed its head in an attempt to dislodge the net, but its scales became entangled with the edges of the net, tightening with every effort. Had the python possessed claws, the fire net would have posed little threat. Had it not suffered prior attacks from the wolves, its head would still be shielded by scales, leaving it unbothered by the flames. Yet, these fortunate coincidences combined to save both Yunjia and the wolves. The agony distracted the python, loosening its grip on the wolves. Although Yunjia felt the space around him expand slightly, it was still too cramped to move. The fire net would not burn for long. They had to break free quickly. He craned his neck, assessing the body of the python encircling the wolves, noting the absence of any escape route. The only option was to dig a tunnel. However, by the time he managed to excavate one, the fire net would likely extinguish. There was no time. Suddenly, he spotted a patch of unscaled, raw flesh, a remnant from the previous wolf attacks. That was the way out. A glimmer of hope sparked within him as he pressed forward, eager to release his venom. Yet, the dense mass of wolves blocked his path, rendering him incapable of movement. With the fire net about to extinguish, panic surged through him. He emitted a frantic cry, raising his hoof to point at the python's wound, then snapped his jaws together to produce a sharp sound. Lacking a common language, he resorted to gestures, urging the wolves to follow his lead. He held little hope, knowing they were two distinct species. To his astonishment, the wolves comprehended his intent almost instantaneously, pivoting to burrow toward the exposed wound. The closest wolf turned and began to tear at the unprotected flesh with fervor. It worked. Yunjia felt elated. The wolves, displaying remarkable intelligence, grasped his strategy and focused solely on enlarging the wound rather than consuming their prey. With the pain in its head unresolved, the python bellowed in agony as it writhed, trying to escape the relentless assault of the wolves. The moment felt like a door had swung open, flooding the world with light. As the python withdrew, Yunjia sprang forth, escaping the confines of its body. The wolves surged out like rolling snowballs, all fleeing from beneath the python. Yunjia sprinted into the depths of the rainforest. Beyond lay the open plains, devoid of any refuge. A venture into the open would mean certain death. The wolves followed closely behind, their speed surpassing his own, yet they remained steadfastly at his heels. At that moment, Yunjia could not concern himself with the pack. Survival was his foremost priority. In the distance, the fire net extinguished atop the python's head, and it finally learned to be wise, burrowing its head into the treetops to scrape off the remnants of the net. As for the wound on its body, for a creature of such immense size, it was akin to a mere scrape. Now freed from the flames, the python rose in anger, its head appearing menacing in the sunlight. It turned to pursue the fleeing wolves, lowering its head to chase beneath the treetops. Do you know what it feels like to be hunted by a python? The ground trembled beneath them, a hissing sound penetrating their ears. Yunjia felt a terror greater than capture itself. Unable to resist, he glanced back, only to be met with a shocking sight. The devouring python had closed in, its jaws agape, an overwhelming force of suction drawing near. Chapter 130. Commanding the wolf pack in battle, the creature known as the sky-swallowing python earned its name from both its immense maw and its remarkable ability to suction. Its gaping mouth, combined with a powerful vacuum, resembled a gargantuan vacuum cleaner, rendering it nearly unbeatable by other magical beasts. Although this particular sky-swallowing python was of a lower caliber than the one previously encountered, its capacity for suction was scarcely diminished. The python's neck twisted and contorted like a vacuum hose in operation, and under the force of its ferocious suction, whirlpools began to form at the edges of its mouth. A few of the wolves lagging behind were drawn in like rolling snowballs into the python's cavernous jaws. Having witnessed the terrifying strength of the python's suction, Yunjie turned and waved his hooves, signaling for the wolves to scatter quickly. He understood that there was little recourse against the python's pull. The only viable strategy was to disperse and avoid being entirely consumed. Yunjie was wise, and the wolf pack was intelligent. Their synchronized movements displayed remarkable cohesion. The pack immediately fanned out, vanishing into the underbrush. However, the exertion of maintaining such suction drained the python's stamina, and in a fit of rage at the sudden disappearance of its prey, it caught sight of Yunjie directly ahead. Its mouth tightened, and the compressive force of its suction coalesced into a singular line aimed directly at him. In a moment of unexpected peril, Yunjie was propelled backward toward the python's gaping maw. He instinctively sought to save himself, expelling a silken thread in an attempt to ensnare a nearby giant tree. Yet the instant the thread was released, it was swept away by the python's suction. Desperate, he grasped the roots of a colossal tree, straining with all his might. But the overwhelming suction stretched his form like a taut line. His head remained at the tree while his body was relentlessly pulled toward the python. Seeing their companion in peril, the fleeing wolves returned, attempting to drag him back to safety. In his desperation, Yunjie felt his situation worsen. Suddenly, he recalled a tactic employed against the armored beetle, the dust-raising maneuver. He began to stomp his hooves, clawing at the earth. The powerful suction flung dirt and stones into the python's mouth like bullets, causing its jaws to rattle with each impact. Yet, even this did not halt the python's advance. Yunjie redoubled his efforts, believing the creature could not withstand the barrage. The cloud of dust surged into the python's mouth like a desert storm. Time passed, 1 minute, 2 minutes, over 10 minutes, until, at last, the python could endure no longer. It halted, raising its head and gaping wide, retching as if to expel the debris lodged within. The suction abruptly ceased, and Yunjie fell to the ground, his grip on the tree loosening, causing his head to snap back. He sprang up and fled, the wolf pack quickly following suit. However, they had now congregated together, presenting a larger target. Yunjie silently lamented his predicament. It was all too evident that they would soon be pursued once more. Indeed, after a few retches, the python resumed its chase, this time with greater speed. As Yunjie ran, he remained calm, searching for a strategy. The python was exceedingly agile, able to navigate both straightaways and sharp turns with ease. Thus, mere flight would be futile. It was only a matter of time before they would be encircled and annihilated. Counterattack? How could such a formidable beast be countered? Yunjie furrowed his brow, recalling the moment of their escape. They could employ guerrilla tactics to harass the creature. He abruptly halted, turning to face the advancing python. Startled, the python cautiously halted as well, raising its head and flicking its tongue, wary of the wolf pack. This was precisely the outcome Yunjie desired. Time was of the essence. He gestured to his wounds and then pointed toward the python, signaling with his hooves and mimicking a fierce bite. After hastily illustrating his intentions, he anxiously looked to the wolf pack, hoping they would comprehend. With a resounding howl, the wolves responded, immediately dispersing. Had they understood? Yunjie was filled with apprehension. But as he observed the pack maneuvering around to the python's rear, a smile spread across his face. These clever wolves were becoming increasingly admirable. Once the pack had scattered, the python lost its focus, turning its fiery gaze upon Yunjie. Its ire palpable. It resolved to eliminate this particular beast before dealing with the wolves. Lowering its massive head, it charged after Yunjie, who promptly took flight. This time, however, he did not run in a straight line, but instead navigated the terrain of towering trees, executing sharp turns. This tactic, while not entirely evading the python, would slow its pursuit, granting the wolves more time to attack. The wolf pack circled behind the python, targeting its wounds. Should the python attempt to retaliate, they would flee. If it did not, they would continue their relentless assault. This method of attack, though seemingly trivial against the massive creature, proved far more effective than a frontal assault. Imagine if one were pricked repeatedly with a needle. The sensation of pain would be incessant, forcing the python to decelerate its pursuit of Yunjie as it turned to fend off the attacking wolves. At this juncture, the python had been led on a winding chase through the forest, complicating its defensive maneuvers. Its midsection lagged behind its head, while its tail might be positioned to the left or right, necessitating constant adjustments to guard against the wolves. After several rounds of this strategy, the python's resolve to pursue Yunjie waned. The pack had mastered the art of harassment. They not only grasped Yunjie's intent, but had also refined their tactics. While attacking the python's wounds, they would also seize its scales, exacerbating its injuries. They would bite and retreat, only to return again. Who could withstand such relentless onslaught? As the wolves pressed their assault, the python grew increasingly agitated. Initially, it could swiftly turn to drive them away, but as time passed, its energy waned, and its counterattacks became sluggish. When its wounds continued to widen and blood flowed freely, the python reached its breaking point and chose to flee. With a powerful surge, the python slithered toward the edge of the forest. Yunjie felt a surge of exhilaration. They had succeeded. The wolf pack did not relent, closely pursuing the python. As it fled, the python retaliated against the wolves, but it was in a most disheveled state. With the python escaping and the wolves no longer pursuing him, Yunjie instinctively recognized an opportune moment to depart. But just as he turned to leave, he glanced back at the python's enormous form, its defense value of 1,100 beckoning to him. This level of defense was precisely what he required. Should he take the risk? Yunjie pondered. Indeed, since entering the setting sun forest, he had faced countless challenges. One level of defense was within reach. With determination, he galloped forward, pursuing the python. Chapter 121. Encounter with the devouring python. Since the emergence of that ominous voice, the venomous worms in the chasm hastened their retreat into the depths of their burrows. Yunjie felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Stripped of his perceptive abilities, he could not discern the lurking dangers. In a bid for safety, he sought refuge beneath a tree, anxiously surveying his surroundings. At this moment, twilight enveloped the landscape, casting a dim light across the rainforest. Within the thicket, a long, luminous figure flickered momentarily. It was a snake. No, it was a python. As Yunjie focused intently, he discerned the shimmering scales adorning its body. The sensation was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of an earlier encounter within the territory of the blue-eared macaques. A chilling hiss penetrated the air, sending a shiver down Yunjie's spine. His hair stood on end as a colossal black python lunged forth from the underbrush. This was a 4th-tier, 1-star devouring python, boasting 6,000 evolution points, 800 points in super bite force, and 1,100 points in defensive capabilities. It had the potential to advance its bite force and defense by 1 level. The bite force could synergize with its venomous fangs, while its defense could withstand attacks from beasts of the 3rd tier and below. Yunjie inhaled sharply. Although this was not the python he had previously encountered, the sight of it was nonetheless staggering. This particular devouring python was distinct from the last, its head and back cloaked entirely in black, transitioning to a gradient of gray from its gaping maw to its underbelly. It exuded an aura of ferocity that was spine-chilling. The devouring python, however, was oblivious to Yunjie's presence, its focus entirely consumed by the venomous worm. The worm, in its folly, had attracted a horde of venomous snakes, inadvertently luring the devouring python into pursuit. Despite its imposing size, the python moved with astonishing swiftness. At that moment, the majority of the worm's body had already burrowed into its refuge, but with a swift flick of its tail, the python propelled itself forward, its triangular head striking with precision. With a single bite, the devouring python seized the worm by its tail. Though their sizes were comparable in terms of offensive capability, 10 venomous worms could not hope to rival the python. The worm writhed and struggled violently, but its strength paled in comparison to that of the python. The devouring python remained composed, a seasoned predator aware that to consume its prey, it must first exhaust its energy. Like a sage in meditation, it held its position, clenching the worm's tail and remaining utterly still, allowing the worm to expend its vitality. Yet the worm was not resigned to its fate. After a prolonged struggle, it altered its strategy. It elongated its body, burrowing its head and 2/3 of its form deep into the hole. Though both the devouring python and the venomous worm were soft-bodied crawlers, the worm possessed the ability to stretch and constrict its body, a feat beyond the python's capabilities. As more of its body retreated into the burrow, the worm began to counterattack. Utilizing the friction against the tunnel walls, it contracted forcefully, pulling the massive body of the python forward. Yunjie raised an eyebrow, realizing that this venomous worm was not merely a victim waiting to be slaughtered. The worm's body had diminished significantly in the python's grasp, nearly slipping free. The python hesitated to exert too much force, fearing the worm might sever itself and escape into the depths of its refuge. The scales beneath the python's belly flared open as it slowly exerted pressure backwards. This tactic proved somewhat effective, yet the worm merely elongated itself further. Serpentine creatures, including their draconic descendants, are notoriously greedy. When they covet something, they refuse to accept anything less than the entirety. The devouring python understood that the worm aimed to shed part of its body to facilitate its escape. It was not about to fall for such a ruse. It demanded the whole. Thus began a grueling tug-of-war, with the venomous worm leveraging the twists and turns of its tunnel to resist the python's relentless pursuit, while the python endeavored to claim the worm in its entirety, refusing to be deceived. As time slipped away, the night deepened. Yunjie, growing impatient, had initially planned to leap out and offer himself to the python if it devoured the worm. Having once traversed the insides of a devouring python, he was intimately familiar with its anatomy. If he could consume the worm's core while inside the python, he would gain regenerative abilities and exit unscathed through its excretory opening. However, the stalemate persisted. After an hour had passed, Yunjie could no longer afford to wait. He was not a purebred beast and lacked the luxury of time. Thus, he resolved to take a perilous risk. What did that entail? To sever the worm's body. He had devised a plan. He would assist the worm in detaching itself, then follow it into the burrow and eliminate it. This way, he would acquire the coveted regenerative abilities. He had observed that the worm's tunnel had a diameter of less than 1 meter, while the python's head, over 2 meters wide, could not penetrate. Taking a deep breath, he emerged from behind the tree and stealthily approached the confrontation between the two beasts. The devouring python was locked in a struggle with the worm when it caught sight of a zombie donkey approaching, its vertical pupils wide with astonishment. "Hey, are you male or female? Would you like a mate?" Yunjie grinned, his visage becoming even more terrifying. Although the wound on his head had healed, the bones and flesh had yet to fully recover, rendering him a moving skeleton. Casting a glance at the devouring python, he leapt into the chasm, arriving at the entrance of the worm's burrow, where he flicked his tongue against the taut body of the worm. The devouring python seemed to sense Yunjie's intentions. It hissed ominously, warning him against his actions. Haha. Taking a deep breath, Yunjie opened his jaws and bit down fiercely on the worm's body, then whipped his head violently to tear it apart. With a snap, the worm's elongated body recoiled sharply, striking the devouring python's head with tremendous force. The python, startled, hastily coiled its body in retreat. Meanwhile, the worm, which had been waiting in the tunnel, swiftly retracted the remainder of its body and fled deeper into the darkness. "I'm coming." Seizing the opportunity, Yunjie darted into the burrow in pursuit. Outside, the devouring python finally regained its senses and let out an enraged roar as it charged forward. Its massive triangular head collided explosively with the narrow entrance, causing it to partially collapse. The python twisted and coiled, attempting to force its head inside, but it was truly too large to fit. The tunnel sloped downward, and as it descended, the earth grew denser, presenting greater resistance to the python's enormous head. Yunjie managed to squeeze in, but could not rise. He had to stretch his forelegs straight, aligning his head and neck, while extending his hind legs to navigate within the cramped confines. After traversing a small rise, he found the tunnel rapidly plunging downward like a deep well, and he fell headlong into the abyss. Inside, darkness enveloped him as Yunjie adjusted to the lack of light. Below, a gentle slope began to appear, gradually leveling off. He swam forward, assaulted by a pungent odor, and upon looking up, he beheld a spiral corridor resembling a snail's shell. Chapter 131. Stalemate. The colossal figure of the devouring python slithered through the rainforest, pursued by a pack of wolves that intermittently launched their attacks. At this moment, the devouring python, disregarding its bodily pain, aimed to hasten its exit from the rainforest and return to the grasslands, where its full potential could be unleashed. Yunjie recognized this urgency. Once the devouring python reached the grasslands, no one would be able to subdue it. It was imperative to keep it within the confines of the rainforest. He sprinted forward, positioning himself near the head of the serpent, assessing the terrain before unleashing a strand of silk towards the python's head. It struck true. Yunjie quickly circled several towering trees, tightening the silk. With a resounding thud, the charging devouring python's head twisted, its body veering off balance. The silk was effective. The wolves, displaying remarkable coordination, seized the opportunity as the python's head became ensnared, launching a more ferocious assault. With a furious roar, the devouring python coiled its massive body, violently shaking its enormous head in an attempt to free itself. Despite leveraging several giant trees to anchor himself, Yunjie struggled to maintain his position, fearing that the silk would not withstand such force. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as the silk severed a tree trunk. It was over. In an instant, several towering trees collapsed, and Yunjie was yanked forward by the silk. Freed from the silk, the devouring python swiftly regained its freedom. sweeping away the wolves with a flick of its tail, and bolted towards the grasslands beyond the rainforest. Yunjie wrinkled his nostrils, trying to sever the silk. But the python's immense strength dragged him across the ground, rendering him unable to exert any force with his nostrils. In less than a minute, the devouring python burst from the rainforest, returning to the expansive grasslands. The greater space rekindled its confidence, and with a powerful shake, it faced the wolves, tongue flickering. Seizing the moment, Yunjie broke free from the silk and retreated. The python's eyes blazed with fury as it let out a roar, initiating its vengeance. Its lengthy tail swept across the wolves, closely followed by its head. The wolves reacted swiftly, dispersing rapidly, only to regroup and attack once the python recoiled its head. The ensuing battle was a back and forth, with neither side gaining a significant advantage. After half an hour, the python's stamina began to wane, and it realized it could not contend with these ferocious wolves. Coiling its tail around its body, it stealthily began to retreat. Yunjie, astutely sensing the python's subtle movements, gestured with a hoof, drawing the wolves to encircle the python. The wolves sprang into action, surrounding the creature. They barked incessantly in front, drawing the python's attention while others prepared for a surprise attack from behind. Realizing its escape route was blocked, the devouring python twisted its massive head, continuously constricting its body, panic evident in its gaze. The relentless harassment continued, and the python, now coiled tightly, placed its head at the center of its body, offering no retaliation against the wolves' assaults. This defensive strategy proved effective. The python forsook its outer defenses, relying on its massive size to shrug off minor injuries. While the smaller wolves struggled to inflict fatal damage on its head, the standoff persisted, from sunrise to sunset, and from moonset back to sunrise. Yunjie and the wolves faced off against the devouring python for over 30 hours. The outer layer of the python's body had been gnawed to shreds by the wolves, yet it remained immobile. Yunjie furrowed his brow. Compared to the wolves, the python exhibited greater endurance. After more than a day of relentless assault, the wolves' fervor began to diminish, and their spirits waned. They circled the python, symbolically barking without launching further attacks. This could not continue. Yunjie recognized the need for a change, yet he could devise no viable strategy. The python's head remained concealed, its vertical pupils observing Yunjie's position. It had discerned that Yunjie was the commander of the wolves, and upon spotting him, it stretched its tail to gauge the wolves' reactions. The first time, the wolves lunged immediately, prompting the python to retract its tail. After a brief interval, it extended its tail once more, yet this time, the wolves' response was less vigorous. On the third attempt, the wolves merely offered a token bark in response. The opportunity presented itself. After testing the waters a few times, the devouring python suddenly propelled its tail and body. Measuring over 40 meters in length, it sprang forth like a coiled spring, utilizing its momentum. Its head swiftly detached from the battlefield, soaring hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye, and it fled in a frenzy. Yunjie was taken aback, quickly pursuing it. The prolonged standoff had greatly depleted his energy, and he found himself struggling to keep pace. The wolves were similarly affected, their speed failing to match that of the fleeing python. The devouring python was escaping. Yunjie glanced ahead to see two large hills forming a pass, the python's escape route leading directly there. He pivoted, taking a shortcut up the hill, then charged down from above the pass. With a fierce cry, Yunjie led the charge away from the pursuit route, racing towards the hilltop. The wolves, displaying remarkable intelligence, soared over the grasslands like bombers, ascending the hill's peak. At last, they had caught up. Yunjie stood atop the hill, peering down as the devouring python emerged from the pass. It was time to unleash their might. With a roar, Yunjie plunged down the slope, the wolves following suit with ferocious howls. Regardless of the force of their assault, the sheer intensity of their charge was enough to terrify the devouring python. Upon sighting them, it frantically darted towards a rocky alcove. Arriving slightly later, the python reached the corner of the rocks first. This particular corner was uniquely shaped, semicircular, nestled between the two hills, with an overhead rock slab resembling an open-air den. Once inside, the devouring python coiled itself in the corner, raising its large head and opening its mouth to intimidate Yunjie and the wolves. Yunjie halted. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the python had chosen a strategic location. Protected by the overhead rock slab, it concealed its body within the corner, leaving only its head exposed, limiting their options for attack. The wolves growled softly, glancing at the sharp stones in the corner, whimpering as they retreated. Clearly, they were reluctant to engage in battle within such chaotic terrain. A new round of stalemate ensued. Yunjie and the wolves frequently shifted positions, seeking suitable opportunities to strike. After a day, the wolves began to exhibit signs of exhaustion, their energy dissipating. Meanwhile, the devouring python, utilizing the terrain to its advantage, expended minimal energy. In the realm of the World of Warcraft, three formidable factions exist, with the Ant tribe reigning supreme due to their unwavering determination, fighting to the last breath. The wolves rank second, as they possess the tendency to concede. Frustrated by their inability to penetrate the python's defenses, the wolves began to grow restless, and many of the feral wolves abandoned the fray. Chapter 132. The fury of the mad wolf. The morale of the wolf pack was dismally low, causing Yunjie to furrow his brow. Such a situation was anything but favorable. A lone mad wolf, panting heavily, stealthily departed from the group, ascending the hilltop. It glanced back at the pack below before vanishing from sight. The other mad wolves, though they did not leave, exhibited expressions of envy. Ultimately, they were not the ones in control of their fate. Yunjie shook his head in resignation. The wolves' despondency presented an opportunity for the devouring python, which suddenly sprang from its hiding place and launched a frenzied assault on the wolves before it. The pack scattered in disarray, with some even seizing the chance to ascend the slope of the hill. Forced to retreat, Yunjie was unaware that the devouring python was merely testing the wolves' combat spirit. As the majority of the pack fled, the python discerned its answer. A final chase would send the wolves fleeing for good. The devouring python attacked once more, with even greater ferocity and strength than before. The startled wolves, driven by fear, had no desire to fight back, vanishing over the hill without a trace. A chill gripped Yunjie's heart. These wretched wolves were utterly unreliable. The python's scheme had succeeded, its vertical pupils gleaming with a sinister delight. It turned from the slope, its massive body blocking the pass, effectively sealing off all possible escape routes. Yunjie felt a pang of realization. He understood the devouring python's cunning ploy. The creature had been pursuing the wolves all along, deliberately ignoring him, and now that the pack had fled, he found himself ensnared within the python's trap. With a hiss, the devouring python opened its gaping maw, emitting an intimidating sound. It harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yunjie. Indeed, his head had reverted to its original form, losing its assimilated appearance. Yunjie smacked his lips, forcing a grim smile. He thought to himself that even sacrificing his defenses now would likely be too late. With a fierce hiss, the devouring python launched its attack, descending with its enormous jaws wide open. Compared to the python, Yunjie felt like a mere mouse. No amount of leaping would allow him to escape its grasp. After dodging a few times, he found his body ensnared by the python's coils, with its jaws descending upon him. Just as the jaws were about to close, Yunjie expelled a strand of silk, ensnaring the python's fangs, and pulled with all his might. He managed to halt himself on the python's vertebrae, sensing something amiss. The devouring python raised its head, shaking vigorously to facilitate Yunjie's entry down its throat. Having faced such precariousness before, Yunjie braced his hooves against the python's upper jaw, gripping the silk tightly. The python made several attempts to rid itself of the obstruction, but to no avail. It quickly shifted from swallowing to expelling, its head down and vertebrae thrust forward, shaking its head violently. An opportunity arose. Yunjie seized the moment, severing the silk and leaping from the gaping maw of the devouring python. The python felt a wave of relief as it gazed down at Yunjie, its fury boiling over as it swung its tail down upon him. With a resounding thud, Yunjie was smashed into the grass before he could rise. His self-healing abilities engaged. Darkness enveloped him, his very soul trembling. Before he could regain his footing, the python's tail struck again with another thunderous crash, sending him flying. He lost all sense of distance, but felt suspended in the air for what seemed an eternity. Upon hitting the ground, he had yet to recover when the devouring python's jaws descended once more. Unlike venomous snakes, the python's teeth were short and dense, embedded in its upper and lower jaws. Though not piercing his body, they came perilously close. This time, the python refrained from swallowing him whole, fearing it would choke again. Instead, it clamped down on Yunjie and violently shook its head, attempting to rend him in two before consumption. Intense pain surged through Yunjie, and he stifled a groan, using his hooves to brace against the python's lower jaw to prevent his lower half from being flung away. Without regard for the consequences, he bit down fiercely. "If you bite me, then I shall bite you back." In a flurry of tearing and injecting corrosive venom, Yunjie attacked the python's mucous membranes with even greater ferocity. Suddenly, a status panel appeared in his mind. The conditions for the Mad Wolf Fury had been met. Would he like to activate it? Without a moment's hesitation, Yunjie commanded its initiation. The first level of Mad Wolf Fury activated, enabling a 3-level upgrade to his alloy donkey hooves, lasting for 3 minutes. Associated skills activated. Level 2 self-healing commenced. Level 2 Venomous Bite initiated, Level 3 Silk Production engaged, and Level 2 Wild Donkey Critical Strike activated. Surprised, Yunjie noted that the activation of Mad Wolf Fury had elevated all his skills by 1 level, providing a more comprehensive enhancement than his Berserk form. Naturally, its duration was short-lived, only lasting 3 minutes. As power surged through him, Yunjie felt a burning sensation in his eyes. With a roar, he opened his mouth and bit down once more. What would a Level 2 Venomous Bite entail? Venom surged forth like a fountain from the tips of his fangs, swiftly filling the python's mucous membranes beneath its skin. With a hiss, the python's membranes bulged, flesh rotting away as green smoke billowed forth. The python felt as if it had swallowed a burning coal, the searing heat compelling it to release Yunjie and inhale deeply, trying to mitigate the scorching pain in its mouth. A loud pop echoed as the corroded membranes exploded. Green corrosive fluid swept into the python's body by the fierce winds. The pain intensified. Yunjie, now on the ground, saw the writhing, devouring python and rushed towards it. Time was of the essence. 3 minutes was all he had, and wasting it would spell disaster. He reached the thrashing head of the serpent, unleashing a fire net. Moments ago, he had reviewed his enhanced status panel, and aside from the Level 2 Venomous Bite, only the Level 3 web could contend with the devouring python. How effective would this Level 3 web be? He was about to find out. The web shot forth, imbued with an even greater intensity than before. As it unfurled, it enveloped the python's head. The orange-red strands seemingly laced with green corrosive liquid. Upon contact with the python's scales, the high temperature and corrosiveness overwhelmed them, splitting them apart. With a staggering defense of over 1,000 points, the python's scales offered no resistance against the Level 3 web. Once more, fearing the time would render all his skills ineffective, Yunjie unleashed a barrage of fire nets. The python's head became suffused with a fiery glow, its anguished cries echoing as its massive form writhed like a wave. As the fire nets continued to ensnare it, the corrosive heat intensified, igniting its head into a massive fireball. The sound of cracking echoed as the flames consumed the python's skull. Yunjie ceased his assault, slowly retreating, waiting for the python's demise. The devouring python thrashed, its flesh raining down like droplets, leaving only a skeletal head behind. Suddenly, it seemed to forget its pain, raising its head and fixing an intense gaze upon Yunjie, akin to a vengeful spirit. Chapter 135, The Sandlouse. The object descended with astonishing speed, and Yunjie felt a blur before his body was thrust into the yellow sands. The self-healing force intervened, unable to discern the appearance of the sandlouse. Yunjie felt as if his head were clamped by enormous pincers, rendering him immobile. A trickle of blood flowed from the back of his neck, pooling in the sand beneath his mouth, slowly seeping downward. Due to the rapidity of the attack, Yunjie could not even ascertain where he was injured. His neck and head were immovable, leaving only his hind hooves to act. He swiftly kicked upwards with all his might. Thud, thud, thud. The sound echoed like a hollow drum, and Yunjie felt as though he had struck the louse's hard shell beneath its abdomen, which instantly rebounded his hoof. A sharp, piercing sound erupted. The sandlouse seemed enraged by the kick, pressing down harder on Yunjie's head, its chewing mouthparts pressed against the back of his neck, its sharp teeth interlocking, tearing a gaping wound, blood gushing forth. The sound of sucking echoed, a true blood-drinking beast. Yunjie grimaced inwardly. With his first-level defense against a fourth-level sandlouse, he felt utterly defenseless. Gradually, warmth was drained from him, and he began to struggle fiercely, twisting his neck in a desperate attempt to escape. In doing so, he felt 2 spiny objects lodged in his neck. Though he could not see them, he could imagine their shape, circular, with 2 sharp horns atop. The horns had pierced through his skin and muscle, firmly wedged against his vertebrae. Escape was impossible unless he was willing to forfeit his neck. What a ruthless creature! Yunjie refused to succumb to despair if he could not push upwards. He would dig downwards. He thrashed his hooves, furiously digging into the yellow sand. In the blink of an eye, a large pit was formed, granting him more space for his head. Peering into the pit, he discovered a pair of not overly thick, barbed forelegs, brown in color, reminiscent of a grasshopper's front legs. I shall not allow you to drink my blood. Yunjie closed one nostril and expelled a strand of silk, ensnaring the forelegs, then yanked with all his strength. The 2 forelegs collided, causing the sandlouse to lose its balance and roll to the left. In its tumultuous motion, Yunjie was also flung about, his hooves elevated into the air. This was disastrous. He had lost all leverage. The sandlouse suddenly sprang up, bouncing chaotically across the yellow sands. Its side legs ensnared by the silk, it struggled in vain to regain balance. Dazed from the wild spinning, Yunjie felt a sudden weightlessness as he was propelled away from the louse. He landed in the yellow sands, and quickly scrambled to his feet, astonished by what lay before him. Emerging from the sands was a colossal creature, somewhat resembling a cicada, yet akin to a longhorn beetle. Its brownish hue thrashing amidst the dunes. At its forehead, two ring-shaped horns protruded, each bifurcated, closely resembling those of a longhorn beetle. Most striking were its two hind legs, long and robust, comprising a third of its body. In stark contrast, its other legs were thin, even more so than Yunjia's own, and exceedingly short. The sand louse's body was oval and flattened, similar to that of a stinky sister. It bore two long antennae atop its head, resembling antennas. Most astonishingly, this creature possessed wings, small and translucent. Could it fly? Yunjia was taken aback. The sand louse flailed wildly in the sands, finally freeing itself from the silk's grasp. Raising its head to gaze at Yunjia, its cicada-like eyes glimmered with malice. Yunjia recoiled. He had never encountered such a beast before. How to confront it? Suddenly, the yellow sands erupted beneath the louse, and it vanished. Where had it gone? Instinctively, Yunjia looked up to see the sand louse unfurl its wings, soaring above him like a kite, before plummeting with great speed. Such formidable leaping power. Terrified, Yunjia dashed away. The airborne sand louse maneuvered its wings. Its longhorn antennae flared, targeting Yunjia below as it dove fiercely. Pain shot through Yunjia's shoulder, and his body tumbled away, only to be pinned down once more by the louse. This time, the louse's attack was slightly misaligned, failing to ensnare Yunjia's neck. Struggling fiercely beneath it, he discovered to his surprise that the creature was lighter than he had anticipated, only slightly heavier than himself. After several vigorous struggles, he once again broke free from the louse's clutches. Dust swirled as the sand louse vanished again. Having faced it twice, Yunjia had gleaned its capabilities. He no longer fled, for escape seemed futile. Instead, he sprawled atop the sand pile, preparing to spring like a rabbit waiting for an eagle, anticipating the louse's next move. Sure enough, the leaping louse reappeared above him, its wings maintaining balance before it hurtled downwards. Come on. Yunjia retracted his limbs, gathering strength, and as the louse lunged down, he kicked up fiercely. With a resounding thud, Yunjia felt a jolt in his hoof as the louse was sent hurtling away. You dare provoke me again? This shall be your fate. Yunjia swiftly turned and charged towards the louse. Yet, the louse's speed surpassed his own. As it landed, its hind legs met the ground, propelling it skyward once more. This time, Yunjia observed closely. As the louse leapt, it relied solely on its hind legs, its body rising like a rocket poised for launch. With a powerful push, the yellow sands exploded, and the creature soared into the air. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yunjia immediately fell flat against the ground. The louse's leap reached a height 25 times his own, nearly 30 meters. Upon reaching the sky, it unfurled its wings, scanning for Yunjia's position before retracting its wing tips and diving down again. Yunjia was prepared, kicking up once more as the louse descended. Thud! The louse was once again sent flying. It flipped and rose from the ground, deep hoof impressions etched into its carapace. With newfound confidence in his strategy against the louse, Yunjia stood tall, circling the creature slowly. He intended to unleash a fiery net when the creature was caught off guard, hoping to capture it alive and devour its magic core. After two failed attacks, the louse's antennae twitched as if reassessing its adversary's strength. It noticed Yunjia circling, but remained stationary. Secretly pleased, Yunjia maneuvered behind the louse and exhaled a fire net. The flames unfurled and flew forth. In that instant, with a loud bang, the sand louse vanished from its position, its speed utterly astonishing. Falling back, Yunjia immediately dropped to the ground, bracing for a counterattack. This time, the louse altered its tactics, spreading its wings to glide through the air before landing directly in front of Yunjia, its forelegs retracting beneath its abdomen, its hind legs propelling it off the ground, its longhorn antennae quivering incessantly. Chapter 133, The Eerie Desert. The burning serpent's head, its bones blackened by flames, resembled a malevolent spirit knight transformed into a serpent. Yunjia, gripped by terror, retreated step by step, completely oblivious to the time left for his blood fury attack. The sky-devouring python opened its skeletal maw, and broken bones fell from within. It raised its head and let out a deafening roar, a jet of fire erupting from its throat. Boom! A massive bulge formed in the middle of the python's body before it exploded. A pale green liquid mixed with blood sprayed across the sky. With 1/3 of blood fury time remaining, Yunjia glanced at the sky-devouring python, pondering whether this creature was truly dead or alive. Would it transform into a dragon? Should he continue his assault? It seemed unnecessary. After the python's body was torn in two, its upper half lost support and its flaming head tumbled down. The python's head shattered upon impact, the fragments of bone mingling with flames, and a black-gray crystal flew out from the inferno. It was a magic core. Yunjie immediately pursued it. Blood fury time ended, and all skills reverted. He caught up to the magic core and bit into it. As soon as it entered his mouth, the core's high temperature burned his tongue, causing blisters. Once the core cooled down, he swiftly crushed it and swallowed it whole. Congratulations, he gained 6,000 evolution points, 800 points in super biting power evolution, and 1,100 points in defense evolution. Current progress, secondary level, primary alloy donkey hoof 11,000. He needed 19,000 experience points to reach the mid-secondary level. Webbing level 2. Self-healing level 1. Wild donkey charge 6,500. Venomous fangs level 1. Mad wolf blood fury level 1. Blood fury value, infinite. Natural elemental fragments 35,100. Donkey human form reserve value 2,400. Now beginning the installation of biting power attributes. Progress 11%. 15. Installation complete. Congratulations. You have attained level 1 biting power. Progress 300-1000. Yunjie felt the muscles in his jaw moving like worms, his gums thickening. Once the system finished installation, the muscles in his cheeks expanded significantly, and his jaws felt exceptionally strong, capable of crushing stones with ease. Now beginning the installation of defense attributes. Progress 1%. 50. Installation complete. Current defense level 1. Progress 100-2000. His skin rippled like waves, and his donkey fur appeared neatly trimmed, arranged in a diamond scale structure. The skin tightened, thickening as if he were clad in a bulletproof vest. There was little surprise, just a sense of reassurance. After all, he had experienced these sensations before. However, he was puzzled by the infinite nature of the Mad Wolf Blood Fury value. What could it mean? He scrutinized the attribute panel for Mad Wolf Blood Fury and noticed 3 additional points beneath it, which he promptly opened. The Mad Wolf Blood Fury was only level 1, but it could be enhanced infinitely based on the host state. The more intense the combat situation, the higher the Blood Fury value would rise. When the Blood Fury value peaked and sustained for longer, it could allow for combat across 1 or even multiple levels. Understood. Yunjie nodded silently. In essence, the Mad Wolf Blood Fury evolved solely through combat. Having grasped the nature of the Mad Wolf Blood Fury, he glanced at the massive corpse of the sky-devouring python. Smacking his lips, feeling utterly unappetized, the creature's body was riddled with corrosive green holes, exuding a foul odor, making it unpalatable. After 3 battles, Yunjie had acquired the magic cores of the venomous worm, Wolf King, and sky-devouring python, restoring his strength to the secondary level, which felt satisfactory. At present, his most pressing need was perception. Without it, navigating the forest was akin to being unclothed. Returning to the rainforest, he continued along the forest path. He decided against venturing into the grasslands. At his speed, he could neither catch a rabbit nor seize an eagle, and would have to find some exotic beasts in the forest to evolve. Along the way, Yunjie accumulated some experience points, now only 5,000 away from mid-secondary level. He considered this progress acceptable, albeit slow, without any significant hazards. However, as he reached the edge of the rainforest, a desert region appeared ahead. Yunjie surveyed the desert and then looked back at the rainforest, feeling an extraordinary sense of wonder. The rainforest, humid and sticky, shrouded in mist year-round, was starkly juxtaposed with the arid desert, with no transitional zone in between. Here lay the rainforest, and just beyond was the desert. The towering trees stood like a wall at the desert's edge, with not a grain of yellow sand intruding. Conversely, the desert contained not a speck of moisture-laden soil. It was as if 2 realms of yin and yang met, distinctly separate. Was there no wind in this place? Yunjie pondered, his hooves sinking into the yellow sand while his hind legs remained in the rainforest. It felt as if his front half was basking under the sun while the back half was caught in the rain, an extraordinary sensation indeed. According to natural laws, deserts existed in high-temperature climates, while rainforests represented cooler environments. When these 2 contrasting climates converged, one would expect winds to arise, eroding the rainforest. Yet here, no such phenomenon occurred. The 2 extreme regions seemed to intersect at a singular point, like parallel worlds colliding. Should he venture into the desert or remain in the rainforest? After some contemplation, Yunjie resolved to explore the desert. Perhaps he might encounter some fortuitous event. If not, he could always return. As he stepped into the desert, the sensation transformed. Heat, unbearable heat. After walking a few hundred meters, he felt unwell and immediately retreated back to the rainforest. Heat waves surged, distorting the rainforest region. From afar, it appeared both illusory and real. Yunjie quickened his pace, but the rainforest seemed to evade him. After several kilometers, it still appeared distant, and he sensed something was amiss. He clearly remembered only having ventured a few hundred meters, yet he had now exceeded that distance without reaching the rainforest's edge. What was happening? The temperature continued to rise, and the moisture within Yunjie evaporated rapidly. At that moment, he needed copious amounts of water to replenish his strength. Setting aside his curiosity, he pressed on towards the rainforest once more. But he could not catch up. The rainforest was like the moon hanging in the sky. No matter how far Yunjie traveled, the distance between them remained interminable, seemingly never shrinking. Breathless, he halted and gazed at the rainforest, astonished to find it appeared to be rising. My goodness, what was going on? Suddenly, a black emerged from the distorted rainforest, moving southward. Squinting, Yunjie realized the creature emerging was a donkey. To his astonishment, he was encountering a relative. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he galloped after it. As he drew closer, recognizing the donkey's rear, he abruptly stopped, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The donkey emerging from the rainforest was none other than himself. Chapter 134, Mirage of the Desert. Beneath the blazing sun, Yunjie felt an inexplicable chill. Before him lay the diamond-patterned rear of a donkey, accompanied by a recently sprouted tail and the golden hooves of a second-tier donkey. Who else could it be but himself? To encounter another version of oneself at a specific moment in time is a sensation beyond terror. Yunjie dared not utter a sound, fearing that the figure ahead might turn to see him. He dreaded the moment their gazes would meet. The other Yunjie seemed oblivious to his presence, trudging through the yellow sands with uneven steps. After several hundred meters, he suddenly turned to glance back. Yunjie was taken aback, uncertain whether to hide or confront his counterpart. The other Yunjie hesitated, casting a look behind him before swiftly turning back. Yunjie's heart raced. Did he not see me? Contrary to his expectations, the other Yunjie, although seemingly retracing his steps, appeared to be diverted by a distortion in the desert, compelled to change direction involuntarily. The other Yunjie circled back with increasing urgency, his donkey lips turning pale, beads of sweat cascading from his brow. Yunjie felt as if he were plunging into an icy abyss. This was eerily reminiscent of his previous encounter. An ominous feeling washed over him. Suddenly, the other Yunjie halted and lifted his head, gazing in his direction. Yunjie's heart raced as he saw the other Yunjie charging towards him. The distance closed rapidly, and it seemed the other had finally noticed him, his eyes wide with astonishment. Come on, brother, I recognize you, Yunjie silently urged. It seemed the other Yunjie had heard his thoughts, for he rushed forward without hesitation. Surely, this was his counterpart from a parallel world. A wave of bittersweet emotions surged within Yunjie, realizing that in another realm, he too existed as a donkey. As they drew closer, 5 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter, the other Yunjie came to a halt, standing face to face with him. What a magnificent donkey he was. Tears welled in Yunjie's eyes as he approached to embrace his other self, eager to compare the length of their 5 legs. But to his shock, the other self moved. Yunjie closed his eyes and opened his arms, ready to embrace himself. As if passing through a thin mist, a chill enveloped him, and he opened his eyes in astonishment, realizing that the other Yunjie had passed right through him. He was intangible. In terror, Yunjie turned his head, only to find the other self gazing into the distance where he had just looked. Could it be a mere illusion? A shiver ran down Yunjie's spine. Suddenly, the other self turned his head, their black eyes locking in a gaze. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck in the night, a dazzling spark igniting before Yunjie's eyes, and amidst the flares, he perceived his other self gradually merging with him, becoming one. A gust of yellow sand swept by, causing Yunjie to shiver. He turned abruptly, only to find that the other self had vanished, leaving him alone amidst the swirling sands. Was it truly an illusion? He could hardly believe it. The scene had felt so real. He turned his gaze toward the rainforest, where a layer of white mist rose, reminiscent of a mirage, utterly surreal. This was no illusion. He dashed to the spot where his counterpart had emerged, and upon looking down, he confirmed his suspicion. There, in the sand, were the unmistakable footprints of the other self. I knew it wasn't he an illusion. Yunjie followed the trail, convinced that pursuing the prints would lead him to the whereabouts or clues of his other self. After tracing the footprints in a circle, he was astonished to find himself back at the starting point. No sign of the other self. He glanced back at the undulating dunes, only to be shocked by a revelation. All the footprints appeared to be his own, including those of the previous self. Among the rolling hills, only 2 sets of prints formed in a regular circle. A chilling dread gripped Yunjie as he slowly turned to face the direction from which his other self had come. Logically, there should have been tracks emerging from the rainforest. Yet, There was only a single set of front hoof prints in the sand, devoid of any rear hoof marks. Yunjie suddenly recalled that half of his body had been in the desert while the other half resided in the rainforest. Oh my god, what is happening? He approached the front hoof prints, realizing that if this point served as a reference, the rainforest should be just a meter beyond the front hoof. Yet now, there was nothing but desert. Alas, Yunjie stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend the situation. The sun was setting, and the temperature began to drop. In his bewilderment, he noticed the distant rainforest fading, slowly dissolving into nothingness. It was gone. No rainforest remained in the desert. With a heavy heart, Yunjie turned to face the sunset, the sky ablaze with crimson hues reflecting upon the sands, the clouds on the horizon resembling the gates of hell, teeming with monstrous beasts ready to emerge. It was over. There was no turning back. Yunjie stood in a daze for a long while. Since I am here, I must make my peace with it. With a resigned sigh, he chose a direction and began to walk. The terrain of the desert mirrored that of Earth, with endless dunes stretching as far as the eye could see. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, the temperature plummeted to around 10 degrees. A stark contrast to the near 50 degrees of the day. Yunjie shivered from the cold. The warmest refuge was found between two dunes, where the low elevation retained the heat of the day, making it the perfect spot for nocturnal rest. Yunjie selected a sheltered spot beneath a dune, digging a substantial hole with his hooves before settling into it. The warmth enveloped him as he sat down. Suddenly, a long branch shot up from the sand. Startled, Yunjie wondered if trees in the desert grew that quickly. Another branch emerged beside it, the two swaying like antennas. The more he observed, the more he sensed something sinister about these branches. Rising from his pit, he scrutinized the strange appendages, then abruptly bit down on one. A bizarre shriek echoed, followed by a deafening explosion as the sands erupted before him, a dark shadow launching from the ground. Yunjie was engulfed in a cloud of sand, staggering back to spit out the gritty particles. As he looked towards the spot where the branches had been, he discovered a deep pit, utterly empty. Had he just triggered a landmine? Puzzled, he reviewed the task prompt. Initial stage for sand tick, for 1,000 experience points, granting the super jump skill, evolution points 50. Defense value 300, other evolution points none. Sand tick? What on earth is that, and where is it? Scanning the surroundings, he found no sign of life. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air above him. He looked up to see a creature resembling a gray helicopter descending toward him. Chapter 136, The Awakening of Blood Fury. Yunjie was taken aback. What was this creature up to? Given the previous assaults, he dared not rise, instead glancing sideways at the sand louse. With a sudden burst, the sand louse kicked off its hind legs, propelling itself forward like a cannonball amidst a flurry of yellow dust. To his astonishment, it could leap as well. Yunjie immediately rolled to his feet and fled, but it was too late. The sand louse had already barreled into him. The horn of the beetle pierced through his abdomen, sending him flying several meters. A guttural roar escaped his lips as his intestines spilled onto the ground. He screamed in agony, unable to rise. This was the first time he had sustained such a grave injury since regaining his healing abilities. The sand louse emitted a sharp, mocking sound from beneath its belly, as if to deride Yunjie. You wretched creature. Yunjie staggered to his feet, glaring at the sand louse. Cold sweat trickling from his abdomen. The blood fury of the wild wolf was ignited. Associated skills activated, temporarily enhancing all abilities by 1 tier. Sustaining his fury would elevate his blood fury value, extending his attack power indefinitely. In an instant, Yunjie felt his blood vessels swell, waves of blood crashing against his cerebral cortex. Saliva poured forth uncontrollably, as his yearning for blood eclipsed the pain in his belly. Taking a step forward, he aligned himself with the sand louse, his body ablaze with fervor, eager for a direct confrontation. Unbeknownst to him, his attacking stance mirrored that of the Wolf King. With a roar, Yunjie's eyes blazed crimson, unleashing a primal scream as heat billowed from his mouth and nostrils. The sand louse was taken aback. How had this beast suddenly transformed? It lifted its front legs off the ground, rear legs bracing itself, its shield-like head aimed at Yunjie, then propelled itself forward with immense force. Caught in a tempest of yellow dust, the sand louse charged like a cannonball towards Yunjie. At that moment, Yunjie had fully succumbed to the frenzy of blood rage, utterly lost to himself. He charged forward, exhaling hot breaths, heedless of the consequences. Boom! The two collided midair. The force of the sand louse's hind legs was tremendous. Yunjie heard a crack as his head was violently thrown back, a gaping wound opening on his forehead. Blood splattering. The sand louse landed, emitting a derisive sound, as if to say, "Little donkey, your spirit is commendable, but your strength is lacking." With a fierce roar, Yunjie twisted his neck, realigning his dislocated bones, as the world around him gradually turned crimson. The pain intensified his thirst for battle. He turned and charged at the sand louse once more. A wild donkey critical strike achieved 50 points. Blood fury value reached 1 point, extending the duration of his attack by 1 minute. Come on, let us play with our lives, you hideous creature. Yunjie charged recklessly. The sand louse was undeterred, leaping back before launching itself at Yunjie. Boom. A tremendous crash resonated as they collided again. Yunjie staggered backward, blood gushing from his head like a fountain. Wild donkey critical strike achieved 50 points. Blood fury value increased by 2, extending the attack duration by 2 minutes. Despite the excruciating pain in his head, the fervor for battle surged within him. Yunjie bared his teeth, unleashing hot breaths, his face a mask of ferocity. The sand louse did not retreat. Its powerful hind legs absorbed all of Yunjie's assaults. The sand louse began to flap its wings, the sound of stones clashing emanating from beneath its abdomen. The previous collision had astonished it. To ensure the force of its charge, it activated an auxiliary skill, wings. Though it could not fly, the wings indeed augmented the power of its impact. Its strong hind legs dug into the yellow sand, wings flapping back as the sand louse lifted its front legs. Initiating a third charge, Yunjie did not hesitate, launching himself forward. Boom. With the aid of its wings, the sand louse barreled towards Yunjie like a speeding train, crushing him beneath its weight. Blood arced through the air as Yunjie plunged headfirst into the yellow sand, legs flailing upwards, lying motionless for a time. The sand louse flicked its antennae, cautiously approaching. Suddenly, Yunjie erupted from the sand, his eyes bulging, blood red with fury. He glared at the sand louse and roared, charging once more. The sand louse reacted swiftly, propelling itself back, colliding with Yunjie. A fiery net erupted from Yunjie's nostrils. The sand louse gasped in shock, its hind legs thrusting downward, its massive form flying off at an angle. Yunjie halted abruptly, turning to unleash another fiery net towards the retreating sand louse. The net soared forth, but it seemed a moment too late. Yunjie roared as he pursued, ready to unleash another net. But the fiery net was suddenly yanked downward by the sand louse's barbed hind legs. Upon landing, the sand louse felt the searing pain of the flames. Its 2 hind legs shot up, thrashing to rid itself of the fiery net, but instead, they became ensnared in even more barbs, tightening their grip. The upgraded fiery net could vanquish a 4-star, 1-tier sky-eating python, with a staggering defense value of 1,100 points, proving devastatingly effective. The sand louse, with only 300 points of defense, was at a distinct disadvantage. With a crackle, smoke billowed as the fiery net burned through the sand louse's massive hind legs. Yellowish blood oozing forth, it screeched, burrowing into the yellow sand and rolling to extinguish the flames. This tactic proved effective. Yunjie's fiery net was swiftly extinguished by the yellow sand, and the corrosive liquid neutralized. However, the sand louse's wounds would not heal in the short term. Seizing the opportunity, Yunjie unleashed another fiery net. The sand louse, filled with dread, let out a terrified shriek, its hind legs propelling it skyward. This time, its leap was noticeably lower than before, and upon landing, it did not charge at Yunjie, but instead faced him, trembling as it vibrated its wings in retreat. Yunjie observed the sand louse's hind legs, now riddled with burn holes, and sneered coldly, advancing with determination. Are you afraid now? Humph. Maintaining his assault. The blood fury value began to wane. Yunjie sprinted forward without hesitation. The sand louse's hind legs recoiled, propelling it backward in fear. Come back here. Yunjie charged forth. In comparison to the sand louse's speed, his own was woefully inadequate. The sand louse flew several hundred meters back, landing beneath a hill. Yunjie pressed on, pursuing rapidly. Cackling, the sand louse glanced at Yunjie atop the hill, its abdomen vibrating, producing a crisp sound. Are you begging for mercy? Too bad. I have no intention of letting you go. In Yunjie's eyes, the crimson tide began to recede, the blood fury value dwindling. I shall eliminate you before the blood fury fades. Yunjie leaped down the hill. The sand louse below suddenly rose, its hind legs supporting its body, its 4 small front limbs flailing as if in supplication. But it was too late. Yunjie remained unmoved. Suddenly, 2 gray antennae emerged from beneath the sand louse, followed by the sound of cackling, seemingly responding to the sand louse's pleas. Chapter 138, The Counterattack. A brown, crystal-sized magic core fell from the severed head of the sand louse. Yunjie glanced at it, suppressing the urge to swallow it whole, and hurriedly dashed to the other side of the sand dune, flaring his nostrils to release a net of fire. Below the dune, Another sand louse incessantly rubbed its diminutive forelegs against its head, where its horn had been entirely obliterated. It was now deep into the night, and as the orange-red fire net unfurled, the sand louse immediately sensed it, launching itself into the air with a resounding thud. Should he lie in wait for a counterattack or seize the opportunity to assault the other sand louse? Attack. At that moment, Yunjia's eyes were ablaze with a crimson fervor, the intense desire for battle propelling him forward. Ignoring the fleeing creature, he turned and charged toward the opposite side of the hill. Bang! Whoosh! Before he could reach the base of the dune, the last sand louse had already taken flight, akin to a rocket being launched. Yunjia was momentarily taken aback, but instantly expelled a thread of web. The silk ensnared the hind leg of his adversary, but just as he prepared to exert force, the previously airborne sand louse crashed into him, sending him sprawling. Yunjia clung to the web, rolling down the slope of the dune. This time, he emerged unscathed, for the creature that had attacked him was now hornless. Using the momentum of the impact, he yanked down the airborne sand louse. The brown creature plummeted from the sky, akin to an alien descending to earth. The sand louse that had previously assaulted Yunjia leapt forward, its hind leg raised. With no time to evade, Yunjia felt the rush of adrenaline surging through his veins as he leapt upward, colliding with the sand louse. Bang! The impact registered 50 points of damage. His blood rage increased slightly, extending his attack time by a minute. Yunjia stumbled back from the collision, although he had lost. The force of this strike was markedly stronger than before. The sand louse he had struck tumbled down the dune, not propelled away by Yunjia, but rolling down after the force of the impact had ceased. Shaking off the sand, it cawed and raised its hind leg toward Yunjia, its shield-like head aimed menacingly. Here it comes. Yunjia immediately began to ascend the dune, but the loose sand impeded his progress, rendering his efforts futile. Bang! Below the dune, the yellow sand billowed, and the sand louse hurtled toward him like a cannonball. Realizing the peril, Yunjia had no leverage to escape and braced himself for the impact. Bang! Suddenly, the sand louse ensnared by his web launched itself. Yunjia felt a sharp pain in his nostrils as his body was catapulted into the air. The sand louse, witnessing Yunjia being propelled by another, could not halt its momentum, crashing into the yellow sand. The tremendous force seemed to collapse the entire dune, burying the unfortunate sand louse beneath the cascading grains. The horizon rose, and the world before him became unencumbered, the immense dune appearing like a small beach thrusting out from the coastline. The sensation was exhilarating, momentarily causing Yunjia to forget that he was being flung through the air by the sand louse. Cawing, the sand louse screeched, plummeting rapidly. Yunjia's heart sank as he clung to the thread, eyes wide, calculating the descent and the distance between himself and the creature. With a thud, they landed. The sand louse remained unharmed while Yunjia was flung away. Feeling the burden of the sand louse, it leapt again, this time with twice the force. Before Yunjia could regain his footing, he was launched into the air once more. Once, twice, thrice, he lost track of how many times the sand louse had jumped, his head spinning from the disorienting motions. Finally, the creature came to a halt, raising a hind leg to dislodge the web. However, unbeknownst to it, the barbed nature of the web only served to entangle further. As the web tightened around him, Yunjia found himself dragged beneath the sand louse's hind legs. Looking up, he marveled at the enormous limbs before him, and to his astonishment, he noticed a green, gear-like structure nestled between its forelegs. In that instant, understanding dawned upon him. The sand louse's impressive leaps were not solely reliant on the muscles of its hind legs. The interlocking gears amplified the thrust of its jumps exponentially. The hind legs, a spark ignited within Yunjia. He scrambled towards the interlocking gears and sank his teeth into them. The sand louse, being an arthropod, lacked a skeletal system. Its outer layer was a hard exoskeleton. This exoskeleton, akin to those of beetles and tarantulas, varied in its defensive capabilities. The sand louse's defenses were relatively low, with only a few hundred points, thus vulnerable. With a decisive bite, Yunjia's sharp fangs pierced the junction of the gears and hind legs, unleashing a torrent of venom that gushed forth like a fountain. The exoskeleton encased nerves and muscle. Upon contact, the corrosive poison rapidly dissolved the internal musculature, transforming it into a viscous green liquid that seeped downward, bubbling. Inside the sand louse's hind leg, it appeared as though it were boiling. Through the semi-transparent chitinous layer, bubbles could be seen rising. Caw! In excruciating pain, the sand louse propelled itself forcefully, its massive body soaring sideways. Caught off guard, Yunjia was once again flung away. With one leg incapacitated, the sand louse's subsequent leap relied solely on its remaining hind leg, resembling a failed projectile arching down to the ground. Yunjia quickly regained his footing and charged toward the sandlouse's other leg. The sandlouse was remarkably swift, primarily relying on its powerful jumping ability. With one leg compromised, its weaknesses became apparent, and its movements grew sluggish and uncoordinated. As Yunjia closed the gap, it awkwardly attempted to evade him, but could not escape his pursuit. With a fierce snarl, Yunjia lunged forward. Hiss. The venom immediately corroded the sandlouse's shell, permeating its blood and muscle. It was evident. The gigantic hind legs of the creature buckled, dragging helplessly along the ground. Now you won't be jumping anymore. Yunjia circled to the head of the sandlouse, a wicked grin spreading across his face. With its hind legs incapacitated, the sandlouse frantically crawled using its forelegs. Its speed diminished significantly, and Yunjia pursued it as if taking a leisurely stroll. Caw caw. The sandlouse emitted desperate cries. Yunjia's expression hardened. He could not allow it to continue calling out, lest it summon a horde of reinforcements. Yield your experience points. Awu. Yunjia opened his jaws and lunged. The sandlouse, still making its final desperate attempts to evade, wriggled its four short legs to escape. Fire net. Whoosh. A net of flames shot forth. The sandlouse, caught off guard, attempted to leap away, but its hind legs were no longer responsive, leaving it to flap its wings in futile resistance. Hiss. The blazing fire engulfed the sandlouse, slicing through its head and then its oval body. Yunjia watched in silence as the sandlouse could no longer utter a sound, its body reduced to a charred heap. He then cracked open its shield-like head, uncovering the coveted sandlouse magic core. Chapter 139. The Transformation of the Desert. The brown magic core lay atop the charred skull, resembling a luminous pearl in the depths of night. Yunjia opened his mouth and bit it out, savoring the taste before crushing it in his jaws. Congratulations. You have gained 3,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have acquired 300 defense points and 50 points of Super Leap evolution value. Current Tier 2 Initial Alloy Donkey Hoof, 22,000. 2,000 experience points remain until the mid-tier of Tier 2. Webbing Level 2. Self-Healing Level 1. Wild Donkey Charge Level 2, 5,500. Venomous Fangs Level 1. Blood Rage of the Savage Wolf Level 1. Blood Rage Value, Infinite. Natural Force Fragments, 35,100. Donkey Man Form Reserve Value, 2, 400. Bite Force Level 1, 301,000. Defense, 402,000. Super Leap Ability, 51,000. Continue to accumulate 950 points of Super Leap evolution value to reach Level 1. Blood Rage Value decreasing. Yunjia glanced at the Super Leap, realizing it required 1,000 evolution points. This meant he needed to consume 20 sandlice to achieve Level 1 Super Leap. 20, indeed. His brow furrowed, recognizing the challenge ahead. However, the exhilarating sensation of jumping was undeniably thrilling. So far, he had defeated 2, leaving 18 more to go. He was not far off from his target. He hurried towards the sandlice buried in the sand dune. Upon arrival, he realized the difficulty was considerable. The area of the collapsed dune was extensive, and despite a thorough observation, he could not detect any signs of the sandlice emerging. Could it be that the creature burrowed a hole and escaped? Let us dig and find out. He leaped into the dune and began to dig furiously. An hour later, he emerged, gasping for breath. Nothing, truly nothing. The sandlice seemed to have vanished into the dune, leaving no trace behind. He had no choice but to concede defeat. Fortunately, there was still one trapped by a web. Yunjia hastily sought the first sandlice he had battled. That creature had burrowed underground, its legs presumably still exposed. Upon locating the spot, he found the broken horn fragments, yet the sandlice was nowhere to be seen, and the soft sand bore no marks. These wretched creatures are remarkably swift, he cursed silently. Suddenly, he recalled the other sandlice that had dropped the magic core. If it disappeared, he would suffer a great loss. He chased after it, and the sandlice stood there like a broken propeller engine, with the magic core lying beneath it. Yunjia exhaled in relief, rushing over to pick up the magic core and crushing it in one bite. Congratulations, you have gained 2,500 experience points, 150 defense points, and 50 points of Super Leap evolution value. Congratulations, you have reached mid-tier of Tier 2, with 19,500 points remaining until late tier. Currently, Super Leap Skill Progress, 101,000. Level 1 Defense Progress, 552,000. Just one more zero. Yunjia surveyed his surroundings. The sandlice had all vanished, and he could only console himself with that thought. The sun cast its golden rays from the east, illuminating the vast sand dunes in a brilliant hue. A night had passed, and the sun was about to rise, heralding a rise in temperature. Wisps of mist curled from the tops of the dunes, dissipating into the air. Yunjie swallowed to moisten his throat, glancing at the corpse of the sand lice, its green blood enticing him like a sweet spring. Time to feast. All arthropods share a common trait: high protein content and superior flavor compared to ordinary reptiles. The sand lice were no exception. The muscle within its shell and the nearly transparent blood were rich in moisture, replenishing Yunjie's electrolytes significantly. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Yunjie examined the sand lice's body. Besides the extraordinarily large hind legs, he discovered the source of the sand lice's sounds. Two semicircular plates sheltered a pair of hard shells beneath, and air passing through the holes would cause the shells to emit a clattering sound. He fiddled with the shells, finding little amusement, and turned his gaze to the endless desert, pondering his next course of action. As the sun ascended higher, the temperature rose sharply. Clad in black, Yunjie resembled a solar panel. He promptly abandoned the idea of traversing during the day, opting to rest until nightfall. Finding the backside of a dune, he dug a deep pit and squatted down. Self-healing progressed to 75%. He glanced at the wound on his abdomen, which had begun to heal. It wouldn't be long before he was fully recovered. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, akin to an earthquake. Yunjie jumped in surprise, standing to survey his surroundings. Another tremor struck. An earthquake? He was baffled. Could there be earthquakes in the desert? Impossible. The desert was once an ocean, and beneath it lay no mountains. Even if an earthquake had occurred, the shifting sands would conceal any fissures in the crust, making the likelihood of a subsequent quake exceedingly slim, let alone 2 consecutive tremors. What could this possibly be? Yunjie was puzzled. A series of greater, more continuous vibrations emanated from the earth, causing Yunjie to struggle to maintain his footing. The entire desert seemed to be perched on a giant platter, swaying incessantly. The waves of sand collapsed, filling ravines and low-lying areas. In that moment, Yunjie regretted not having acquired the super leap from the sand lice. The surrounding dunes crumbled, and the yellow sands surged like ocean waves, obscuring the sun. He was engulfed by the rolling sands time and again, nearly suffocating in the yellow haze. After several minutes, the tremors ceased, and Yunjie emerged from the sand, glancing around in astonishment. Everything had changed. The uneven dunes were gone. The landscape was now flat, the horizon a seamless line where desert met sky. Blue above and yellow below, akin to the dual realms of yin and yang. Who has ever seen a perfectly flat desert? Yunjie had. What on earth had transpired? He spun in place, utterly disoriented by the vastness surrounding him. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble once more. This tremor felt different, while the previous one was lateral. This seemed to oscillate vertically. Is this the end of the world? Yunjie struggled to keep his balance amid the jolting, ultimately deciding to lie flat on the ground. The sound of flowing yellow sand filled the air, and before his eyes, the yellow sand began to move, as if it possessed a life of its own. Rising and accumulating. He watched in disbelief as the sand did not flow downward but instead ascended. Layers of yellow sand rolled upward, gathering at the tops of the dunes. As though someone were pulling a yellow veil. The dunes grew taller, gradually returning to their original form. Not only the dune before Yunjie, but the entirety of the desert's yellow sand began to rise, each dune forming anew from nothingness. After several minutes, the vibrations ceased, and Yunjie crawled out from beneath the dune, looking around. The desert had reverted to its undulating state, as if nothing had ever occurred. Chapter 140. Capturing the sand louse as if awakening from a vivid dream. Yunjie shook his head vigorously, struggling to comprehend the astonishing events that had just transpired. The desert, it appeared to move and even restore itself. Was this a form of regeneration? His mind grappled with the incomprehensible nature of it all. The sun's relentless rays scorched his back, prompting him to seek refuge beneath a shaded dune, where he dug a small pit to crouch down. The yellow sands retained heat during the night and cooled during the day, ensuring Yunjie's survival in this harsh environment. After enduring the blistering sun all day, night fell, bringing a dramatic drop in temperature. Since the desert had reverted to its original state, the strange vibrations had ceased. Emerging from his sandy refuge, Yunjie glanced towards the moon and resolved to head westward. Suddenly, as he was about to take a step, a pair of brown antennae emerged from the sands. Startled, he quickly felt a surge of excitement. There was no doubt that the owner of those antennae was a sand louse. His heart raced, though formidable in attack. Once their hind legs were removed, they became virtually powerless. This creature was not only a vital resource for survival, providing sustenance and hydration, but it also possessed the ability to evolve superior jumping capabilities. Yunjie cautiously retreated until he could unleash his fire net at maximum distance, ensnaring the exposed antennae. With a sizzling sound, The fire net flattened the antennae, and the scorching flames severed them. Below the sands, the familiar cries of the sand louse resonated. Suddenly, the sands erupted, and Yunjie was engulfed in a cloud of yellow dust. To avoid any mishap, he promptly lay back against the sands. The airborne sand louse, entangled in the fire net, ascended like a brilliant firework before plummeting back down. Upon realizing that the sand louse was not attacking him, Yunjie swiftly got to his feet and pursued its descent. In the darkness, chasing a flaming beast was a simple endeavor. The sand louse crashed into the sands with a wretched cry, struggling desperately to escape the fire net, but its own spines only hindered its efforts, tightening the net further around it. Yunjie quickened his pace. His blood rage had yet to ignite, and the fire net was only at level 2, insufficient to inflict lethal damage on the sand louse. Positioning himself beside the creature, he sank his teeth into one of its massive hind legs. Though the venom lacked the potency of his blood rage, it was sufficient to incapacitate a leg. The sand louse writhed in agony, and Yunjie swiftly maneuvered to bite its other leg. In less than a minute, both legs lay straightened, bubbling as if boiling. The creature was immobilized. With a sigh of relief, Yunjie stepped before the sand louse and shattered its shield-like face with his powerful jaws. Semi-transparent blood splattered forth as he decisively seized the magical core within, extracting it in a single bite. The immense body of the sand louse collapsed, devoid of life, as if all vitality had drained from it. Laughing triumphantly, Yunjie crushed the magical core. Congratulations! You have gained 4,000 experience points, 50 points towards super jump evolution, and 300 defense points. To his surprise, he discovered that this creature was a 4th-tier beast. Current super jump progress, 150-1000. Level 1 defense progress, 850-2000. Just 850 more points would grant him level 1 super jump. Eagerly, he scoured the area where the sand louse had appeared, hoping to find more of its kind. Unfortunately, it seemed that the sand louses had caught wind of his presence, leaving him with no trace to pursue. Surely, there cannot be just one, he mused, glancing at the creature's abdomen before a spark of inspiration struck him. He flipped the sand louse over, exposing its underside, and bit open the 2 plates that could produce sound, removing the resonant shell and shaking it in his mouth. The shell emitted the characteristic call of the sand louse. Let us lure them out. Yunjie, with the shell in his mouth, circled around the base of the dunes, stamping the sands with his hooves. The eerie calls echoed throughout the night desert, but after traversing numerous dunes, still no sand louses emerged. After a moment of contemplation, he controlled the shell's sound to remain within the range of its call, continuing to entice them while occasionally stamping the sands. Suddenly, a pair of antennae shot up from the sands. Yes, Yunjie exclaimed, dropping the shell and stepping back, preparing to unleash his fire net. With a resounding crash, the sands erupted once more, and he glanced upward as an orange spark shot into the sky like a rocket. "My child, I have arrived," he exclaimed, rushing forward. As the sand louse crashed to the ground, he quickly advanced, severing its hind legs to prevent escape, before delivering a powerful blow to its face, extracting yet another magical core. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. As the second magical core entered his mouth, the system's voice chimed again. Yunjie could hardly contain his joy. Better days were on the horizon. Continuing to use the shell to produce sound and lure the sand louses, he noticed that the higher the dunes, the more numerous the sand louses appeared, often in groups. He skillfully cast his net and struck down the creatures, growing increasingly adept at the task. Congratulations! Late stage of 2nd tier achieved. Congratulations! Defense level upgraded to 2. Late stage of 2nd tier? That was fast. He reveled in his accomplishments, as the diamond patterns on his hide transformed into a more intricate matrix, becoming denser while the sweat pores shrank to nearly microscopic levels. With such density, ordinary magical beasts could barely inflict harm upon him. Most importantly, his super jump progress had reached 950-1000. Just one more creature was needed to complete the evolution to level 1 super jump. One last one. Or rather, no last one. I shall consume every sand louse in this area and evolve into a true being. With the shell in his mouth, he roamed the lower slopes of the hills, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the 20th sand louse. Suddenly, with a thunderous crack, a massive antenna breached the surface. Yunjie was taken aback, the shell slipping from his mouth. It was enormous. The newly emerged antenna dwarfed all others he had encountered, both in length and girth. Its diameter was nearly a meter, towering close to 5 meters tall, resembling a great tree. With another booming sound, a second colossal antenna emerged. The 2 antennae swayed like signal towers. This is trouble, Yunjie thought, quietly retreating and gauging the distance of the antennae. He realized that his fire net was negligible in comparison to these formidable appendages. Chapter 137. For Sandworms. And one more? Yunjie abruptly halted, his eyes widening in terror as he gazed at the yellow sands beneath the sandworms. Suddenly, the sands churned, and a cicada-like head emerged, its black eyes rising like periscopes to survey the surroundings before it violently clawed its way out of the yellow dunes. Task notification. Late stage Tier 3 Sandworm. 3,000 experience points, 50 super jump evolution points, 200 defense evolution points, no other evolution points. Caw, caw. The two sandworms stood side by side, seemingly engaged in a conversation. The last sandworm turned its head slowly towards Yunjie. This is bad, Yunjie thought to himself. One is already challenging enough. With two, it could be fatal. The blood fury of the mad wolf evolved from the host's intense combat mentality. When Yunjie exhibited hesitation and fear, the blood fury value plummeted. With half a minute remaining, please maintain combat posture. A crimson tide surged in Yunjie's eyes. Facing two sandworms, he felt an undeniable lack of courage. As the blood fury waned, all skills reverted. It's over. Yunjie retreated, his hind legs scrambling up the sand dune, while the pain from his abdominal wound surged like tidal waves. His first-level self-healing ability had yet to mend the wound in such a short span. Swoosh. Another sound of something surfacing reached his ears. Yunjie was utterly shocked. This noise came from behind him. Could there be another sandworm? He slowly turned, peering at the hillside, where a pair of large antennae emerged, swaying like antennas. This is bad. I've stumbled into a den of thieves. Clearly, Yunjie had wandered into the sandworm's lair, drawn in by the first sandworm. Task notification. Mid-stage Tier 3 Sandworm. 500 evolution points, 50 super jump evolution points, 150 defense points, no other evolution points. The third sandworm revealed itself. Standing tall, flapping its wings while emitting cawing sounds, with the other two joining in unison. Surrounded, Yunjie yearned for his perceptive abilities. Had he possessed them, he would never have fallen into the sandworm's trap. He twisted his body, preparing to retreat from another direction. Swoosh. Oh no. Another sandworm emerged right behind Yunjie. There was no escape. He lamented internally. All three were Tier 3 magical beasts. It seemed he was destined to be torn apart. Boom, boom, boom. The three sandworms propelled themselves, raising clouds of yellow smoke from the ground. They began their assault. Yunjie instantly fell to the ground, glancing up to see the three sandworms soaring through the air, plummeting towards him at high speed. Come on, I'll fight you. The blood fury of the mad wolf activated. Associated skills activated, duration 3 minutes. The fading crimson tide surged once more from the depths of Yunjie's eyes. The first sandworm was the first to attack, and Yunjie kicked upwards with all his might. Boom. With the blood fury's enhancement, his strength surged significantly. The first sandworm was sent flying. And as the second approached, he lifted his hooves to kick again. Boom. The second sandworm was also launched away. Just as Yunjie gathered strength to kick the third sandworm, the first one he had battled leapt towards him, crashing into him with great force. The sandworm's horn pierced his shoulder again. Before Yunjie could utter a sound, the third sandworm had already charged in, its horn stabbing into his neck, lifting him off the ground. Caught. The other sandworms quickly surrounded him. Yunjie closed his eyes, thinking it was the end. This time, he would truly be torn apart. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of hardwood colliding rang out. He opened his eyes, realizing how fortunate he was. It turned out that the sandworms' horns were so long that as they rushed in, they not only failed to grab Yunjie, but also entangled their horns together. They pulled backward, trying to break free, but the tips of the horns had locked together, unable to separate. Heaven has eyes. Yunjie immediately unleashed a fire net at the sandworms before him. As the orange flames erupted, the first sandworm retreated frantically. With a snap, its horn broke due to the excessive force. No longer caring, it dove headlong into the yellow sands. The fire net struck the two entangled sandworms, and under the high temperature's corrosive effect, their sturdy and sharp horns were burned away as if sliced by a knife. With a bang, the three sandworms separated, their broken horns scattering across the ground. Again, Yunjie quickly launched another fire net. This time, the sandworms were wary, taking to the skies with a boom. Yunjie realized, spotting the sandworm that had retreated into the sands, its hind legs still visible, and unleashed a strand of webbing, pulling forcefully. The sandworm that had captured him was dragged forward, trying to resist, but Yunjie seized the opportunity to escape its grasp, rolling away. Boom. The sandworm, sensing danger, also took to the air. Yunjie looked up, The two sandworms that had just flown away were descending rapidly, and he immediately aimed his fire net at them. Like kites, the sandworms, aware of the fire net's power, floated away. The second and third sandworms, upon seeing the orange-red glow, flapped their wings and veered off course. The three sandworms landed not far from Yunjia, forming a triangular attack formation, flapping their wings, raising their hind legs to support their upper bodies, their shield-shaped heads aimed at him. A chill ran down Yunjia's spine. These creatures were about to leap. Boom. Boom boom. The three sandworms shot towards Yunjia like cannonballs. Yunjia remained still, calculating that if all three sandworms struck simultaneously, there was a 50% chance they would collide with one another. The remaining 50% would mean his own obliteration. Should he take the risk? Let us gamble. When has he not fought for survival? Yunjia focused on the two sandworms approaching him, silently counting down. 3, 2, 1. Dodge. Just as the sandworms were about to collide with him, he rolled down the sand dune. Thud. The three sandworms crashed into one another, their immense force sending them rebounding back, tumbling down the dune. Yunjia rejoiced, rushing towards the nearest sandworm. This particular sandworm had a horn from another sandworm lodged in its forehead. It stood in a panic, its shield-shaped head spinning like a fly, completely unaware of Yunjia's approach. Fire net. Seizing the moment, Yunjia unleashed a fire net. The sandworm's head was engulfed in flames, its exposed eyes first being scorched before its shield-like head. It was as if a glowing wire mesh fell onto foam. The fire net easily cleaved the sandworm's head, embedding itself into its carapace. Chapter 142, Survival in the Desert. Why jump so high? Yunjia cast a disdainful glance at the Sandlouse King, only to realize that it was time for him to flee. The immense size of the Sandlouse King ensured that its descent would block any chance of escape. With no place to hide, he resorted to digging. With all his might, he plunged into the sand dune. Before he could dig halfway, the dune collapsed, burying him beneath it. The timing was fortuitous. The Sandlouse King landed just then. Yunjia silently counted his blessings, remaining breathless in the sand pile. Assimilation process. Why was it starting again? Suddenly, he recalled the assimilation of the nightmarish beast. If he could assimilate the sand completely, he could withstand the Sandlouse King's onslaught. He could shatter it and reassemble at will, surrounded by sand. He could resurrect at any moment. Assimilation failed. Assimilation process. It seemed he could not rely on it. Yunjia cursed internally. Trapped in a confined space, especially buried, time crawled at an agonizing pace. He felt as if several minutes had passed without a sound, pondering whether the Sandlouse King had overlooked him and moved on. He was mistaken. Not even a minute had elapsed. Suddenly, the sand around him began to shift. Startled, Yunjia frantically dug deeper into the dune. At that moment, two tremendous forces struck from either side, ensnaring him in an instant. It was the Sandlouse King's horns. Although significantly larger, he recognized the sensation all too well. With a whoosh, the sands of the desert surged, and Yunjia was hoisted from the dune by the Sandlouse King. He struggled, but found himself utterly immobilized. In that moment, he felt akin to a mouse caught in a pair of fiery pincers, awaiting the inevitable snap. The horns twisted, guiding him toward the gaping maw of the Sandlouse King. The creature's enormous mouth opened and closed rhythmically, resembling a guillotine. Yunjia, drenched in sweat, unleashed a fiery net in an attempt to ensnare the Sandlouse King's mouth. But the net sailed through and was devoured as a mere snack. What to do? In a state of desperation, he noticed the antennae atop the Sandlouse King's head and immediately unleashed a thread to ensnare it. The thread accurately wrapped around the antenna. But despite his efforts, the Sandlouse King's strength proved insurmountable. He was being pushed toward the gaping mouth. With a snap, a piece of metal hoof was bitten off by the Sandlouse King's jaws. In a panic, Yunjia seized the opportunity to bite down on the thread and strained with all his might to escape, dangling perilously beside the Sandlouse King's maw. The creature, having chewed a few times without sensation of a meal, probed its mouth with its horns and soon discovered Yunjia. The horns, akin to the Sandlouse King's hands, were far less dexterous and primarily suited for digging. They could only move horizontally, unable to reach up or down. After several close calls with the jaws, Yunjia discerned the horn's weakness. He simply needed to lift his hooves whenever they approached. The Sandlouse King felt an obstruction in front of its mouth but could not grasp it. Frustrated after repeated attempts, it resorted to leaping. With a thunderous crash, the colossal Sandlouse King soared into the air. Its leap was tenfold that of an ordinary sandlouse, and at the moment of takeoff, Yunjia felt a brief suspension before the creature shot upward, while he was propelled in the opposite direction. The thread could not withstand such force and snapped. Yunjia fell to the ground, rolling down the dune, and immediately burrowed beneath a smaller dune. He calculated that, given the Sand Louse King's size, 2 small dunes would effectively shield him. He was correct in his assumption, but he had never witnessed how the Sand Louse King dug. As it landed, the tremendous force flattened the tops of both dunes, sending cascades of yellow sand tumbling down, burying Yunjie below. Assimilation process. Here it came again. With several tons of sand pressing down upon him, even Yunjie found it impossible to dig. His lungs collapsed under the weight, leaving him breathless. His self-healing abilities kicked in, reviving his alveoli, the sensation of teetering on the brink of death returning. Suddenly, he felt the weight above him lighten rapidly. In a flash, he realized what was happening. The Sand Louse King was excavating the sand to find him. Which direction to run? Yunjie pondered frantically. Logically, he should dig downward as the Sand Louse was digging above, but he knew that was incorrect. The Sand Louse King would outpace him. He needed to dig forward to evade it. Seizing the moment while the Sand Louse King had yet to reach him, he began to dig forward, aiming to escape from in front of the creature. However, had he witnessed how the Sand Louse King dug, he would not have attempted this. The Sand Louse King dug by first using its horns to create a space beneath, then employing its 8 short legs to push the sand backward, achieving a remarkable speed and covering an extensive area. In less than 10 seconds of digging forward, Yunjie was kicked out by the creature's 4 legs. With no stones or debris in the sand, the slightest disturbance alerted the Sand Louse King, which turned its massive body toward him. Yunjie scrambled to his feet, only to see the Sand Louse King's horns poised to strike. Given its size, the tips of the horns were nearly the same size as his head. He closed his eyes, resigning himself to fate. Whoosh! The massive horn swept past Yunjie's head, and an extraordinary sensation enveloped him. He felt his head was gone, yet his consciousness remained intact. It was akin to death, with the soul yet to depart the body. He opened his eyes in astonishment. There stood a headless donkey. What had transpired? Had he indeed died? Why had his self-healing not intervened? Yunjie was bewildered. The Sand Louse King appeared momentarily stunned, then lifted Yunjie's body and began to transport him toward its mouth. In a panic, Yunjie struggled desperately for his life. With no head, his body thrashed wildly on the horns. The sensation was bizarre. His vision was on the ground. Yet he could control his body and feel all the sensations transmitted from it. Was being headless necessarily a misfortune? Not at all. From this unique perspective, Yunjie could observe the battle with the Sand Louse King unfold. He could see the unfavorable aspects from a macro viewpoint, enabling him to counterattack or evade. His headless form danced upon the horns as the Sand Louse King could not land a bite.